sky first.
Oh, yes, sir. And yes, ma'am, you had better. Get them up. Get them going Friday on E and Rod B. Austin's only morning sports conversation on this 11th of August. Preseason football on the brain. Couple of games last night. Huge day on the recruiting trail for the Longhorns. We'll talk all things Colin Simmons throughout the morning. Hear from two of the Longhorns' top players going into the 2023 season, which begins in just 22 days. Quinn Ewers at quarterback and Jalen Ford, the Big 12's Defensive Player of the Year in the preseason in the Big 12. Both of them will weigh in. Also, baseball, 2.5 games separate the Rangers and Astros, who start this weekend in August. We've also got golf, not just the playoff underway in Memphis with the first round of the 3-week run to the FedEx Cup. We also have Phil Mickelson responding to enormous gambling allegations. Also, Rory McIlroy always likes to give it to you a little bit with a jab back at Phil Mickelson. We'll get to all that throughout the course of our 5 hours, 5 days a week here on Austin's only morning sports conversation. It is Ian Rod B. Ty Henderson is through the glass, and we're excited to be here with you launching hour one, and a ton to do today. And look who it is across the desk here, across the table. Live here on the Horn app, on the hornfm.com, AM 1260, 1019 FM. Maybe you are. He is the lifetime Longhorn, 16 years of fixture on your radio dial here in the ATX out of DBU and DB High. Kidding me? Number 21 in your Texas football program, but number 1 in our hearts, shutting down one side of the field each morning for us is our man, Rod Babers. What's up, RB?
I appreciate the intro, brother. And, man, good to be here on a Friday, a football Friday, too, because we're talking football.
Yeah, what are you, free-flowing football Friday?
It's freak flag, feel good, fake it till you make it, Ric Flair, woo! Football Friday edition.
Hey, man, I got a little football in last night, little football.
Oh,
it's
man,
preseason variety, so it's the worst of the football, but, it's football. It's football. They're wearing uniforms and throwing that thing around, and we'll talk Texans and Patriots. A win in the D'Amico Ryans' debut as the Houston Texans, and I'm sure he's pretty happy with his defense, held the Patriots to 164 total yards in the ball game.
Oh, Bill O'Brien?
Bill O'Brien, yeah. And Bailey Zappi was the starting quarterback last night for New England out of Victoria, Texas. I believe that's his hometown, Victoria, Texas. So, yeah, we had actual football last night. We got a lot to do. It's good to see you, and good to see all of you and hear from all of you. If you want to watch this show and see Rod's stack of papers over there, man, you've got, what do we, the cache of stuff.
It is.
I saw you before. You're looking for a specific.
There's a method to the madness, but it is madness. I'll look great.
Yeah, a lot of papers over there,
it is madness.
Which I love, and that means we're diving into go behind the burnt orange curtain. We got some Rod's rants today. We'll get some facts of the early part of this program coming up. A lot to do. Ty Henderson is through the glass. Ty, you've been here. You actually beat me to the house today. Nice job.
I know. I was surprised.
Working hard.
And you didn't sleep here.
I was a little worried about you. No, I didn't sleep here.
Yeah, because there wasn't. I mean, I already had a lot of the stuff done, so I didn't get up at 4. I got up about 4:15, so a little 15 minutes later than usual.
You slept in.
That 15 minutes
is
nice.
In, huh? You slept in?
I was dreaming too, man. I was like locked in. I was all kinds of craziness going on in between these 2 ears, and so yeah, it's going to be a fun Friday. It's the weekend upon us, and we'll dive in. Let's get to the headlines, those trending topics to start your weekend as you get it rolling on Ian Rod B. UBO Business Services start with Texas football. Yeah, we told you keep an eye on Duncanville, Texas, 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Well, there it was. Huge recruiting win for the Longhorns. Colin Simmons, the number 1 overall recruit in the state of Texas for 2024 and a top 10 national prospect, chose the Longhorns for his school of choice. Did it at his high school yesterday afternoon. Choose Texas over LSU in Miami. 6'3", 225-pound senior to be at Duncanville. Helped lead the Panthers to the 6A Division I state championship last season. Earned defensive MVP honors in that championship game and a win over North Shore. Simmons nearly unblockable as a junior in a 15-0 season for his team. 33 tackles for loss, 22.5 sacks, 45 quarterback hurries. As a junior, he'll be a senior this year looking for back-to-back state championships. But after that, he's going to be a Longhorn. Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian has now landed the state's best defensive player in back-to-back cycles. They also, of course, earned the commitment of Denton Ryan linebacker Anthony Hill Jr. last season. He is already on campus. Speaking of linebackers, also yesterday, Texas senior linebacker and preseason Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year, Jalen Ford, named to the Butkus Award watch list. The Butkus presented annually to the nation's top linebacker, Longhorn legend Derek Johnson, the only Texas backer ever to win that award. NFL, Thursday night preseason doubleheader last night of preseason football. The debut of D'Amico Ryans and the Houston Texans, a win, 20-9. in New England. Rookie quarterback C.J. Stroud had a short debut, went 2 for 4, threw an interception on his first drive there, then was out. Also, Davis Mills relieved him through a 6-yard touchdown pass to the rookie wideout Tank Dell out of Houston. Case Keenum tossed a second touchdown pass. Houston's defense, as we said, limited the Patriots to just 164 total yards on the night. They were impressive. Also, last night in Seattle, the Seahawks topped Minnesota 24-13. 6 more preseason games tonight in the NFL, including Bijan Robinson making his NFL debut for the Atlanta Falcons in Miami to face the Dolphins. Also 6 more on Saturday with the Cowboys opening their preseason slate hosting Jacksonville up in Arlington. In baseball, Rangers lead atop the AL West, stands at 2.5 games over the Astros headed into the weekend. Texas enjoyed the day off yesterday. They'll open a weekend series in San Francisco tonight. Houston fell in Baltimore 5-4 yesterday. Orioles avoid the sweep. Houston will open a weekend series with the Angels tonight. Justin Verlander will make his first Minute Maid Park start of the year in Game 1 tonight. At Del Diamond last night, Round Rock pounded Albuquerque again, 15-1 this time. E-Train have scored 35 runs in the first 3 games of that series. They'll try to keep it going tonight on a Bud Light Fireworks Friday, 7:05. And in golf, Jordan Spieth fired a first-round 63 at the FedEx St. Jude's Championship in Memphis. That puts the lifetime Longhorn at 7 under, a stroke ahead of Tom Kim headed into today's second round. St. Jude, of course, the first leg of the PGA Tour's 3-week playoff run to the FedEx Cup.
Longhorn fans buzzing about the Colin Simmons commitment. It's huge. It is. I mean, I'll give Sark a ton of credit. That's a big time get for Texas, especially going up against LSU. And then in back-to-back years, you get 5-star, big-time foundational pieces on defense in back-to-back recruiting classes. Anthony Hill as a linebacker, and then Colin Simmons. Anthony Hill actually a guy that you can kind of move around on that front as well. But these are guys that when you go into the SEC, these are supposed to be your big-time playmakers on defense. These are the guys you can build that entire defense around, and they are the highest caliber players you can get. All the big schools in the SEC were coveting these guys, Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons. Give Sark a lot of credit. Gives a lot of credit to the NIL.
Sure.
The NIL push at Texas. It is an arms race, and the BMDs, the big money donors at Texas, are doing a great job of keeping Texas right there at the forefront of the NIL arms race.
Well, I mean, when the Longhorns first announced, along with Oklahoma, that they were headed to the SEC, the question was, they're not ready for the SEC. They're not up to snuff there because they haven't even been close to dominant in the Big 12 conference. But it's players like this, players like Anthony Hill, Arch Manning. I mean, you're bringing in the best players in the country out of the prep game. Doesn't guarantee success, but it gives you a heck of a lot better chance when you've got game breakers and playmakers like that. I mean, that's if you have a solid foundation on both lines of scrimmage, then you add pieces like Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons, and they had the high-end cornerback recruit last year and safety recruits on the defensive backfield. They're recruited at a very high level, and you're right, the NIL is a part of that, but obviously Steve Sarkisian is selling a vision. The culture is playing a part of this. We talk about the players recruiting the players, and that South Dallas pipeline and that Metroplex pipeline that Sark is now building. We're seeing the benefits of that. And Colin Simmons long said he wanted to stay home or stay close to home. Mm-hmm. And maybe in the end it was that led him to Texas over LSU, because a lot of reporting yesterday and up into the decision yesterday, Rod, that he really liked LSU. And his teammate, the running back at Duncanville, just before him, chose LSU. Yeah. And that led up a lot of people in real time to think, oh, geez, he's going to go with LSU. And, last thing I read was his high school coach. His high school coach up there at Duncanville was big in helping him make that decision. Be a Texan, play at the flagship, take your opportunity to play at the flagship university in the state of Texas, and your parents will be at all your ball games and those type of things. And you're still playing in the SEC, right? You're still playing. You are now in the Southeastern Conference, just like LSU. So Colin Simmons, big time player. Kind of profiles. I think Von Miller has been a good comp for me when I watch him on film. Again, not everybody's with anybody else, but man, 5-star player who lives in the backfield, has that great bend, that great athleticism, that get off. That's separator, right? That just makes you different than even at the high school level. It's one thing when you're that much better, Rod, but then it's saying when you get into those state title games and those state playoff runs where you're playing against the other best players in the state and you still dominate. That's when you got a different kind of cat. Yeah, you just haven't had at Texas. You recruited some really amazing, exceptional players over the years. But from the edge, you're talking about just a true natural edge who's considered a 5-star prospect there. I mean,
Honestly, it hadn't been that many. Sergio Kendall might have been there, but I think he was an athlete coming in. Eddie Jones, remember him? I believe he might have been a 5-star at the time. But Corey Redding, he was the number 1 defensive player in the country. He was kind of an outside linebacker, defensive end prospect. Came in the 99 class with me. I mean, you might have to go back that far when you got like a true big-time 5-star edge player that Texas recruited. And like I said, who can live up to it as well. The expectation is that this guy is going to live up to all those really high expectations that they have for him. Him and guys like Anthony Hill. And you're right, going into the SEC, that's the test, right? That's the best football that is being played in the country. And for Texas, the roster now has to fit that. That test that is ahead of you, which is the SEC. And I'll give Sark a lot of credit right now. I don't know if there are too many programs. Georgia's probably in that conversation. Ohio State probably in that conversation. Recruiting better than Texas right now.
And they're recruiting well at all spots, right? Offense, defense, quarterback, O-line. Offensive line, D-line.
Yeah.
That's...
They're not missing on the guys that are the highest guys on their board, the top guys on their board. They don't seem to miss. When they get their sights set on someone, whether it's an Arch, whether it's an Anthony Hill, whether it's Colin Simmons here, when they get their sights set on a guy as a staff, we're going to get them.
They're getting them.
They got too many rainmakers. They got Jeff Banks is a hell of a recruiter. We know Sark can close now. That's pretty evident too. And Tashard Choice is also an elite recruiter. They probably got 2-3 elite recruiters on the staff right now.
And you mentioned NIL and the BMDs, and all that helps too. And last year they had 3 5-star players. People will say, well, what is a 5-star? Look, every position, there's 8-10 players that are given across the country, given that 5
It's
stars.
like 30. It's like 30-something.
But at each position?
Huh? It's like 30-something total.
Total, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like
so
total
position,
for all period.
Yeah.
It's like 30-something total.
Top 30.
Something
so
like that.
So at each position, you may have 5 to 10 5 stars, maybe 10. So it's the best players at their position across the country. Last year, Texas got 3 of them with Arch Manning, Jonte Cook, and Anthony Hill. This year so far, the commitment of Colin Simmons is the first. They also had C.J. Baxter last year, who, again, different recruiting services recruit differently. But C.J. Baxter in some services was a 5-star player, the running back from Orlando. So if you count him, they had 4 5-star players last year. If you go back to 2020, the class before that, Rod, because last year's class was full of, it was headlined by Arch Manning, but Jonte Cook, Anthony Hill, and then C.J. Baxter, but also had the great linebacker class. Anthony Hill led it, but you also had Darian Gillette out of Teague, Texas, and you had
Leone Lafau
from Hawaii, of course, and prayers to the folks in Maui that we're still seeing those horrible stories coming in, but also the the kid Butler out of Fort Worth, Samaje Burrell. But then the class before that, Rod, you go back 2 classes, and that was the offensive line heavy class, right, where you landed the big guys up front because you had DJ Campbell, Cam Williams, and several of those players had 5-star status. Kelvin Banks, Kelvin Banks a 5-star player. DJ Campbell out of Arlington, a 5-star player on the offensive line. So they're starting to stack those, and that's when you're getting 2, 3, as you said, there's only 30 across the country.
So like 30 or 40. I mean, they expanded so much, but it's not many. Like, it's not a ton.
Yeah, it's the elite players. Yeah. And again, it's the high school level.
These are the guys they described it to me as these are guys that are expected to play on Sundays. Like the
NFL's already watching
their
them.
Evaluation is so at that point, even as, immature as I guess their skill set is, because they're still young prospects, they still project that those guys, they'll play on Sundays. Even with them not playing a down of college ball, like their skill set looks to be that they had that kind of upside.
Yeah, they have that kind of skill set.
Yeah. Now some guys, Rod B could do it. It made it to the NFL, but I wasn't a 5-star guy. So looked at me and went, okay, that guy will play on Sundays.
Yeah.
No, I ended up doing it through hard work and then commitment. And there are a lot of guys that do it that way, but then there are like 50 guys around the country where they look at them and their evaluation is so thorough, their upside is so tremendous that they are given a 5-star that basically says, okay, you're expected to play on Sundays. And when they don't end up reaching that expectation level, or they don't obviously meet expectations, it is considered an indictment on the program, which it was on Texas for a while, getting 5-star players and not developing those guys into NFL draftable prospects.
Yeah, bringing 5-star players into a good culture is what you see at Alabama and Georgia, right?
Those Ohio guys State,
Ohio State, and they develop into the players that they have the ceiling to be. It's just a high ceiling grade, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Let's hear a quick one from Colin Simmons yesterday on Sark. He talked about the culture building, starting to land the rainmakers on the recruiting staff.
This is from Inside Texas, so shout out to them. It's a really good job on their coverage. They did really good. I mean, it was thorough, and they ended up doing an interview with
we're going to talk
my
to
man Jerry Hamilton.
Yeah, Jerry Hamilton will be with us later this morning. Jerry was on site at Duncanville High School and had a talk with Colin Simmons here off the top of the show. Wanted to play a quick one with Colin on Steve Sarkisian, who earned the commitment of Colin Simmons yesterday.
Amazing coach. Like, you could tell he's family oriented, and that's what I look for the most is family, like in the school. And the way he treats me and my family when we step on campus is just amazing. Like, it's just crazy. Like, I mean, I can't explain it. Like, you just got to go feel it for yourself.
Can't explain it.
It's
something. No, but that is, it gets to the point we're talking about. We start building a culture. Right, and he's talked about relationships. That's one of the things that he's spoken about several times in terms of building the coaches and how much that matters, especially with families. And the previous coach, prior to Sark, one of the things that I don't think he emphasized or prioritized enough was relationships. Whether it be with both boosters and donors, whether that be with the players, whether it be with the players' families, whether that be, with his boss. He just didn't value relationships enough. And I think Sark's at the point now where he knows how important those relationships are at every level, especially when you are the head coach at Texas, because everybody wants a piece of you. Everybody wants to have your time. And when they come away from Sark, whatever it is, that brief impression, you like Mac Brown, you like people to go, damn. He's the real deal.
That's why I say
he's a genuine article.
That's why I feel good throwing out that conversation about recruits, players recruiting players, right? Because you can hear what Colin Simmons just said. Sark blew him away with the way he treats his family, but then you hear from the players. I'm sure he asked the other guys out of South Dallas and his own former teammates at Duncanville, "Is this real? This guy for real? Is this genuine?" And they're saying, "Yeah." That's every day.
People said it about Mac Brown at first. It was like,
"That's right.
Guy real? Is this fake?" And like, no, that's Mac Brown, baby. You got a good one.
Yeah. Well, and remember, this Mac. Sally did a lot of it, a lot of help.
I committed to Sally.
You committed?
I didn't commit to Mac. I committed to Sally. On the phone. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
I committed to Sally on the phone. Me and Sally were actually talking, and I committed to her, not Mac. And then she gave the phone to Mac. Sally closed.
Closer.
Deal with Rob B.
Remember, she was a big real estate agent back in the day.
Sally was awesome.
ABC always be closing.
It emphasized his family thing. It was like, no, that she's the matriarch of the family. Mac was the patriarch of the family, and they treated like that. And my mom got a chance to talk to Sally, and they had a relationship too. So I understand exactly what these guys are talking about. I was telling Sally about my girlfriend at the time and how I wanted her to go to Texas and how we had planned on, we ended up getting married. And Mac told me, literally, it was later that week. He's like, don't worry about it. She's not going to be here. If you want to be with her by the time she graduates, we can make it happen. But trust me, Rod, when you get up here and you see Austin, Texas,
you'll be all right.
You're not going to be worried about it much. And Mac was right.
Mac was right. Hey, listen, somebody texted on the Specs text. I appreciate all the texts. It says hashtag South Dallas Takeover. South Dallas state champions last year, Duncanville, DeSoto, and South Oak Cliff. And the Longhorns are landing players from all three. That's right. I mean, all three of those programs won state titles last year. SOC, South Oak Cliff, Malik Muhammad, and Billy Walton are part of the Sark roster right now. John Tay Cook and his teammate Trey Wisner at DeSoto. Claude Mathis coaching that DeSoto team. Duncanville, Colin Simmons, and Cameron Williams. Cam Williams, the massive offensive lineman out of that Duncanville stable. So, yes, the South Dallas pipeline is certainly in full effect, and I love that with Sally. And look, Miss L'Oreal, right? L'Oreal Sarkisian, a big part of Steve Sarkisian's recruiting push as well. A former D1 athlete herself at USC, a fashionista, track and field star, and she's a part of that too. But that's why I say the family atmosphere. If it's phony, it'll be rooted out as phony.
It'll be exposed.
Yeah. And that's when players confirm with other players, hey man, this for real? This guy like this all the time? And we're starting to see some of that. And the Longhorns stacking players. And we'll see. Much like the next step, and we'll talk to Jerry Hamilton, who you just gave great props to. Jerry's our favorite go-to for when it's recruiting time.
Love Jerry.
He was in South Dallas yesterday. That'll be at about 8:10. We'll talk to Jerry. I'm going to set an appointment with us here on Ian Rod B. He when you're talking about what Texas is doing, does this now lead to an Arch Manning effect like we saw last year? When Arch Manning committed, that was in late June that Arch Manning committed, and there was a just slew of recruits that followed him.
Oh yeah.
Will Colin Simmons lead not just to recruits for the class of 2024, which the Longhorns are sitting at 16 commitments. It's a top 15 class in the country, right around that. Will other players say, okay, that's now Arch, Colin, Anthony Hill. That's the momentum program right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt that happens. There are certain guys who are linchpin recruits within classes. Corey Redding, we had two of them, I guess. Corey Redding, Sims came in late because Sims had committed to Tennessee first, and then ended up flipping his commitment back to Texas. Shout out to Tim Brewster, the Ric Flair of recruiting, who could close damn near any deal back in the day. I think he's with Dion now, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't
he is.
Brewster
He
with
is Potomac, Colorado. Dion
knows he's a mercenary. You want to close? You want a closer? Just go get that dude. But anyway, he had flipped. So I think Corey Redding was earlier, and Corey Redding was kind of a linchpin. But Corey Redding jumped on. It was a really an eye-opening moment for everybody that this new dude, Mac Brown at Texas, he may be the real deal in recruiting.
Well,
because he was the number one defensive recruit in the country.
No question. I mean, you were a part of that class. And I was on the radio at the time. I remember how big a deal it was. It's kind of like talking about these guys. You're like, man, I mean, geez Louise. Now you're not just – because Mac had come in and done a nice job, won a Heisman with Ricky Williams in his first year. And then the recruiting was good and it was picking up. But, man, to land Corey Redding, who was at the time, remember, at the USA Today National Defensive Player of the Year out of North Shore, that great program down in Houston. And you're like, oh, geez, he got the best quarterback and the best defensive player because Chris Sims was the number one quarterback. Like, this thing's going places, and we know where it excelled. Well,
Mac was doing that kind of stuff.
You know where it was headed at that point.
So, Lakeway Tradition wanted to know how many stars I was. I don't remember. They weren't – recruiting wasn't what it is now. I'm sure that somebody could help. Maybe
I'll find that information for you.
No, Jerry could. Jerry discovered Rod B. I'm not making it up. I was. You can ask Jerry to tell you the story. I was out like working out in H-Town in the field. I think he was either at North Shore or at Rice. You have to ask him. And Jerry was the first one to actually put Rod B on any board anywhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I'll ask you about that.
Yeah, ask Jerry about it. So I'm not sure because back then it's tougher to find easy now, but back then.
Yeah, I remember. It wasn't
pre-internet boom. You could just find who's got what stars and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I know Bobby Burton and Jerry were covering it, but at the same time, it wasn't as detailed of the star system and the metrics and all that. So all I knew is Corey Redding was the number one defense player in the country.
That's how good he was. And I played with Jerome Sapp, who was also a USA Today All-American as a junior. So he went to Notre Dame, and he was a beast. And they were trying to get him. They were trying to get him. They couldn't close on him, but then I saw Mac Brown had something special.
Corey Redding turned into quite the player, and he's still quite the guy living here in Austin, Texas.
Guy was an outside
NFL
linebacker
career.
When he first came in and used to run down on kickoffs.
Well, that became the big debate. Is what's the best position for him?
Yeah. Well, he ended up playing D-tackle in the league.
Yeah, he did. He kept growing.
He kept growing.
Hey, well, that's when you have that kind of athleticism, then you keep growing into a 280, 290 pounder.
He was a freak, man.
Several people mentioned Alex January out of that Duncanville program too, a legacy player for Texas. His father played at Texas, but Alex January is a stud defensive tackle, so another one of those Duncanville kids coming out of that great program.
And Chris Gilbert, who is now at North Texas, you got to give him a lot of credit too, and give Sark credit because he brought him in because he was trying to build that pipeline. He saw that Metroplex blowing up, and he wanted to get a pipeline there, and that was one of the guys he brought in.
Yeah,
and now he went back.
No question. Well, and look, Jamal Fenner was just hired by Steve Sarkisian to replace Chris Gilbert, who went to North Texas, and Jamal Fenner came from Austin LBJ. And down at coach's school last month, Sark was pretty clear that, look, a couple of years from now, Jamal Fenner will go off and become a college coach because that's kind of the pathway. Because you network with all these college coaches while you're trying to liaison with the high schools, and you end up landing which is what Jamal Fenner wants to be coaching in college, obviously. And then Mac will replace him with someone else who wants to climb that same ladder. I say Mac. Sark will replace him. But we'll talk more Colin Simmons. I know we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain with more on that. Rod will have some deep dives on this recruiting class. We'll also talk and hear from Quinn Ewers this morning, the Longhorns starting quarterback.
Nice.
Hear from Jalen Ford, who's up for the Butkus Award. Talked some Texans last night, some preseason NFL football. We've got to get into this Phil Mickelson story. We dabbled in it a little bit yesterday, but the more and more you read of the excerpts that were coming out, this guy was an absolute gambling addict. Well,
he might have a problem.
And by late in the day yesterday at the Live event, he did respond. He finally responded, and we'll let you know what he had to say with Phil Mickelson center stage. And, man, the story's unbelievable. Is there any way he bet $1 billion?
That's a big
number. If you heard an individual bet $100 million.
Is that possible?
I know.
To bet that much? I mean, it is possible. I'm just saying for someone who's not a billionaire.
Hey, all right. Yeah, exactly.
He's not a billionaire.
After we left the show, I kept thinking about, Okay, because that storyline came down like $1 billion.
It's possible.
Like if he bet $100 million.
Sounds like it's
I
possible.
promise. I promise.
I mean, I'm just trying to like if your head starts to spin. If he bet if he bet $100 million, that would be a lot. But that's 10 times that.
You're talking about like this is like a
That's all you're doing.
Brewster's Million scenario. Like
I'm thinking
Phil's Millions.
But when I'm talking about the time spent gambling,
I agree. I don't know.
like he's married, he's got kids.
He golfs.
He golfs.
He's got a
job.
Got to practice. Yeah. Like, I don't know where you get the time. He's got to be doing it while golfing.
Well, think about this. If you place, his unit's probably like $50,000.
Yeah.
If you place $50,000 bets on a day, that's $500,000. He probably gambles almost every single day. It's a lot of money.
I read a story yesterday of just, Phil's famous for those on-the-course gambling, and this like a 12 handicapper was playing him. He gave him like 15 strokes. Guy had the day of his life, and Phil handed him $50,000 cash out of his golf bag.
Wow.
50.
Hey, got the cash on him, too.
Right in his bag.
I was like, you got the cash on him.
Well, because that was always the famous thing with Phil is that we don't do Venmo around here.
Yeah.
Straight cash, homie.
Yeah, he wants to see it. Let me see them dollar bills, y'all.
50.
Damn.
How about that, pulling that right out of your bag?
Phil and Michael Jordan need to stay away from each other.
There has to be a story coming of them on the course together gambling.
Come on, man.
Doesn't there? Phil,
gotta be.
I mean,
an epic story where basically it was like $3 million was bet. So ridiculous.
That story will have to come out because Michael Jordan and Phil Mickelson are not too far different in age, and they were both elite athletes at the same time. There has to be a Phil Michael gambling Vegas.
So the most notorious bettors now in sports.
Pete Rose.
Phil joins that list with Pete Rose and MJ and the Black Sox.
Well, because Michael Jordan is 60 and Phil's 53. So when Michael is at his peak, Phil's this hotshot amateur now becoming a great pro and was a great player early on. There has to be a paths crossing,
no doubt,
huge pot on the line, gambling
I'm with you.
Story with Phil. Those the two most addicted, but also competitive dudes you're ever going to find, it appears. Oh, man.
I'm with you. I don't know how that hasn't come out, but I'm sure with you it will. I'm sure. MJ's got enough power. He's probably kept it from coming out.
That's right about that.
He's got some pull. He's probably paying people off, but sooner or later it's coming out.
Well, the other John Daly was a famous, horribly big gambler, and Charles Barkley. Michael's buddy.
Him and MJ used to hang out.
All right, we'll be back. We're just getting warmed up. It's Ian Rod B on a Friday. We'll get behind the burnt orange curtain going there. Also, some facts of a Friday morning. Ty will help us with the gambling part of it, talking football, golf, baseball, everything here on Ian Rod B. Ian Rod B, facts of the day before the top of the hour. Ian Rod B, facts of the day, including, apparently the old wife beater T-shirt that people used to wear, the wife beaters, it now has a new name. It's got a new name. They've given it a new, friendlier
Oh, yeah, because that's not politically correct.
Right. It's got a new name now. Same shirt, different name.
Yeah, I can see that. You can't say that anymore. That used to be like a term thrown around. Not cool anymore. Yeah.
And I will say, before I even get to the fact of what it's called now, I've never owned one of those.
Oh, you never wore those?
My grandfather, my great-grandpa Pete used to wear those.
They're definitely
all the
in
time.
style again. Both of my younger brothers, who are both in college,
They're
wear
wearing
every
them?
single day.
Really?
Wow. Really?
And I'm all like my brother. I went to my dad's house the other day to eat some breakfast with him after the shows, and he walked out and he was going to work out in a wife beater, cargo shorts, and like Sperry's, like boat shoes.
Oh.
I was like, "What are you doing, man?"
What's going on with this look?
Man.
But yes,
I didn't. There you go.
well,
see?
that's all. I've never been big to have.
I'm an old officially.
I've never been big on the T-shirt under a shirt. And it's something.
Oh, I need it because I sweat a lot.
I know. Well,
Yeah.
for me, there's kind of a. I'm not a huge sweater,
I'm a sweater.
but I also don't. There's something sensory for me on that.
Okay, I
I don't
gotcha.
like the mixing of fabrics.
I'm with you.
I'm
Some
kind of
people
weird.
are weird
I'm
on
spectrum-y that way.
that. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just don't like. Eee.
You got some little OCD stuff happening.
A little bit. Yeah.
It's all right. Everybody's got a little bit.
Because my dad wore a T-shirt always even under his dress shirts that he would wear to work.
Oh yeah, I do that too.
That makes I'm a sweater too.
Yeah.
And that makes it worse for me.
What, really?
Yeah, if I wear an undershirt.
No, I have to have an undershirt, so I'll sweat on the undershirt. I won't sweat on my really nice shirt.
There you go.
And then you have sweat stains on your really nice
I'm gonna have
shirts.
sweat stains no matter what.
Well, I mean, I'm not the biggest sweater, but at the same time, in Austin, Texas,
You live in Texas.
everybody's a sweater.
Everybody's sweating. But if you're
in Houston, Texas, where I grew up, my dad, everybody's a sweater.
Yeah, but that's a 2-shower-a-day city.
Easy.
That's a 2-shower city.
I was morning and night.
You have
before.
to
I wouldn't go to
H-Town.
bed.
Yeah, if you don't take 2 showers a day, you're gonna stink. That's just the reality of it.
And you're just
Everybody's sweating.
And you're gonna be sticky while you're sleeping.
Exactly. It's the truth. Everybody from Houston knows that.
We'll also get some Phil Mickelson facts in the Ian Rod B facts of the day.
Uh-oh.
Coming up behind the burnt orange curtain, it's going to be about the leaner, meaner Quinn Ewers, who's about to lead the Longhorns into a big season. 22 days. Think about that, Rod. By tomorrow, it'll be 3 weeks to the start of the season. We actually had football to consume last night. We'll get into that. But we'll get to that Texans game, some of the other NFL preseason games of interest, including Bijan Robinson and the Falcons tonight facing the Dolphins. But first, let's go behind the BOC.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, now Quinn Ewers got a chance to meet with the media yesterday. New look and all. Got the new haircut that
It's like he's going to the military.
turns him into a different man, he says, all that kind of stuff. So it's really good. And like I said, there's a lot of great stuff here. So I think the first thing we'll start with is the cut where he's being asked about okay.
The music's still playing.
He's excited about Quinn Ewers too. Everybody's excited about it. That's what that was. But he's being asked about the biggest difference between year 1 and year 2 for him in this system as the starting quarterback for Texas. Here is Quinn Ewers.
Mainly just the knowledge of the offense, because this time last year, I was still, trying to pick up, the offense and certain checks and whatnot and stuff like that. And this year, it's I can just kind of be more me and play more freely, and not have to think as much about, what does this guy have? It just automatically clicks, which is huge for my position because I can, focus more on fronts and keeping myself protected.
There you go. So he's talking about basically his familiarity with the system. He knows it better now. And Sark commented on that too, that he knows the system a lot better now, and the decisions are a lot more crisp and quick. All right, the quicker reaction, and just seems like his process has sped up. And it should, because now he's not learning the system as he's going. He knows the system, and now we're talking about muscle memory, and we're talking about going out there playing and letting your instincts take over. And that's what you're saying. He's got great instincts. I mean, that's where the upside and the projection is for him.
Yeah, playing, not thinking. And if you're not thinking, then then that arm talent can come forward, right? The flick of the wrist, the quick throw that, is on a line. And we saw that, I feel like, before he got hurt in the Alabama game, where he wasn't thinking. You said, as you said yesterday, and we know coming out of that game, got a lot of man coverage from Nick Saban in that game, and didn't have a lot to read. Just make the throw.
Just making the throws.
Make that throw.
And they were beautiful throws.
And then you saw, as the season went on, the more coverages he saw and different disguised coverages he saw, the more he was thinking. and the more, oh boy.
At
And
the
now
process.
the
Yeah.
process, now what am I going to do? And it looked worse and worse as it went on. But, yeah, I mean, that's the more he gets comfortable going through progressions. And as you pointed out behind the burnt orange curtain earlier in the week, if they're going to go empty set and go 5 wide sometimes, that coverage leads to just find your mismatch, play point guard.
Distribute. Exactly. It cleans everything up for him. He was also asked about leadership because he now understands, especially with Bijan gone, Rojo gone, he's got to be the leader. Everybody's looking to him at a natural leadership position. Here's Quinn Ewers discussing his leadership role with the team.
It's definitely a lot easier, especially whenever you're filling into kind of a leadership role. People will look at you a little differently whenever you're telling them what to do and whatnot. And it's cool, honestly. Football's a cool game. I kind of like to call it the quarterback. At quarterback, kind of feel like, I'm playing like a more maybe violent, more active chess kind of. So, I'm trying to beat the defense with certain moves.
Now that's interesting.
Violent chess.
I swear, you guys have heard me say it. I talk about the chess match within the game.
Sure.
Constantly. I think I referred to it probably once a show. I talk about the chess match within the game. And he's talking about that. I wonder where he got the term from. Something tells me he got it from Sark. And if he got it from Sark, I wonder if now Sark is thinking about the chess match within the game. It's great that he's looking at football on that level. Like kind of Neo in the Matrix. If you can see the 3D chess that's being played, it's just chess with human beings. And he's looking at it that way. He was asked about this. I believe this is Jeff Jones, if I'm not mistaken, who is asking him about that to elaborate, to expound upon that chess match he's talking about. Here's Quinn Ewers talking about the chess match and trying to be that chess master.
Yeah, it's a chess match against the whole defense. Whether it's safeties rolling down and I got to check a protection, or it's linebackers doing whatever. It's you got to make it fun. It's a kid's game.
And what's the last thing, maybe it happened today, that you remember doing, and after the play you were like, I got him, I won that chess game?
Yeah, I would say it was today. We were in a tight end set. He was attached. And, I saw double outside pressure, and then I checked the protection and was able to get a completion. I mean, sometimes checking a protection, it's almost better than throwing a touchdown pass sometimes. But
the guys behind.
Ooh, that is music to my ears. Sometimes checking the correct protection is better than throwing a touchdown pass. Okay. I got it. I think I might be all on board with Quinn Wick now. That is a mature statement for a quarterback, because I think last year he was obsessed with the big arm throws and making the spectacular plays, and he kind of forgot about the everyday fundamentals, right? Which are footwork, which are, being able to process and read the defense correctly. I think a lot of his game was trying to be more flash than substance, and that sounds to me like a guy that's about substance, that is going back to footwork and mechanics and the things that matter the most, like setting the right protection, the mental process, the chess match within the game. He's saying all the right things. It's on paper now, but he is definitely a different quarterback than he was last year.
Well, it's interesting. If you've seen the first episode of Hard Knocks, you hear Aaron Rodgers talking to the young quarterback Zach Wilson about that very thing. Because Aaron Rodgers has become like the mentor in Jets
he
camp.
Better if Zach Wilson's an idiot if he doesn't try to gain some of that knowledge.
They did a brief little thing about no-look passes, right, and the ability to look one way and throw the other, and Zach Wilson was doing it. But then at one point they're stretching, and Aaron Rodgers says to him, "Look, no-look passes are cute, but getting your protection set is non-negotiable, right?"
Yep, exactly.
Saying, I mean, you can be cute with those throws, but if you don't get your protection right, it's not going to be matter. You're going to get earholed, and you're going to, a play that could work is not going to work because you didn't read the defense and set the right protection. That's what Quinn Ewers is saying. Look, I mean, if I get the protection right and Sark has the right play drawn up, it's a touchdown. If not, it's a sack and maybe worse. That's what we've got to evolve to. And to hear Aaron Rodgers talking to a young quarterback in the NFL about the very same thing, takes you behind the scenes, behind the burnt orange curtain of how that works at the line of scrimmage.
That's a great cut, though. That might be one of my favorite cuts. I got a lot of favorite Quinn cuts from this offseason, the Quinn Wick thing, but that's a damn good one. That is really good. Can we play one more? Can we play one more?
Sure.
Okay, so he's back being asked about his diet. Remember the photo they tweeted out about all the quarterbacks, and they were shirtless, and they were showing off the abs and six-pack and all that kind of stuff.
Down to 195, Quinn.
And Malik, yes, he is.
He played about 218 last year.
Yeah, at the bowl game, they said he was at 218. And you go look at him now, and he's got the haircut, but he's sleek. And you saw in there, Malik Murphy looks like something out of an X-Men movie. But
superhero.
Yeah, he does. But Quinn was asked about the diet and changing his diet, and here is Quinn Ewers being asked about, what led to that body transformation.
Yeah, I mean, I laid off the Chick-fil-A that I was having a lot. I'm a big Chick-fil-A fan. And, just not as much fast food. I was more focused on, eating what the university provides, higher doses of protein, less carbs, more vegetables, just the healthy stuff, man. Nothing too much to it besides just trying to eat healthier.
That is a great commercial for Chick-fil-A. I mean, he just basically did an endorsement for Chick-fil-A without even doing one.
Aaron, does he not sound just like your son Nolan?
Yeah, he does. He sounds like my son Nolan. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
The same to me.
He does.
Actually, I haven't thought about it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't either until you just said it, but now it's going to freak me out. Don't do that.
I hadn't thought about it, but actually, now, yeah.
Same mannerisms, like with the voice.
Yeah, But if he's like Nolan, he's a deep thinker too. He's a deep. He doesn't maybe come across as a deep thinker, but he is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shadowy deep thinker.
Sounds
I like
like
that.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. Well,
No Chick-fil-A. Hey,
somebody
fast
doesn't
food.
eat a lot of fast food.
I don't eat fast
I don't.
food. I eat Chick-fil-A.
But if you talk to fast food eaters, they say, "Well, Chick-fil-A is healthy. Chick-fil-A is like healthy food." Yeah, not
I don't
really.
know if it's
it's
a fried chicken. it gives you, because they're closed on Sundays and they're very sanitary.
Yeah.
People are like, oh, it's healthy. It's like, it's fried chicken. So
You get the grilled chicken sandwich.
You can. They got salads, but I love most of their money is made on fried chicken. I love the programming that Chick-fil-A has people thinking that they're healthy. It's healthier.
As far as in the fast food space.
I just think it's cleaner. I don't know if it's healthier.
Oh, it's not Taco Bell.
It's cleaner, and you feel better about yourself because they're about the Lord, and
that's right.
They're closed on Sundays, so they practice what they preach.
Have a blessed day.
They practice what they preach. I would say they also have the best customer service out of any fast foods in the country.
My pleasure.
Exactly.
My pleasure. That's what it is.
Have they ever gotten an order wrong? You ever see how guilty they?
They're running people through there with 3 lines going, and it's a machine, man.
If they get an order wrong, they feel so guilty. They give you that. They tell you to keep that, and then they come back with lots of coupons and other stuff. They've gotten an order wrong once in my, 10, 15 years.
They did recently get rid of the option to have a crispy, well-done option on the sandwich.
Oh, no.
So,
coming up.
I didn't know that. Really?
Coming up in our morning Ian Rod B. Facts of the day. I'll give you a fact. I can tie a football coach to Chick-fil-A coming back with a fact. Also, Phil Mickelson responding to gambling allegations. And Rod B will have his facts as well. Coming back, we'll reset those headlines. We'll also a lot to do. We got to talk to Jerry Hamilton later in the show. This Colin Simmons commitment for the Longhorns, and we're at number 16 on our Ian Rod B countdown to number 1 in the Horn Top 20 countdown. It's another Big 12 team later on in the program. Busy Friday. Go nowhere. E and Rod B on a Friday. It's time for Facts of the Day, including a texter who did the math and on our Phil Mickelson conversation. It says, guys, $1 billion in betting would be $2.7 million a day for a year. That can't be accurate, because that's the allegation in the book that's coming out, written by the former professional gambler Billy Walton, who was a great friend of Phil Mickelson's, who says and estimated that he gambled more than $1 billion.
Yeah, but Ty
and lost over $100 million.
Yeah, Ty's who gambles, you know. I mean, he wants to be a professional gambler, which is a thing these days, and so he's actually cultivating his craft. Yeah, he broke it down. The assumption would be that if he loses a lot, then yeah, he's betting more of his own money. But when he wins, you just roll over.
Well, look, if you look at the statistical odds of gambling, right? If he did bet $1 billion,
let's just say
he probably split it, right? He won half and lost half. I mean, statistically. And the VIG did very well. The juice, the commission was pretty strong. But even Billy Walton in the book claims that he lost over $100 million. So of the billion, he lost $100 million, probably net gain nothing, which there was a lot of rumors and the speculation is one of the reasons he pushed for the LIV Tour and joined the LIV Tour and took the big dollars was to help pay off some of that. That's all unknown at this point, so that can't be a fact of the day. But Ty, you gamble. Yeah. You're heavy on the weekends, college and pro football, and you say in your mind $1 billion is certainly possible.
It's possible. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it makes sense.
Because to me, it's with someone with 3 kids, like he's got kids and a wife and job and golf. It's like, how's that possible?
Multitasking.
People place $1 million bets all the time.
Oh, it takes a text, right? To your bookie.
Oh, yeah. You gotta have.
Or your cousin. Sorry.
You gotta have a pretty big time cousin to make that $1 million bet. But I mean, you can go to a Vegas casino and. Some sports books won't take it, but I mean,
got the right book.
Yeah, you get the right book. You got the right guy, Billy Walton.
Well, Billy Walton also in the book in an excerpt says he's a professional gambler. But in a fact of the day, what prevents is a professional gambler versus just a recreational gambler, Rod?
65% win percentage?
No. the professional gambler doesn't have another job.
Yeah, you pay bills with it. That's
right,
how you pay your bills.
Job.
And you got to be 65% or above.
Right.
Yeah, for that to be paying bills, yeah, you better be that good.
Like if you're like Phil Mickelson, have another day job or you play golf, then you're just a recreational gambler, but a heavy addict.
Wow, a heavy recreation. Yeah, those numbers. Yeah.
Billy Walton says that he's never heard of anyone he was able to bet $100,000 bets on college football over-unders. College football over-unders.
How much?
Point totals, 100,000. 100,000.
Man, he's a professional gambler.
Yeah.
I mean,
and so Walton is spilling the juice. It's a new book that's coming out. Obviously, he's trying to sell the book. In it, one of the most controversial claims is that he wanted to bet $400,000 on the Ryder Cup in 2012 in Medina outside Chicago on the U.S. team. Not against his team because they collapsed that Sunday and lost the Ryder Cup. But according to Billy Walton, he says he wouldn't take the bet from Phil Mickelson. He said, have you lost your effing mind? Don't you remember what happened to Pete Rose? You're a modern-day Arnold Palmer. You risk all of that for a bet. I want no part of that bet. And he didn't place the bet. Phil Mickelson, though, responded to yesterday saying, I never bet on the Ryder Cup, Phil wrote in a statement. While it's well known that I always enjoy a friendly wager on the course, I would never undermine the integrity of the game. I've also been very open about my gambling addiction. I have previously conveyed my remorse, took responsibility, and have gotten help. I've been fully committed to the therapy, and that has positively impacted me, and I feel good about where I am now. My gambling got to a point of being reckless and embarrassing. I had to address it, but he was adamant that he never bet on the Ryder Cup.
Speaking of gambling, have you guys heard about the additional stories from coming out of Iowa State about the other football players
betting against Iowa State
who have now been caught up? You know, basically through the investigation, they found out they were betting on football games
and some against Iowa State.
Crazy.
Like the kicker.
In addition to Hunter Deckers, we all knew about that. But now they said
that video.
According to court records, Iowa State running back Jarrell Brock, defensive lineman Isaiah Lee, tight end Deshaun Hanika, and offensive lineman Jacob Remsburg were charged with tampering of records in the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations probe into sports wagering. In addition to those players, 3 former Iowa players allegedly bet on football games that they played in too.
And one of those was a kicker. One of those was a kicker who bet on the under, which you should always bet on the under in an Iowa football game. That's just going to happen. But he was a kicker, and a kicker would have direct ability to deal with the outcome, right?
Yeah, to affect the outcome.
That's a huge story that is still under the radar to this point.
Yeah, Jarrell Brock, he allegedly bet against his team when they played Texas in 2021.
That dude plays too.
Yeah, he does. Well, Hunter Dekkers was going to be the starting quarterback. He won't be playing for Iowa State this year.
He won't be playing college football again.
And that all came out because there was an investigation by the Iowa Gaming Commission.
Yes.
All of the handshake bet that he made?
No, because he was betting on
games. I want to say he was trying to. It was to cover up. They were tampering with records, trying to cover it up.
Well, and that's why it became a big story. But it turns out he was betting through his mom's account set up by his mother, Hunter Dekkers. Oh, yeah.
It's ugly.
It's tip of the iceberg there.
It's ugly. Yeah, it's a lot going on there. Yeah, Iowa State will not be a threat this year.
No.
I thought they were going to be a threat to Texas. They won't. Don't worry about it.
They don't really have a quarterback right now.
Exactly. And it's like other starters now are getting caught up in this thing, too.
Great stuff. Also, from some facts of the day, how about this? According to the owner of Inter Miami in the MLS, Apple TV's MLS season pass subscriptions have more than doubled since Lionel Messi joined the league.
I'm not surprised.
Of course, he gets a cut of that.
I can't wait to see, because he hasn't actually started MLS play yet, right? Because they're still in this tournament.
No, he's played some games.
Oh, they played some games.
The tournament's just like in between.
Yeah, he played one MLS game.
Yeah.
And hit the game winner.
Okay,
I believe, or is it all Leagues Cup play that he's?
That's what I'm saying.
No,
I wonder if it's
I think he's played like 7 games. So
for the MLS,
but League Cup,
like total. So
he's played 4 games, got 7 goals, but all 4 I think are leagues.
I think they're in that League Cup tournament. I don't think he's actually played in the scheduled games yet.
I think you're right
they're
about that.
They're in the League Cup tournament, right? Because Austin FC doesn't play for what? Because they got knocked out so early.
21st.
So they don't play for a while.
Yeah, they're a month off because they got 2 in barbecue.
Yeah. So exactly. When he starts playing, there's bets being taken if he's going to lead the league in goals when they start getting back in the middle. Because he's scoring at a record rate. Yeah. Every time he plays for 5 minutes, he scores.
So much better than all of them.
Everybody.
Well, they went from the worst team to now they're easily a championship contender.
Yes. That he took them from being potentially the worst team in MLS to the best now. Yeah. They have a chance.
It is. It's amazing. But for him, remember, he turned down we asked how could he turn down $1.6 billion from the Saudis? Well, he took the deal at Inter Miami, and he's got a cut of this Apple Plus deal.
And the merchandise.
And the merch.
Adidas. Yeah.
I mean, he's rev sharing.
He's rev sharing. It actually, there's a chance when he's done, he could end up making more than that billion. Because I think he may have an ownership agreement in there too, where he can buy ownership into
much
a club,
like David Beckham did.
Yes, once he's done, and that could end up being
think about that deal when you think about you're playing the long game, Rod.
Yes, exactly.
David Beckham came to LA at the end of his career, and part of his deal was when it's available, he has the right to buy an expansion MLS team for $25 million.
I already had the number
in his contract.
Yep.
Well, that franchise, which he bought for $25 million, now values at over $500 million.
And it could be close to $1 billion once the Messi experiment is over.
That's why he pushed so hard to bring Messi.
Dude, that's a great point. Long game, baby.
Long game.
Hey, roll the dice. Take the chance on yourself. Bet on you. Bet on you. That's what he's doing. I like it. I got a fact today, but I think it's too in depth to share. I got to get to on the other side. It's a Texan stat.
Oh, I like this.
But it's a little bit too in depth to just throw out there right now, right up against the break. But it's a pretty good one.
Good one?
It's a pretty good one. So we'll give it when we talk a little Texans preseason stuff. So I'll give you that.
Well, I'll give you another, because you spent the long game. I'll give you the Warren Buffett quote of the year. Warren Buffett.
Oh, I love Warren Buffett quotes.
I got the good one.
I got a good one.
Well, let's hit them. Also, we've got a Rod's Rant next hour.
That's coming.
That's coming.
For sure.
Love the facts of the day. Speaking of, don't have enough time here, I'm going to play you some audio, too, of Phil Mickelson talking to Bryson DeChambeau about a little skins game they're about to get into, kind of behind the curtain of how Phil's mind thinks when it's time to tee off. We'll have that for you coming up. Great stuff on your way. It's a Friday. What do we call it, Rod? Free fall.
Freak flag, feel good. Fake it till you make it. Ric Flair, woo! Friday edition. That's what I got. Like that. Got it all there.
Coming back. Very nice text message to start the hour saying this has been a good week listening to y'all three. All three of y'all. Mix is really good. Hope the morning show sticks around for a long, long time. Well, we do too.
Hope you stick around
That's
for
right.
a long, long time. Listener, we appreciate you.
Amen.
Means a
Amen,
lot to
brother.
us, brother. Means a lot to us.
It does. And you're still getting the tweets and the texts, and, of course, about the signal on 101.9. If you're out north and northwest, the 101.9 signal can be just fine. But obviously, if you're not, we've told you that there is a plan to upgrade that 101.9 FM signal in time, but we don't know what the timeline or the goal line is on that.
Tweet at me and send me an email complaining. I was actually told to do that. If you have any issue with the 101.9 signal,
Really?
tweet at me, get my email, send a formal complaint, and it will help us out a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah, that does help. We're working with the FCC on some things, but just
a record of the complaints.
we're trying to
That would
push
help,
through
right?
some red tape, I guess is the way you'd put that, but I can't
Okay.
get too far in the weeds. I don't even know, and that's above my pay
Texas
grade.
Texas guy Ty
Texas Guy Ty.
on Twitter, message me if you have a formal complaint.
Or
I like
you could
that,
even go
Texas
email
Guy
me
Ty.
and I'll send it to Ty, ehogan@hornfm.com, ehogan@hornfm. And but while we gather the complaint emails, we're
And
easily.
there are plenty of them.
Then we will take your advisement. We will also tell you to get the Horn app. Get the Horn app. It's sleeker. It's easier to use than even it was before because they have a little bit of a redesign going on. So get that Horn app. Listen loud and clear wherever you are. And we said this from all, in the weeks leading up to the changes. If you consume the Horn or did consume it on 104.9 FM primarily, that's your habit's going to have to change. You're either going to have to find it on AM 1260, find it on the app, and if you're in a good spot, you'll hear it on 101.9 and hopefully hear it even more clearly on that signal in the future. But right now, as we are now 22 days to the start of the college football season and we're building this show and the momentum, make sure you have that Horn app and you're locked in each and every day. And it is so simple. Again, in the time it takes you to send the tweet complaining about it, you could log into the Horn app in shorter time.
You could. Yeah. No, I get it. I used to be, terrestrial radio guy too. I had to download the Horn app just a couple of weeks ago.
And if you're watching at the
Put on-
office
'cause-
or at home, YouTube, Twitch,
Yeah.
you want to see our beautiful faces.
Yeah, and some people stream it on like other applications like TuneIn or something like that. And if you
I think if
stream
you're an
it,
Android, it's a tune-in.
yes, if you stream it, doesn't matter. You still can stream it just how you stream it.
HornFM.com at your
Okay.
desk. Easy enough, and that doesn't use any of your phone battery or whatnot.
Exactly.
But okay. So Rod, did you have you wanted to give the Texan stat after the headlines because we have the
Let's do
Texans
that.
score
And
in
then
there.
we'll get right into some Texans and talk a little Texans preseason.
So then before the headlines, let me give you this 1-minute piece of audio with Phil Mickelson and Bryson DeChambeau.
This is good.
So they're at the tee box, right? You got Phil Mickelson, Bryson DeChambeau about to play a round. This is just a fun practice round, but here's Phil Mickelson how he operates when it's time to tee it up.
1 second, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I thought you want to do it after? Let's do it after. We'll do both of those after because it's pretty funny stuff. But let's get the headlines. Make sure these folks are caught up on what's happening in their world, their sports world on a Friday morning. UBO Business Services brings it to you. We start with, what a day in recruiting for the Texas Longhorn football program. Huge win yesterday. Colin Simmons, #1 overall recruit in the state of Texas for 2024 in the top 10 prospect nationally, committed to the Longhorns at his high school in Duncanville, Texas. Chose the Longhorns over LSU and Miami. 6'3", 225-pounder as a senior to be at Duncanville. Helped the Panthers to the 6A state title last year, 6A Division I. Earned defensive MVP honors in that championship game and a win over North Shore. Nearly unblockable as a junior, Simmons in a 15-0 campaign had 33 tackles for loss, 22.5 sacks, 45 quarterback hurries. Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian has now landed the state's best defensive player in back-to-back cycles. Also earned the commitment from Denton Ryan linebacker Anthony Hill. Last year, he's already on campus. Speaking of linebackers, also yesterday, Texas's senior linebacker and Big 12 preseason defensive player of the year, Jalen Ford, named to the Butkus Award watch list. Butkus presented annually to the top linebacker in college football, lifetime Longhorn legend Derek Johnson. Only Texas player and linebacker ever to win that award. NFL Thursday night preseason doubleheader of football last night, including the Houston Texans. They opened the DeMeco Ryans era with a 20-9 win in New England. Rookie quarterback C.J. Stroud, a short debut, went 2 for 4 over 2 series, did throw an interception. Davis Mills relieved him and threw a 6-yard touchdown pass to rookie wideout Tank Dell. Case Keenum tossed a second touchdown pass. Houston's defense limited the Patriots just 164 total yards on the night. Also last night, Seattle topped Minnesota 24-13. There are 6 more preseason games tonight. in the NFL, including Bijan Robinson and those Atlanta Falcons in Miami to face the Dolphins. 6 more on Saturday, including the Cowboys opening their preseason slate, hosting Jacksonville up in Arlington. Saturday will also feature the Bears with Roschon Johnson making his debut. There'll have a home game on Saturday. In baseball, Texas Rangers lead atop the AL West as standing at 2.5 games over the Astros headed into the weekend. Texas enjoyed the day off. They'll open a weekend series in San Francisco tonight. Houston lost in Baltimore yesterday afternoon, 5-4. Orioles avoided the sweep. Houston will open a weekend series with the Angels tonight. Justin Verlander on the mound this evening, making his first Minute Maid Park start of the year since being reacquired. Del Diamond, Round Rock pounded Albuquerque once again, 15-1. E-Train have scored 35 runs in the first 3 games of that series. They'll try to keep it going tonight with the fireworks, right? Bud Light Fireworks Friday tonight, 7:05 out in Round Rock. And golf, Jordan Spieth fired a bogey-free round of 63 at the FedEx St. Jude's Championship yesterday on a soggy course in Memphis. That puts the lifetime Longhorn at 7 under, a stroke ahead of Tom Kim headed into today's second round. St. Jude is the first leg of the PGA Tour's 3-week playoff, runs all the way through the FedEx Cup.
All right, you want to get to the field sound? You want me to
give me that Texans stat.
Want the Texans stat real quick?
Give me that Texans.
Okay, so the Texans, of course, are hired DeMeco Ryans after having 2 one-and-done coaches, David Culley and Lovie Smith, unfortunately. So I went looked up how many one-and-done coaches the NFL has had since 1970. There have been 30 of them. One-and-dones, like one-and-done, Nathaniel Hackett style. The Texans are one of actually 2 teams, but it happened 3 different times, all right, with 2 teams where a team had multiple consecutive one-and-done coaches in the NFL. All right, so the Texans did it in 2021 and 2022 with David Culley and Lovie Smith, back-to-back one-and-done coaches. And how about this? You want to guess who the other team was in the NFL who has had consecutive one-and-done coaches?
Cleveland.
That's a great guess. It is not. That is a great guess. You want to guess, E? Nobody will ever guess it because you would never think this franchise would do that.
San Francisco.
It is San Fran.
Oh, yeah, Jim Tom Sula.
Tom Sula and Chip Kelly.
Chip Kelly. Yeah.
They did it back-to-back. But they also, how about this? People don't realize, they did it in the 70s, too.
Oh, wow.
In the 70s, they did it 3 consecutive times. 76, 77, and 78. Back-to-back, one-and-done coaches.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? But here's the beauty of it. Here's the beauty, Texans fans. Hopefully it ends the same way because they hired Bill Walsh right after that.
That's right.
They go 76, 77, 78, and they whiffed, and then they hired Bill Walsh and hit a grand slam home run. And in 2017, how about this? 2015, 2016, you go one and done, and then you hired Kyle Shanahan. If he ends up winning a Super Bowl, that'd be another home run for you. And everybody believes this year he's got a really good shot. I actually, as a friend, hope he does it. So for the Texans, I know you screwed up 2 back-to-back coaching hires, one and done. But the last team that did that end up hitting home runs in their 3rd or 4th hire after those consecutive one and done. So it's only happened 3 times with 2 teams, but the San Francisco 49ers are that other team, and the other 2 times they did it, they hired Bill Walsh and Kyle Shanahan. I think those were 2 successful hires. Hopefully that's DeMeco Ryans for the Texans.
No question.
There you go.
Well, you would hope. And look, last night, game 1, his defense was also outstanding. And
defense looked good.
We know the Patriots can be quarterback challenge or offense challenge. They didn't even play Mac Jones last night. Bailey Zappi, kid out of Victoria, got the start.
He looked pretty good.
But if you're just watching the game, the pressure was great. I mean, Will Anderson on 2 series was getting immediate pressure, almost had a sack, but it got credited to someone else. But he forced the pocket to collapse, and they got Jonathan Gennard coming off one side, and they're going to have pass rush. DeMeco Ryans is going to bring that. They're hoping the best from the second-year corner, Derek Stingley, Jalen Petrie in the back end. They got some dudes, and DeMeco Ryans, he's going to start. This is his first franchise. He's going to try to build it around the defense. Let the offense come along behind a pretty good offensive line and a run game, and a young quarterback is going to be the recipe there. And it's not going to be fixed overnight. But I will say that he's going to build it in. Look at the lines of scrimmage in San Francisco, right?
Yep, that's a great point.
San Francisco,
the front 7 period, the best linebacking core,
which is why when the team wanted to draft C.J. Stroud with the 2nd pick, D'Amico Ryans was adamant. If we can get back up to get Will Anderson, that's the type of centerpiece player we need.
That's what I need.
That's my Boza.
Y'all need y'all's quarterback. I get that because y'all want to sell jerseys and the fans want somebody to root
some
for.
hope. They want to hope.
Face of the franchise, exactly. And that's what the quarterback represents. But to build this defense my way, I need a foundational piece in that front seven. And he got one.
Well,
he got his guy. And I'm with you, he looked good.
And when D'Amico Ryans says that Nick Saban told him that Will Anderson was among the best difference-making defensive players he's ever had, well, that's a mouthful. I need that guy because I need difference makers to make, and that's maybe what the Longhorns got yesterday in this recruitment of Colin Simmons, which we will talk about coming up. But Texans, I'll say this for the C.J. Stroud debut. They didn't have any starters up front except for Kenyon Green. So it was a backup offensive line against the Patriot ones on the D-line.
Wide receivers, I don't know if they had. Did they have their top wide receiver?
They didn't have Robert Woods. Yeah. They had Tank Dell and Nico Collins.
Tank Dell looks good, though.
Tank Dell looks really good. The third
He's
round
gonna be
pick.
a problem.
That interception was bad.
Yeah, the interception,
yes,
he stared it down.
Yeah,
well, he had gotten sacked and he had gotten heavy pressure right up the middle on the previous two dropbacks, and I think he was a little gun shy and stared down Tank Dell and was trying to force it to him. That's a rookie mistake. He's going to make those as a rookie, but I need to see C.J. Stroud behind the full offensive line, Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, and because that is supposed to be a strength of that team with Shaq Mason at guard.
They re-signed with 3 of them.
Titus Howard, Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason just came in. By the way, Shaq Mason, the right guard. Shaquille Elijahwan Mason. That's his full name. I love that.
I love those parents.
One of my favorite players.
Hey, I love those parents appreciating Elijahwan like that, man. Good for them.
Shaquille.
Teaching that, raising that kid right is what they're doing.
They thought he was going to be a basketball player, I think. He got too big.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. You know what? Ate his way into the O-line. That's okay. In the NFL, you good.
Can I play this Bryson-Phil conversation?
Please do.
All right, here we go. About a minute long. This is at the first tee. Again, Phil Mickelson talking to Bryson DeChambeau about a little friendly wager. Play a little golf today. What do we got? Here's Phil Mickelson.
What's up, brother? How are you? Great to see you. You doing all right?
Very good.
Good. What's up? So,
What are we playing for?
what are we playing for? I haven't thought about that.
What do you mean you haven't thought about it?
Well,
What were you thinking about? Okay, well, Cameron and I will play you guys. You and Honor Bond. We'll play 9 holes for a G.
perfect.
Straight best ball.
Perfect.
And when you're closed out, you can press for half.
Not the full?
Not the full.
Okay.
So you got to win the match to win. Yeah, and if you want, what we'll do is we'll go 28. If you shoot 28 best ball, it's double.
Perfect. I love that.
Okay.
That sounds
or
good.
better. 28 or better.
He's played in a lot more of these sorts of things, so he knows how to make a deal that works in his favor.
I actually max it at that. I don't ever play for more because I always want to keep it friendly.
That's right.
Just so you know, Camo and I, we don't do Venmo, PayPal, any of that bullshit. Like
straight cash.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Just so we're clear.
Is there a First American Bank around here? So no. Okay.
There you go. We don't do Venmo.
Straight cash, homie.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Wow, we don't do any of that. Not Venmo.
Just so you know.
No. Straight cash.
Don't tee off if you don't have the cash in your bag.
He sounds like a bettor. That's the way he speaks. Like the terminology he's dropping it right.
Oh, by the way, this is a recent video at the live event.
He's just
This is at a practice round for a live event, which means,
man.
in his statement, he claims that he's through his addiction and he's got it dealt with, and that was pretty recent. That video right there. With Bryson.
But listen, everybody's definition of kind of addiction is different, and he may not think he's addicted. Others may be like, man, you got a problem. He's like, I don't have a problem. This is friendly wagering. Now, this is recreational for me. Yeah, it's like recreational drinking. Some people define recreation. I'm just going, like, how many drinks do you have a day?
If you're drinking, 30 drinks a day, and now you're just having 1 or 2, that's probably a problem.
It is, but that's why I say everybody lies to their doctor about it. When your doctor says, how many drinks do you have a week? I was like, about 3, 4 a day.
Feels great. Yeah. Hey, we don't do any of that BS. None of that.
Exactly.
We'll have Bullish or BS before the end of the hour. We're not doing that Venmo.
They doing that.
Well, I'm like, Phil, why not? It's the same deal, right? You're just transferring cash from an account to your account. What do you mean? But he wants that cash in his hand.
in hand. You said he carried. You said he carried like 50 G's in his bag one time, right?
Yeah,
cash?
I heard that story. Yeah, I read that story yesterday.
The IRS might stop this dude. Be like, bro, where you getting all this cash?
Well, then exactly. That's what I was about to say.
Why
would you not do Venmo? No trace.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, when I got my grandpa's bowling bag, I opened that up. There was like $600 cash in there.
Just what? Just
Top 50 G's?
Pack of cigarettes, lighter.
Was it for betting on bowling?
Yes. Same deal.
He kept it in the bag.
That's where I get. I think that's where I get my addiction from.
Cash
That
only.
is great. And yeah, you got to have that because you don't have to deal with wifey and none of that in the account. So now I just have cash on the side.
Oh, by the way, that's the
and accounts. Yep.
We talked about Texas A&M yesterday, and then their 12 man or 12th man plus foundation getting shut down because of the IRS's memo.
Yeah.
You think the IRS is going to look at this book and say, "Hey, Phil, let's go back and look at some of this. How much were you making? What were we doing?"
Hey, yeah. Yep. No paper trails.
Cash only.
You're right.
Cash only.
Now, if you're gonna bet, be as prolific as he is in betting, yeah, you want to deal in cash.
I would also say if you used to bet, $1 billion back in the day, according to Billy Walton, a G over 9 holes, 1,000, I guess.
I thought it was a G a hole.
No, he said a G, 9 holes for a G, I think is what he said.
Keep it friendly.
Keep it friendly, cash only.
Keep it friendly. Friendly wager.
And think about it, to your point about some people think differently. Bryson's going, because Phil's like, well, okay, what are we playing for? And he goes, I hadn't thought about it. What do you mean you hadn't thought about it?
So what are you thinking about then?
Why are you out here then?
You think we're
What are you
playing
doing
golf?
here?
Think about your score?
That's how MJ is. I mean, MJ bets on everything like that too.
Yeah. Well, and of course, that's, that is, Bryson DeChambeau's an SMU guy. He's all about the mathematics and the angles and geometry and all. He's like, I hadn't thought about it. What do you mean?
What are you doing, man? You're trying to make some cash out here.
All right,
Straight
one
cash
more
only.
on the golf because Jordan Spieth is your leader in Memphis. But here is after the first round of the FedEx St. Jude. It is Rory McIlroy asked about Phil Mickelson. And, Rory McIlroy, the Northern Irishman, never against throwing a jab. He needs to throw a jab.
Totally different topic. The talk of the golf world is this book excerpt that came out about Phil Mickelson. I'm curious what the reaction in there was when you read about it.
At least he can bet on the Ryder Cup this year because he won't be a part of it. So.
Oh.
Wow. Ooh.
There to go, Rory.
Damn.
There to go, Rory.
Man, you know what? That's what I'm not going to lie. I like how petty golf is getting. I like that Liv made golf a little bit petty. It's great. It's great for your sport when your stars are starting to get petty and taking shots at one another because it's just trash talk. It's like promoting a fight. It's the same thing, right? We saw it with the women's national title game this past last year when they had record ratings because the women kept smack talking each other and doing the Tony Yayo, you can't see me, John Cena celebration. All right, trash talk, people love it, and that's why that Week 5 game between the Jets and the Broncos, nobody gave a damn about that game prior to Nathaniel Hackett being called out by Sean Payton for one of the worst coaching jobs in the NFL, in history, by the way, of the NFL, and then Aaron Rodgers saying, keep my coach's name out of your mouth. And now we're like, I got to see it. I want to watch it. I want to watch that. I'm telling you, now they're getting petty. The NBA does it all the time. The NBA, they stay petty, talking trash.
That's a petty league.
That's a petty league. But I love that golf's getting petty now, talking some trash. You got some villains in the sport now. It's great. It's good for golf.
Speaking of two petty stories, I was watching Hard Knocks, HBO, episode 1. Remember they're playing the pylon game where the quarterbacks are trying to hit the pylon with a pass in the air.
Oh, yeah.
But they're allowed to say things to each other
to distract them
as they're throwing. And at one point, Nathaniel Hackett was making the throw to the pylon, like 25 yards to the pylon. And Aaron Rodgers said, Sean Payton.
Ooh, the boogeyman.
Got him. And he threw it like a worm burner.
I love it, man. I'm saying, you watch that game, you know they're going to be touchdown celebrations in front of Sean Payton, crotch grab, and all kind of stuff's going down that game, man. It's going to be great.
Also, the petty story of the week, the Chicago White Sox.
Baseball getting petty.
Remember they traded a pitcher to the New York Yankees before the deadline, and then that pitcher started talking trash about them.
Nice.
Saying the culture's terrible, people are sleeping in the bullpen. What a mess. So they played the Yankees this week. They played the Yankees this week in Chicago, and he came in to pitch, and they left his name off the scoreboard. Blank. Like the home team. Like they wouldn't put his name up on the scoreboard. They wouldn't announce him.
That's great.
Petty.
I'm pretty sure
baby.
Chicago won that series, too.
They did. That's why Aaron Boone's probably going to get fired here shortly for the Yankees. But yeah, no, they wouldn't put his name up.
Yeah.
Got everybody else's name, not him.
It's great. That's what I'm saying. Make sports more petty. It'd be more entertaining.
That's exactly
no doubt.
Right. All right, we'll get into Rod's rant, bottom of the hour. Is it going to be focused around Colin Simmons? You're going to talk some Colin Simmons?
Yes, actually, it's inspired by Colin Simmons. I want to talk Texas defense a little bit and talk about how big time players make big time plays in big games. Let's talk about some of those big time plays in some of those big games from last season. And hopefully Colin Simmons will be one of those guys in the future. But who are the big time playmakers for the Texas defense? We'll talk about that.
I love that. And we'll have that. But as for Colin Simmons, we told you yesterday the leans and all the crystal ball projections were for Texas. I think there were some anxious times when his teammate, the running back, committed to LSU because there was a commitment ceremony, not just for Colin. There were several Duncanville players committing.
There always are.
Oh, yeah, man, that's a factory of players. And, his teammate committed to LSU right before. And we know LSU was a prime target, and of course Colin Simmons dons the UT cap, and he is going to be a Longhorn. It's a big time get. I mean, it's
huge, man.
And even just like on a more macro level, Rod, to land the state's best defensive player in back-to-back years. After landing, think about what Steve Sarkisian in a short amount of time has done. I think you have to mention NIL and the ability to dip into the Texas One Fund.
Big money donors.
But there's more than that, right? Because I think the national narrative will be just that. But at the same time, when you hear Colin Simmons talking about the South Dallas pipeline and the players and the family atmosphere and the culture that Sark is building, that's working. That vision is working. But since getting here, Sark has landed the nation's number one quarterback in back-to-back cycles. Quinn Ewers was the number one quarterback, right? And then he's transferred back.
Yep.
That was number one ranked player. Arch Manning, number one quarterback. Now in back-to-back cycles has landed the number one defensive player in the state of Texas. So both sides of the ball, plus the offensive line recruiting, this thing's going in a good direction.
Yeah, it seems like when this staff puts, a player higher up on their board, like, hey, this is a can't-miss guy. We got to have this guy. They get him. And they got some rainmakers on this staff. Sark is a great closer. We know that now. Shout out to the Texas One Fund. TexasOneFund.org, by the way. TexasOneFund.org. But shout out to all the BMDs and the boosters and the donors doing a great job of keeping Texas at the forefront of the NIL arms race. That way, the NIL won't be an issue. It would be an issue if Texas couldn't keep up. Then you wouldn't even be in the conversation with recruits like this. But Texas, NIL is not a question. It will always be about the young man's experience. The coach, does he like the coaching staff? Does he like the culture at Texas? And all those boxes were checked. I mean, a great interview from Inside Texas with Colin Simmons, and we'll play some of those cuts for you. But he essentially keeps referencing the culture. When he talks about what he likes about Texas, when they asked him on the visit what he saw, what he liked, he talks about Sark and the family atmosphere. So you got to give Sark a ton of credit. That was one of the things that stood out. And he also remarks about how this staff, they were very consistent in their recruiting. They never dropped off. And he admitted to testing the coaches. Like going quiet, going 0 dark 30 on purpose to see how other coaches will react. Do they remain consistent? Are they going to persist? Are they going to get aggravated by it? Do they get annoyed by it? Like, what happens? And he said he liked the way Texas handled everything, the entire recruitment the whole way. And so I think this is a great reflection on Sark and their ability to close, on you just gave the list, the best athletes prospects in the country.
Well, remember the Arch Manning recruitment began when they were at Alabama, and so it's been a deliberate process for
long
Sark
time.
and AJ Milwee, Kyle Flood, and the Colin Simmons. The Longhorns were one of the first in recruiting him, identifying him at Duncanville even as a sophomore. The guy that they really want to target. And how about this quote? Monica McCarley, the mother of Colin Simmons, says Steve Sarkisian, he's my guy. He's my guy. So you win, Mama. Got to figure out who that decision maker is in the family, Rod.
Yeah.
Who's going to help pull the trigger on this deal? And Monica McCarley, Mama.
Mama's 60-70% of the time. Mama's a safe bet. Yeah, you get Mama, you're good. I mean, and Mac Brown knew the way to my mom's heart when he sat down on my mama's couch and drank her sweet tea. He knew Mama was all about the education. Yeah. Nobody in my family had graduated from college, so Mama really did. She believed in me, but Mama was like, man, if you make it to the NFL, great, but that's not what I'm concerned with. I need him to get the degree. And Mac made my mama promise, like, he will graduate from the University of Texas. And he actually fulfilled the promise after I got done in the NFL. And he told me, he said, I made your mama promise, I need you to get back in school.
Yeah, I'm
so you can get your
my
degree.
Word on that.
He was but that's the relationship that you want. And like I told you guys, I committed to Sally. I didn't commit to Mac. I committed to Sally Brown over the phone. Me and Sally was talking about my then girlfriend that I was dating and our plans to get married and her to go to Texas too and all that. I committed to Sally over the phone, not to Mac, because Mac made it about the family and she was the matriarch. And Sark is doing something very similar about how he's situating himself and getting himself entrenched in their family and how they see him as family. That's big for the culture.
All right, we will, speaking of that interview Inside Texas did, we're going to talk to Jerry Hamilton this morning. He conducted that interview. He was at Duncanville High School, so we'll take you behind that curtain of what went on yesterday in Duncanville with Jerry Hamilton later in the program. Also to come this hour, we'll go a little bullish and BS on some big stories out there. But Rod, we'll get you a rant coming up. Texas defensive players, who are the standouts coming up? Part of a busy Friday, a football Friday here on E and Rod B. This was about the IRS telling A&M, look, if you're going to take donations from big donors, that's not tax deductible.
Exactly.
To them. They can't, because if you give money to the Longhorn Foundation right now, that is a deduction, right? You can.
Yes.
But if you're just giving money to the 12th Man Plus Foundation, is what the IRS's memo said. If you're just going to give lump sums of money, there's no benefit there. You're just giving money to a fund that's going to go to players. That's not. We can't write that off. And
they're giving perks.
Yeah, you're getting perks for that.
But
that's if the IRS wasn't going to say anything about that, that's just money laundering, right? I mean, if you can write it off and you can, that's.
Your words, not mine.
Well, come on. But still, the fund will continue.
Yes.
It's just the donors have to decide if they want to give that much, if it's not going to be written off their taxes. And
that's why Texas decided they weren't going to pursue the loophole advantage with the state law. They were like, it's not worth it because we don't need Uncle Sam sniffing around here.
No. Well, look, and I know there have been questions about the players paying their taxes.
Yes.
Because
please stay on top of it, guys.
Chris Del Conte has said that over and over, that we've got financial literacy classes. We're trying to help our student athletes in all sports. All 500 student athletes understand what this name, image, likeness means. We can't get involved in their actual deals, but we can certainly help them with how to handle it beyond just collecting. But I love that, 18, 19, 20-year-olds don't know how to pay taxes. Like, come on, this has been happening forever.
Once you get to the NFL, Rod, don't you have to pay taxes?
Every state.
Every state.
Every state.
You have to buy an accountant then.
Yeah, you got every state you play in. And every state's got different tax laws and stuff like that. Yeah, it is a pain. Yeah, actually, I
got to hire someone, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I had 1 year where, I had to get audited basically because I just kind of lost track of some stuff. It came after me a couple of years later, like, hey, in 2005, you forgot to pay taxes in like these states. And I was like, oh. But I had a tax guy, kind of screwed it up. It wasn't even my fault.
Tax guy?
Yeah, tax guy. You can't
think
always
about
trust
you.
the tax
You played
guy.
eight road games a year.
Exactly. And the preseason, all that, and then all that, you got to throw all that in.
You ought to see. I mean, I've talked to guys who do this or have played Major League Baseball, and you play 162 Major League Baseball season games, and then in the same city multiple times and travel.
That's crazy.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
The tax.
I didn't think about that
assessment that they have to go through because it's you're different states, different tax laws in all of those states. NBA's like that too. These are big chunks of money.
Huge chunks of money. Yeah, Robbie wasn't. I mean, I was making good money, but you're right. Some of those guys, they got multi-million-dollar contracts they've signed. So you're talking about some big-time money. So, yeah, you definitely got to get, if these young guys here are smart, and I know they are, they should already have CPAs.
At least an advisor,
at least
financial advisor,
and stuff like that. I mean, you should honestly taxes should be part of your education. Honestly, in high school,
no question.
Considering you have to do it for your entire life.
Yes, and
they should teach you taxes in high school, right?
Wealth management, money management, taxes.
Well, at least taxes, because we all got to do that.
Financial literacy, and we should all be taught it. It should be a basic. By the way, donations to the Longhorn Foundation are not tax deductible. They used to be, right? They used to be at the Longhorn Foundation. I think that rule changed. Can I give you that Warren Buffett quote that I mentioned earlier?
Give it to me.
Because we're talking about playing the long game like Lionel Messi. Our man David Beckham playing the long game. From maybe the greatest investor of all time, Warren Buffett, Rod.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see if I get back to the top here and get this one. No.
I got a Warren Buffett quote for you.
Here we go.
It's my favorite one.
Give it to me.
Warren Buffett, he once said, this is his key to investing. He said, invest in a business that even a fool can run, because one day a fool will. It's a great
This
Warren
one
Buffett
says, to the long game, you can't produce a baby in 1 month by getting 9 women pregnant.
Ask Will Chamberlain. No, I'm just joking.
You can't produce a baby in 1 month by getting 9 women pregnant.
I like that. That's really good. Yeah.
Take your time.
Ask Antonio Cromartie.
Elon Musk.
Still will take longer. This says, yes, they used to be tax deductible. Thank you very much
see?
for that.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm
not a big money donor or booster, so you know what? You don't have to be big money. TexasOneFund.org. You don't have to be big money. You can just donate $20
a week.
Yeah, $10, whatever you want to do. And every little bit helps, because that's how you get guys like Colin Simmons.
It doesn't hurt.
Doesn't hurt.
Let's dive into Rod's rant. The first of 2 Rod's rants today. We've also got some bullish and BS before the top of the hour. Let's hit it.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right. I was inspired by the Colin Simmons commitment to look at the defensive side of the ball for Texas. And I was thinking about big-time playmakers. And, how do you quantify, a playmaking ability? Well, one of the stats that tries to do that is havoc rate. Havoc plays. Essentially, these are big plays by the defense. Forced fumbles, interceptions, PBUs, tackles for loss, or sacks.
Havoc rate.
Yes, they're called havoc plays on defense.
That. I think my man Colonel Craig Flowers in his horse racing stable should have a horse named Havoc Rate.
That is a good one. I like that.
Good horse racing. Havoc Rate.
That sounds awesome. So and then you can, and based on those havoc stats, you can then compute a havoc rate for the entire team. And last season, in 2021, Texas was 8th in havoc rate in 2021. 8th in the Big 12. 8th in the Big 12 in havoc rate in 2021. And when you looked at the top 33 players in the Big 12 for havoc plays, the ones I just brought up, forced fumbles, interceptions, PBUs, tackles for loss, or sacks, Texas didn't have 1 player, 0 players in the top 33 in the Big 12 in 2021. That's how lackluster they were on defense. They just didn't have playmakers. Fast forward to 2022 and give the defensive coaches a ton of credit. When you look at havoc plays for 2022 and havoc rate, Texas led the Big 12 in havoc rate in 2022. Now, some different websites or some different entities may have a different definition of havoc rate, so they may have their own numbers because some people had Texas second in some of the stats I looked at, but most of them had Texas leading the Big 12 in havoc rate at around 18, a little over 18% havoc rate, which is a really, really good number. And like I said, in 2021, they were 8th. And now you got them in the Big 12 leading or at least top 2 in the Big 12. And the number 1 defensive playmaker in the Big 12 who had the most havoc plays was Jalen Ford. He led the Big 12 in havoc plays. He had 19 of them total. That's over 1.5 per game. As a matter of fact, Texas had 3 of those players in the top 10. DeMarvion Overshown was number 9. Jahdae Barron was number 10. Both of those guys ended up with 15 havoc plays between them. That's 1.2 per game. Deshaun Jameson actually snuck up on the list at 33. So you technically had 4 players in the top 33, and you had 0 such players in the top 33 in 2021. And like I said, Texas, their havoc rate 18.9%, which actually led the Big 12. And if you look at secondary and front 7 havoc rates for Texas, and nationally and where they were ranked, they were 43rd nationally in havoc rate, and their front 7 was 37th, and their secondary, their defensive backfield was 58th. So your front 7 was really good, actually, one of the better teams in the country at being able to create havoc. And we know that because Texas actually led, or at least one of the leaders, in pressures nationally. They were top 10 in pressures. Number 2, I believe, Pro Football Focus had them in pressures. And because of Jalen Ford and all the plays that he made, Texas had an opportunistic front 7 because he made a lot of plays from that linebacking core at that second level. Problem is with Texas, though, they need more of these types of players to make more of these plays. They only had 14 takeaways in all in 2022. And remember, when PK spoke to the media, he said they had 14 takeaways, but they had 21 what he called missed opportunities to make plays, which means I'm assuming that they had a chance to get an interception or recover a fumble that they did not. So this year, and 27 sacks this year, but 13 missed sacks is what PK counted and told the media last week when he spoke to them. So you had a chance to make more of these splash plays, and Texas just didn't. So as a team, you want to see more, but you had a huge leap, an exponential leap in improvement for Texas from 2021 to 2022 in playmaking ability. And hopefully that improves again with more familiarity in the system, adding more playmakers like Jalen Catalon, and bringing back playmakers like Jalen Ford.
Well, and, I know there's 11 guys on a football field on either side of the ball, but, one player can make a huge difference. I mean, think about what Micah Parsons brought to the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they had good players on the Cowboys, and Micah Parsons, they added some other guys, and Dan Quinn was a part of it. But when they had Micah Parsons, the defense changed.
Yes,
it just changed. I mean, You can see it on offense too, with a game-breaking type player. And that really is, I mean, you can see the recipe for Sark and this staff and what they're trying to build with the continuity on the coaching staff. That continuity leads into the recruiting trail too, Rod, with the consistency on a player like Colin Simmons. But, big humans up front, speed on the outside, and then win the elite player.
Yep.
Because if you're good up front and you can win the line of scrimmage in the SEC, even in the SEC, and you've got great weapons on the outside, good quarterback play, and then you have some elite guys that separate games, that's the recipe. I mean, that's not that's not any trade secret there. But yeah, you got to have havoc players that disrupt the game, change the game.
Disruptors. That's a great way of putting it.
And I think on offense, I would call them the guys that and you would be a part of this, Rod, in game planning. The defensive coordinators stay up late trying to figure out, okay, what are we doing with that dude?
The force multipliers, the guy who has so much gravity that defenders are attracted to him. Xavier Worthy has gravity. They call it gravity. You have to have defenders rotating around him constantly, and you want guys like that, force multipliers like that, because not only are they going to make everybody better, but they make the scheme easier. All right, they make the execute because it cleans it up for the quarterback. He knows, you're going to double X-Man? That means he's in one-on-one coverage. Those guys, they clean up the scheme and make the process, I think, easier for the quarterback too.
Well, and that's why it's not always on the quarterback. Think about go back to the Cowboys. Micah Parsons changed the defense. Remember the year that Dak Prescott was quarterback without any receiver help?
Oh,
and then they traded for Amari Cooper.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
It changed.
Yeah.
It changed, right?
Yep. Yeah, different offense altogether.
Well, that wasn't just Amari. It was how the defense then had to play.
Exactly.
Because you only got 11 guys.
Look at the Eagles.
Yeah.
When they got A.J. Brown.
That's
changed everything. It's like, well, we got to play them different now. I'm with you on the defense side of the ball. You do have Jalen Ford, Janae Barron. I think those are havoc players. Hopefully Barron Sorrell becomes more of a havoc player this year. He takes a leap. That would be the hope. Also in the secondary, Jalen Catalon is known for being a playmaker. So you added another guy as a playmaker too. Ryan Watts, that's not really his game. He's a guy that's kind of a shutdown guy, so I don't see him making a ton of plays on the ball. But I will say Jaron Thompson could make that leap this year. He's the elder statesman in the secondary. He's been in that scheme longer than anybody else. He's been starting in the secondary longer than anybody else. He's one of the best coverage safeties actually in the country, Pro Football Focus grade-wise, and we know now he can bring the hammer. Broke the hammer a few times last year in the box. So I think he could be one of those guys that ends up ascending to being a havoc player, a havoc playmaker on defense. You just need more of those because you lost two. You lost to Marvin O'Shawn and you lost to Sean Jamison too.
I'll give you a couple under the umbrella of if he's good enough, he's old enough. That would be Anthony Hill Jr. and Colton Vasek.
Yep.
And I mean, if having to block him every day, Christian Jones, the 6-year senior, called him Baby Boza. Now, fans are going to be like, well, you never blocked Boza, so you need to tap the brake.
Slow down on that one there, brother.
But that would tell you that Colton Vasek, the freshman from Westlake, is at least getting noticed and making. And again, I'm not saying Colton Vasek is be on the field for a ton of snaps, but in important pass rushing situations,
I'm with you.
He and Anthony Hill could become a havoc player.
Yep.
Because of their natural pass rush ability.
He's going to have a pass rushing package.
And I think of
those guys.
I think of those two players, and I think not only do you now have them, A&M and Oklahoma don't have Colton Vasek and Anthony Hill Jr. because you flipped their commitments. Those were two huge developments last year. Mm-hmm. And now you've gotten Colin Simmons over LSU as of yesterday. Good stuff right there in Rod's rant. We will come back. When we do, it's Bullish or BS. I'll pay off that tease from earlier. The old wife beater T-shirt now has a new name. We'll ask if you're bullish or BS on it.
Well, I'm going to be bullish on it because I don't want to call them wife beaters anymore. I don't think any of us do.
Also, the state on the heels of Phil Mickelson's addiction issues, the states where golfers drink the most beers per round.
Oh, what?
We'll have that coming back in Bullish or BS. It's Ian Rodby on a Friday. Straight Music, a legend in Austin, Texas, a local legend since 1963, so 60 years now. And look, if maybe you're a back-to-school night this week, or got it coming back, you're going back, and you got a middle schooler that needs an instrument for that elective, Straight Music is your spot every single time for any instrument, whether it's band or orchestral, and they are the best. I mean, they understand you as a parent. You know, that it's their first foray into music, and how are they going to take to it? So you can rent that instrument. No interest, month-to-month rentals for the instrument. You can also apply to purchase it if you want. You know, the rent payment goes towards the purchasing of the equipment down the road and the instrument, but maybe they don't pick it up, and you want to be able to just rent it and give it back. That is all at Straight Music. They have no contracts, return without penalty. They also have repair maintenance that is free while renting at Straight Music, and their in-house technicians are the best. It's award-winning customer service at school or online, email, by text at Straight Music. Also, if you don't have a youngster and you just want to get your best instruments in all of Central Texas, guitars, pianos, pro audio, drums, keyboard, and more, get to their new flagship location, which is just 2 miles west of Zilker Park, right there in Westlake. It's only a couple of miles from the original one over on 71, but they've moved. They also offer music lessons at the Straight School of Music. Visit either convenient location, north or south. Shop and rent and sign up for lessons online at straightmusic.com. It's Straight, S-T-R-A-I-T. Get straight to Straight Music since 1963, a place where customers become friends. Time for Bullish or BS on some topics around the sports landscape and maybe outside of it. Brought to you by the Austin Gamblers, your undefeated pro bull riding team here in Austin, Texas. The Gamblers at 5-0 this season. They're going to be at Anaheim, California this weekend for their next weekend event. So keep an eye on that. You go to austingamblers.com for tickets for their event in a couple of weeks. Only 2 weeks out now to Gambler Days and Gambler Weekend out there at the Moody Center with music and the high-octane bull riding that you're going to see. But you can watch it. We talked to J.J. Gotts earlier in the week, Rod, that you can go to Pluto TV and stream it. And then on Sunday, the bull riding events are going to be on CBS Sports Net.
Big time.
Yeah, on the CBS Sports Net on your cable provider. Austin Gamblers bringing you Bullish or BS. You Bullish or BS on this, Rod. The wife beater T-shirts that we need to change that name.
Yeah.
Are now called wife pleasers.
Hey, wife pleasers.
You like that?
I'm with that. I think we're all trying to please wifey.
Yeah.
There you go. I might start wearing them now.
Yeah, sun's out, guns out, man.
I got to go. Because, wifey wants to see me all toned up, showing off the pecs and all that kind of stuff.
That's the thing. You got to look good to wear it. Like, if I put that on, I'd look like a tuba chorizo.
Chorizo.
Yeah. You know what? You're right, because back in the day, you didn't have to be fit to wear that shirt, a wife pleaser. Now, I guess, it might be a different perception. Like you said, your little brothers are wearing
He
it.
wears the Gold's Gym across the street to work out.
Exactly.
I'm like, dude, come on.
It used to be like a slovenly kind of gross thing, but
somebody,
you're right.
Somebody texted us and say, I see guys at the gym, these kids today wearing the wife pleaser T-shirt.
Wife pleaser.
Shorts and Crocs.
Nice.
It's a bad look.
I wonder, who's actually, this marketing campaign is this to make it a wife pleaser instead of the old politically incorrect term. A wife pleaser.
Wife pleaser. This is
what company is this? It's got to be an underwear company.
Gen Z.
Okay.
Gen Z has decided. It's been decided on TikTok, Urban Dictionary, and on the.
So that basically this is
in the Reddit rabbit hole.
You're right. Okay. So this generation, they like the shirt, but they don't like the term that the oldies like us use for the shirt.
Yeah,
soft.
Good to get rid of that.
Okay. Yeah.
Soft,
there you go.
Soft, or just maybe a little bit more kind. A little more kind.
A little more enlightened. Yeah. We don't like. Nobody wants to.
Wife beater.
Yeah, that's gross.
Now, my wife beater, when I think of those shirts that are called T-shirts called wife pleasers, when I think of them, I think of my grandpa Pete. He used to wear one because he would do construction. Then he'd come home, he'd take off the top shirt, and he'd have that on. And my grandpa had, we'd go down in the basement there in Ohio, and he had this great big belly. But it was like as hard as a rock, Rod. Like literally, like it wasn't like fat. I don't know how he had this great big belly, and he'd go hit me, and I'd hit him right in the gut as hard as I could. I'm like 6 years old. And it hurt my hand.
Yeah, see, there you go, man. Doing them abs back in the day.
Yeah, but it was like he was pregnant.
Maybe he still had the muscle in there. It was just like
I don't know,
bloated.
Well, yeah, because he was
rotund.
He was a little heavy. He liked to drink the Pabst Blue Ribbon, but then he worked hard all day. He was laying drywall and he was doing.
You gonna let your grandkids just punch you in the stomach?
Sure.
Are you in good enough shape to do that?
One of these, I'll get there by the time I have grandkids. Plus, they'll step on your, what.
That's true. Oh, yeah, you don't want to do that. So I'm glad they changed the name of the shirt. It's good. Because we had a lot of insensitive, politically incorrect stuff happening.
Some of that gets a little petty, but that's probably rightfully a good change of the
It's like
name.
the rule of thumb. You know the origin of the rule of thumb? It's like, I believe that old English law allowed you to beat your wife with a stick as long as the stick wasn't wider than the width of your thumb.
Oh, gosh.
It was no thicker than your thumb. That's the old wives' tale about it. But either way, my point is we had a lot of ignorant terminology and things we were using back in the day. Like to skin a cat is actually supposed to be to skin a catfish.
Oh, no.
Because nobody likes skinning a cat. That's disgusting. That's horrible. Right? But we say
serial
that all the
killer
time.
if you
Like,
skin cats.
yeah, exactly. You're on the way to be a serial killer. There you go. Exactly.
All right. Bullish or BS? What do you have, Ron?
Bullish or BS for me? Oh, actually, that was it. That was my bullish.
How about
BS.
this one? How about states where golfers drink the most beer per round? Are you bullish on your state? What state do you think, Ty, drinks the most beer per golf round? 18 holes.
Florida.
Winner. 4.8 beers per 18 holes.
Too easy. That was too easy.
4.8 beers. Number 2?
Oh. It's going to be in the Midwest somewhere.
Right here, baby.
Yeah.
Texas?
Texas, 4.6.
Okay. That's just because it's hot.
North Carolina, Mexico, New Mexico at 4.3. Three-way tie for 5th. Pennsylvania, Nevada, Missouri. Beers per round. You know, the game of golf is 18 holes because that's how many shots of whiskey there was. That's true. You could take 18 shots.
Is that a real thing?
So that's exactly right. Look it up. The origins of the game of golf. 18
So
shots in a
alcoholic
bottle.
origin to the games of golf.
Yes. Well, that's why I've always got into these.
So betting and drinking were always a part of golf culture. It's always been, it was rooted in the.
Well, that's when I get to argue with my buddies at the club, and they're like, "Well, game. It's really a game, and they call it a game."
Yep. You're right.
You can call it a sport if you want it to become a sport. It's on sports television. They're athletes sometimes that play golf, but really it's a game. It's a game. You're trying to put a ball in a hole with a stick.
That's true.
End of the day.
That's a good point.
And you drink.
And you drink. No,
or if you're Phil Mickelson, you gamble a lot.
Yeah, I always criticize golfers like, man, you stand out on the course for 3 hours. How you doing? He's like, what do you mean? Exactly.
Car girl.
You're having a good time out there. He's like, you need to come hang out. And I was like, okay, it must be a lot more fun than I give it credit for.
Ty, what do you have in Bullish or BS? What are we bullish on?
2 people were arrested in Missouri after driving around in a car with a license plate customized license plate that said "We High."
We high.
So
not we too low.
They weren't arrested. It doesn't say the charges here. They weren't arrested for the license plate. It was a legal license plate that they paid for. But are you bullish or BS on customized license plates?
I've never had one. Never thought about it.
I'm bullish on it because sometimes it can be kind of cool.
It is cool.
Like Seinfeld, the Ass Man.
I see customized license plates. Ass Man is a great one.
Yeah.
I see them like tattoos. I don't have any problem. There's no judgment for me on people that get tattoos. I've just never thought about taking that step to customize my license.
You have no tattoos on your body?
Not one.
Ty, how many tattoos?
2 in a brand.
2 in a brand. Yeah, I got
branded.
I got 2 tats.
I should need to tell you that, Rod. Ty got branded by a girl. He was looking for the affections of a female when he was like 14 years old.
Did you close the deal?
Oh yeah, big time.
Wait, what was like a coat hanger
Not
or
like
something?
that, but
She customized a coat hanger and put it on my back.
Did you? At least
he let a 14-year-old lady, young girl, brand him with a coat hanger.
Did you date her at least?
No, but I converted.
He's got the brand. The brand to prove it. We're back. Headlines and more coming on a Friday.
We're rolling take 2, take over 5. Double tap.
That's right. It's E and Rod B. And the tube of chorizo through the glass, as he just described himself. And a wife pleaser T-shirt.
Wife pleaser. I like that, actually.
Actually feels more palatable to wear it now. Because it's called the wife pleaser.
I agree. I actually feel better about saying it and wearing it.
I'm never going to call it that.
I'm going to call it a wife pleaser because I'm a wife pleaser.
Okay.
I do it every day. I try to please my wife. I wake up every day. How can I please this
woman? You're not a wife pleaser. You're a wife leaver.
If you don't please her, she's going to leave you.
It's like the NFL, the not for long league.
Damn right. Get it right.
The NFL. Remember Jerry Glanville telling that official that?
It's not for long.
Not for long.
Making calls like that. And you know what? It stuck. And trust me, I played in that league, and it is a not for long league.
Yeah, well,
not for long.
And we'll recap some of these preseason games coming up because, as you said yesterday, 6.5, 7 years into the NFL, this was your time of year, man. You had to shine in August, baby.
This is most of the NFL is full of jabronis and jags like Rod B. who's going to play for 3 to 5 years. And this is your chance to shine, to put film out there so that if you are cut, and if you don't make the team, then some other team may look at you and go, hey, you know what? I love the way that kid performed in this game. Sometimes when you are cut, it's not necessarily all your fault.
It's a depth chart issue.
It is a numbers issue, depth chart issue, that kind of stuff. No, money plays a big role in that too. So yeah, I mean, it's not always your fault. So you just try to look for a shot.
Agreed. By the way, on that Phil Mickelson conversation we've been having this morning, the new book coming out. By the way, the book is called by Billy Walton, a former professional golfer, professional gambler, I should say, not professional golfer. It's called Gambler: The Secrets from a Life at Risk.
Oh, so it's not about Phil. It's got Phil excerpts in it, or is it all about Phil? Is it like
no? It's Billy Walton's book.
So it's just excerpts about Phil in it, stories about him.
Well, Billy Walton has a checkered past. He was a professional gambler. He was convicted of insider trading. In 2017,
so
and
he's a shady boots.
Well, this is who Phil was running around with.
Shady. Phil likes shady guys.
Well, to live in a world where you would gamble $1 billion,
you gotta hang around some shady people. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, I mean, think of Michael Jordan, right? I mean,
he hangs around some shady people.
I mean, you got to hang with some shade if you're going there, right? I mean, that's just kind of the deal. And but by the way, that $1 billion in total bet estimate that Billy Walton makes in the book was over a 30-year period.
There you go. See, this is like the Wilt Chamberlain 20,000 women discussion. And he slept with 20,000 women in his life, and it's like, well, you got to look, what age did he start? And what age did he throw that number out there? Do you do the math about, all right, well, it's 1 point something women per day. Well, he liked threesomes and menage a trois. Did he have an orgy or two? How did you get the numbers and how, well, you know what I mean? Was he an orgy guy? Not an orgy guy? That kind of stuff. So we don't really know. And you like over 30 years, I mean, it's a lot more reasonable.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And he said, as we said earlier today, that Phil Mickelson yesterday at the Live event did deny that he ever bet on the Ryder Cup. Now, by the way, Rod, there's a way where that's both true. That Billy Walton says Phil tried to bet on the Ryder Cup, but I wouldn't make the bet for him.
He tried.
He tried.
Yeah.
But I said, you're crazy. I'm not doing that. You're playing in this event. We're not betting on that. You ever heard of Pete Rose, he said? He said, but so Phil said yesterday in a written statement, I never bet on the Ryder Cup. Okay. But it doesn't mean you didn't try to.
He never said I didn't try to bet. I did not bet. Those are the facts, okay? Now, was I dissuaded from that?
So get your facts straight.
Exactly.
And his statement went on to say, well, I know it was well known. I always enjoy a friendly wager on the course. I would never undermine the integrity of the game. I've also been very open about my gambling addiction. I've gotten previously conveyed my remorse, took responsibility, have gotten help, and been fully committed to therapy that has positively impacted me, and I feel good about where I am now.
He called it an addiction, so he understands he's got a battle.
That's why I mentioned that
ahead of him. Yeah.
We played that, and we'll reset it coming up. But that's we played that clip with he and Bryson DeChambeau. That was recent. So if he's been through the counseling and he's still, what are we playing for?
Well, because like I said, everybody's definition of addiction is a little different. So maybe he thinks that's friendly wagering, recreational,
just having fun.
And addiction is something else to him. But yeah, that's a rabbit hole I'm not willing to go down.
Yeah, that's not a big deal. We're putting a G on the front nine. Okay, no big deal.
If it was a meal, okay, then that's addiction. All right, 100,000, okay, that's addiction. 1,000, that's nothing. Pocket change.
G. I got it in the bag right here.
Do you think him and Tiger ever just went out there, played each other one-on-one?
They don't like each other. I don't know that they've ever played. I mean, they played practice rounds together, I'm sure, especially they played together in the Ryder Cup at times, and it never went good. Tiger doesn't like Phil, and Phil doesn't like Tiger.
These are friendly wagers, and they're not friendly.
Well, because look, I mean, okay, so your point about there's levels to the addiction, I guess. That G on the front nine, no big deal.
That's nothing.
According to the book, he lost nearly $100 million gambling, averaged 9 bets per day in 2011, and in one day during that year made 43 bets on Major League Baseball in one day.
43 one day.
Chasing that money.
I know. What else was he doing that day? They're just sitting around just betting, like literally just on the couch, just betting. Like what else could you do
I
that
think
day?
at that point, you're not even watching the games.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point. It's not,
That's one piece of great advice that Bucky gave me.
Great point.
Was he's like, don't even watch the game. He's just like, place the bet, go to bed, wake up in the morning. You'll feel a lot better either way.
I disagree with my man on that all the way through. A lot of times, if I did wager, it was because I wanted to have something to make me watch the game.
That's the issue.
It incentivized you to watch it. Yeah.
That's what fantasy football is.
That's what the March Madness is.
Right.
March Madness, the only reason people
Exactly.
watch it is because they got money on the game or bracket or whatever.
Well, a lot of people golf is that way. If there's not anything I'm playing for, then I don't
What
want
the hell I'm doing out here?
Too damn hot out here. I told you I got into fantasy football in the 90s when the Oilers left for Tennessee and I didn't have a team. I was like, okay, I'm in sports radio too, so I need to watch a bunch of games and I don't have a team, so I'll play fantasy football. That'll force me to watch, not force me, but I'll be compelled to watch all these games, see how my players do, and then I'll know more about these games. And but yes, I see the point. I don't understand making a bet and then not watching, waking up and reading the box score.
Well, I think and you let us know, Ty, because you gamble a lot. Is it just the thrill of watching and sometimes the agony of it too?
Yes.
The agony that
the anxiety that sports betting has caused me in the past few years. I mean, that's
just too stressful.
But that makes when you win.
That's why I stopped. Right?
Yeah, the thrill has got to be great though. The thrill when you win.
But that's the whole point.
That's the dopamine. That's the dopamine.
Yeah.
And that's proven. But I mean, the idea. I mean, there was a year where I got probably too far into it, and so I'd be like tired. I'd make a bet at the noon game, and then I'd make a bet at the 3, and if it was going good,
and
then I'd bet on the Sunday night game, and okay, let's keep this rolling, or chasing. And to Bucky's point,
that's dangerous.
I was the opposite. Well, chasing,
that's dangerous.
Never good. Never good if you're trying to make up, because that's usually how you end up in a big hole come Monday morning. But so if I had made a bet on the Sunday night game, to Bucky's point about going to sleep, I could never go to sleep. I would lay there and just think about how I'd have to wake up and go watch it. There'd just be no way.
That's how I am. He was trying to help me, I think, but the issue is I bet on games just because I'm bored.
That's dangerous.
And so I've tried to stop doing that. That's why I'm taking a bit of a hiatus till.
Attaboy.
Good for you. Self-discipline. I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Hey, let's get to the headlines of the morning. It is a jam-packed news desk. Top Gun Equipment Rentals bring you the news. The ever-growing Top Gun Equipment Rentals. Start with Texas football. Huge recruiting win for the Longhorns yesterday. Colin Simmons, #1 overall recruit in the state of Texas for the class of 2024, and the top 10 national prospect committed to the Horns over Texas. Chose Texas over LSU and Miami. 6'3", 225-pound senior to be at Duncanville High, was the MVP of last year's state championship game, the win over North Shore on defense. How about his junior year? 33 tackles for loss, 22.5 sacks, 45 quarterback hurries as a junior. Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian has now landed the state's best defensive player in back-to-back cycles. Denton Ryan linebacker Anthony Hill already on campus, and Colin Simmons says that Sark was a big part of this decision.
Amazing coach. Like, you could tell he's family oriented, and that's what I look for the most is family, like in the school. And the way he treats me and my family when we step on campus is just amazing. Like, it's just crazy. Like, I mean, I can't explain it. Like, you just got to go feel it for yourself.
There you go. There's Colin Simmons. High praise for the head coach there. NFL Thursday Night Football preseason doubleheader last night to launch a busy NFL weekend. Houston Texans opened the DeMeco Ryans era with a win in New England, 20-9. Rookie quarterback C.J. Stroud, a short debut, had 2 series, went 2 for 4, did throw an interception. Davis Mills, the starter the last couple of years in Houston, relieved him. Played better, threw a 6-yard touchdown pass to rookie wideout Tank Dell. Case Keenum also threw a touchdown pass. Story of the night, though, Houston's defense. They limited the Patriots to just 164 total yards on the night. Also last night, Seattle topped Minnesota 24-13. 6 more preseason games tonight on a Friday night in the NFL, including Bijan Robinson and the Atlanta Falcons in Miami to face the Dolphins. 6 more on Saturday, including the Cowboys opening their preseason slate hosting Jacksonville up in Arlington. 2 more games coming Sunday to wrap up the weekend. In baseball, Rangers lead atop the AL West, stands at 2.5 games over the Astros headed into the weekend. Texas enjoyed a day off yesterday. They will open a series in San Francisco tonight. Houston fell in Baltimore yesterday afternoon looking for the sweep. 5-4, the Orioles avoid it. Houston will open up a weekend home series with the Angels tonight at Minute Maid Park. Justin Verlander back on the bump tonight, his first start in front of the home fans since being reacquired. Del Diamond last night, Round Rock pounded Albuquerque again, 15-1. E-Train have scored 35 runs in the first 3 games of that series. They'll try to keep it going tonight on a Fireworks Friday. At 7:05 in golf. Jordan Spieth, your leader after 1 round in Memphis at the St. Jude's Championship, the FedEx St. Jude's. He shot a 7 under 63 yesterday, 1 up on Tom Kim. Second round tees off today. St. Jude's, of course, the first leg of the PGA Tour's 3-week playoff run and the run to the FedEx Cup. All right.
I didn't get into this in Bullish or BS because we did run out of time. Did you see CDC tweet out the video of the new burnt orange LED light experience at DKR?
I did.
You see this?
Looking pretty good, he said.
It looks pretty damn good. It looks nice, man.
So the LED lights now can light up in burnt orange.
Burnt orange, yeah.
That's pretty...
Yeah, it's pretty sick. It's pretty cool. So give CDC some credit for that. I want to say people were talking about this like last year via Twitter, asking CDC if he could make something like this happen. One of the things you gotta love about CDC, might be the most accessible the program director, athletic director, I should say, in the country.
Yeah,
I mean,
you can tweet right at him.
You can tweet right at him. He responds to what may be. Hell, they may be bots for all I know. I mean, they don't even look like real people. They got eggs. They don't even have.
I think a lot of it's him. But I would also say you don't tweet at him and ask him if he's going to fire Tom Herman. Nothing
like that. But yeah, if it's a constructive tweet, like it's actually something, and it could be something trivial, like, oh man, the restroom lines are really long, CDC, and he's like, I'm gonna look into that. Like he actually will look into it. Maybe he's got people responding to it, but he will look into it.
I'm gonna tweet CDC this weekend and say, can we get some free water at the Rice game at 2:30? Can we get some free bottled water? Or like, I mean, I'll say this for Texas, and I'm not kidding about this being trivial. That game, we had somebody tweet Texas yesterday because we talked about the heat that it's going to be on September the 3rd.
Oh.
I mean, and he said, look, I'm an EMT, and I was at the Alabama game, and we ran out of stretchers to roll people out of there.
People were passing out.
With heat exhaustion.
I believe it.
And this game, well, cross your fingers, maybe there'll be some cloud cover and a storm will come through. You'd rather play that game in the rain than in this, what we're dealing with now, over 50 days, 100 plus now, and the streak continues. But at 2:30, I mean, you're playing in the teeth of the heat, and the fans are sitting in it from 2:30 until, 6:30. If you go to music festivals, you can bring your own water bottle, and you can fill up at the aqua station, at the water station.
Yes, sir.
I mean, why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah.
I mean, instead of charging $4 for a bottle of water, whatever it is. But, yeah, if and I know that's a big change, but, man, that would just be a suggestion. Because if you ever go to a music festival like ACL Fest, you can bring a bladder to fill up or a water bottle, and and I know they have those. I've seen them down in the north end zone area before you go up the stairs. Right when you get to the top of the stairs by the Hall of Fame, they have this big jug of water. Well, let people bring a water bottle just to refill it on multiple occasions. Got to do something because that is, in Texas we'll say rightfully we can't control the kick time because that's TV driven. That's where Fox TV wants it.
Which is
Fox
true.
pays all the bills.
Yeah.
So we're playing at 2:30. We would, if it were a Longhorn Network game, it would be 7:00. I think there's any doubt about that. But just a suggestion.
Yeah, no, you're right. The Alabama game, though, it was such an event. It felt like it was a music fest because outside of the stadium, you couldn't even move in certain parts around the stadium. So it was I'm sure that
the hype of that game was unbelievable.
The hype. So people were out there for even longer.
Yeah,
they were out there for even longer.
I'm sure a lot of that heat exhaustion wasn't just the game; it was the
tailgating,
and the
partying all night and then morning. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but
I like what you said though. Hydration is the key.
Well, and that at the ACL Fest, right? It's gonna be hot, and so they try to make sure. And they make plenty of money on beer sales and food sales.
They're drinking a lot of alcohol and they're spending money there too. Yeah. So I'm with you. That's a good, responsible approach to it.
Yeah. Hey, so Rod, it's good stuff. We're talking Phil Mickelson and gambling. Somebody said, guys, if you're an addicted gambler, whether you're betting 1,000 or betting $1 million, it's still gambling. Which to the Phil Mickelson point, but
does the sex addiction work that too?
Sure, I think so. I think so.
Whether it's an orgy or whether it's just missionary.
I guess. You're not a golf fan much, but I mean, I guess the question is for our golf fans: Do you think of Phil Mickelson differently now? Big picture. Does this tarnish his legacy?
I like him more. I really didn't like him before all this.
Now you're in.
He's a villain now, that's for sure.
Oh, he's taking on that role.
He's a real villain now. He wasn't a villain before.
Well, the quote
live thing now made him officially a villain.
The quote from the author of the book, Billy Walton, that he says he told Mickelson he wouldn't make the bet on the Ryder Cup. He says, "You're a modern day Arnold Palmer. Like, what are you doing?"
Wow.
And if you put it in that, Arnold Palmer is one of the most popular sports figures ever.
Ever.
Arnie's Army.
Arnold Palmer, the drink. People bring up the drink without even knowing who the hell Arnold Palmer is.
The first of the real pitch men out there, right, doing commercials.
He's one of the first person to market himself that way.
And so that's what Billy Walton's on. Dude, you're Arnold Palmer. Well, now Phil, it's flipped. 180. He's a villain.
He went from Hulk Hogan to Hollywood Hogan. Now he's Hollywood Hogan.
Yeah. What do they call that in wrestling? The heels or whatever?
Yeah, the heel turn. Yeah, he's a heel turn.
Yeah.
Yep, no doubt.
No question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean it's a different, because again, through Phil's career he was kind of lumpy lefty, right? He was overweight.
The players
pudgy.
didn't like him much. Remember, they didn't like him, but the fans liked him.
They thought he was fake,
and he was.
Yeah, and he was cocky.
Yeah,
and arrogant and all that stuff. You know, but he had the fans. The fans loved Phil Mickelson.
Mm-hmm.
You know, his wife, the blonde from Arizona State, the cheerleader, and then of course her battle with breast cancer was a great.
A
story.
That was
So it's really flipped, obviously, with the decision to help push and start the Live Tour, and now this. And
hey, what's the great quote from The Dark Knight? Either you die a hero or live long enough to become a villain. It's only a matter of time before you become a villain anyway. If you're out there in the public, public stratosphere, court of public opinion for so long, you're gonna become a villain because what was it? Is it Lou Holtz who said basically you lose 10% of your fan base every year? And Mac Brown's a prime example. By the time Mac was here, people wanted him out. Now people love Mac. But it's just something about being...
Well, and the winning stop for Mac,
and
too.
the winning stops, too.
That didn't help.
Same thing with Phil.
Yeah.
When the winning stops, you also kind of become part of being a villain, and that's when it starts.
Tiger Woods,
exactly.
Yeah. Hey, let's go behind, because we're going to talk to Jerry Hamilton coming up bottom of the hour. Jerry is a perfect guest today because he was at Duncanville High School yesterday. He did the interview. We've played the cuts from Inside Texas and InsideTexas.com on 3 Sports. We'll talk to Jerry. What was the scene like when Colin Simmons made the decision? And that'll take us behind the burnt orange curtain.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
Hey, Rod, quick note from a texter. Texas football single game tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m.
Oh, nice little nugget there. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're going to need to get them while you can.
Season tickets and now single games go on sale 10 o'clock today.
And the season tickets sold out, right?
Sold out and a new program high.
That was fast too.
Pushing 70,000 season tickets.
People are really excited about the season. Okay, we have time to play a couple of cuts here from Colin Simmons, and then we can get to the break so we can have Jerry. Is Jerry coming up next?
Jerry at 8:30. Yep.
Okay, so we'll get to these Colin Simmons because, matter of fact, Jerry Hamilton of Inside Texas was the one actually doing the interview for this. So shout out to Inside Texas. They were the only ones, I believe, who got a Colin Simmons interview. So they sat down with him. Great coverage of the entire event over there at Inside Texas. So go check it out for yourself. The first cut, and if it's I don't know, if it's something that is difficult to hear, let me know, Ty, because there's some banging in the background, if I'm not mistaken. Do you remember this from the cut?
It sounds good.
Does it sound okay? Okay. Because I was wondering if it was, if the audio was something that would be too annoying to the folks out there. All right, so here is Colin Simmons. He was on with the Inside Texas folks, and he was asked about his official visit and what really changed things for him in terms of his decision after that official visit with Texas. Here is Colin Simmons with Inside Texas.
I seen everything I needed to see. I seen everything I needed to see. How everything would be set up. How the plan for me to be 3 and out, 3 years and out, 2.5 years and out with my degree. I seen it. They showed it to me. They showed it how it would be placed, and that's just. I knew it was time.
All right, I knew it was time. You could tell he's going a lot on gut. E. Hogan played the cut earlier about Sark and how he talks about how Sark approached his family and how Sark was really, really amazing in terms of the relationship and the bond that he forged with his family. And he basically just said, you gotta feel it. All right, you got to be around this guy and see it for yourself, and see how real he is, and to see how Sark is building a culture. So I think a lot of his decisions just kind of went on gut. I think he was feeling Texas and the program and feeling good about the recruitment overall. Also, one more cut here, and here's Colin Simmons talking about the recruitment, talking about the entire recruitment process. And once again, I think, like I said, I think he made a gut decision just about how the brand of Texas and playing for the brand made him feel. Here's Colin Simmons.
Throughout the years, just throughout the months, throughout the days, I started at first, like in my recruitment, I was, iffy. I was texting here and there. And then towards the middle, I started, building that relationship and actually getting to know these coaches and see like the true them and the real them and see how they actually was in real life and, just not on the phone. And I built that relationship, and towards the end, I went back to how I started. Like I started, distancing myself and seeing how they will react and seeing if they will still keep in communication with me or they was, leave me out the bubble.
I got you. Hey, by the way, I need to point out something to Colin because he doesn't know this. When that hat you had on when you left your Texas official visit, that thing's.
They're actually talking about a hat that he had on. Apparently, the hat that he had on sold out after he made his announcement with that hat on. It sold out, and it sold out twice. Apparently,
when he's on his official visit.
Yes, he wore it on his official visit, and I believe it sold out then because he went on social media and took pictures with it. And then after he made his announcement, that same hat apparently sold out again because Longhorn fans like it so much. It was just a Texas hat, but it looked pretty cool. But it shows you the influence of these young men, and it's probably the NIL game that, they are also being pitched here. And that's a part of the recruitment process now. So Colin Simmons, Sark's recruitment and the pitch, he loved it all. He loved the pitch from PK about how he was going to be utilized. He loved the pitch from Sark about the family and how it's a family atmosphere there. And apparently the official visit talked about everything about it, that he saw everything he needed to see, whether it be on campus or whether it be from the coaches, the team. Texas checked all the boxes with Colin Simmons. Yeah.
Nice stuff right there. And we're speaking of that question about the hat. That was Jerry Hamilton asking that question. We'll talk to Jerry coming up about Colin Simmons, ranked number 8 overall in the nation, number 1 edge rusher in the composite for the class of 2024. The Longhorns' first 5-star prospect to commit in the class of 2024 that is now ranked 17th nationally. There are 9 5-star prospects in the state of Texas, Rod. The Longhorns, they get their first one. Texas, Georgia, Clemson, and Oklahoma all have one of them. Florida has 2. Florida Gators have 2 of the 5 stars in the state. But the Longhorns got the one that they coveted most in Colin Simmons. And big-time player. We'll talk to Jerry about him and what he's all about. Remember, last year the Longhorns had 3 5-star players, or you could even say 4, because they had Arch Manning. Jonte Cook was a 5-star player.
Depends on what service you're looking at.
C.J. Baxter from Orlando was either a 4, but high 4-star, even 5-star prospect in some service. And Anthony Hill Jr., the number 1 defensive player. So, that's how you
it's only like 40. We'll ask Jerry how many there are this year, but year to year it changes. Usually there are only like 40 plus 5 stars in the entire country.
Somebody texted us in our conversation on this before and said Jerry, and Jerry will ask him. He said they usually do like 32 and a half.
Oh, like
because
NFL.
That's the NFL. It's first round picks.
Good point. Yeah, so usually it's like 30. Yeah, it ain't a lot.
No, it's not.
If you get that 5-star on you, man, that means that they believe you're an NFL player. Like that's how complete your evaluation is, even before you go to college.
And you got 3 of them last year. You had 2 or 3 the year before, and now 1 this year. And we'll see if that leads to more. We'll ask Jerry that question too. Coming next, also before the end of the hour, we'll go off the record. We also got to hit number 16 in our Ian Rod B. Horn Top 20 countdown. That'll be coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Rolling forward on a Friday. Rod, this recruiting conversation, we're going to talk specifically about Colin Simmons and his commitment coming up. 16th commitment for the Longhorns. What could it be a springboard to more commits?
Linchpin recruit.
Yeah, we saw the Pied Piper effect with Arch Manning last year and all the recruits that came in behind that. Colin Simmons is that type of player, at least perceptually in the state of Texas and then nationally. But it reminds me of, we talk about the culture that Sark is building, but when you're adding these top players, and Sark has shown you in a short amount of time that he subscribes to the Nick Saban adage: if you're good enough, you're old enough, right? Xavier Worthy was a star as a freshman.
That's right.
Kelvin Banks was rolled out there as a true freshman and started every game and played great. So you start to look back at these classes of recent vintage and even think about this one. Last year they had 4 or 5-star players. Yeah, there are 3 or 4. Arch Manning,
Depending on the service you're looking at.
Yeah, Jonte Cook, Anthony Hill, and then C.J. Baxter, which if you combine those two things with what we've seen from Sark, it wouldn't be wrong to say that C.J. Baxter may end up being the feature back, or at least one of the feature backs in this offense.
Yeah, and that you just heard
Cook.
You just heard Colin Simmons say, they told me the plan. The plan is for me to play right away, to start, and I'm going to be out of here in 3 years. Like that, I'm assuming that's part of the pitch. It's like, no, man, you're going to play. And then you're going to play, and then you're supposed to go to the league.
And
the
I guess
plan is for Quinn Ewers to do what this year?
Go to the league.
Bowl out and go to the league. Then we can put Malik Murphy in there and keep the party going.
Yeah, and get Arch Manning ready.
I think you're right about that.
And to hear Sark in the media availability this week talking just openly about Jonte Cook.
Yes,
even that deep wide receiver room, Jonte Cook, 5-star player from DeSoto. Yeah, get him on the field.
But that helps you recruit.
That's exactly
young
right.
Players, because all young players who are being recruited, they all want to play. They all believe they're good enough to play.
And Anthony Hill Jr. would be another one that you're going to see early, whatever his role may be, kind of a sick the ball Anthony Hill conversation. All right, let's go to the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina hotline. Very familiar voice to these airwaves and a great friend. Also, heard from Rod Babers earlier this morning. Discovered Rod B.
It's the truth.
Down at DBU.
First one to rate me, man. First one to rate me.
He is Jerry Hamilton. Jerry Hamilton, what was your original scouting report of Rod Babers at Houston Lamar?
I'll tell you what's crazy about Rod Babers' recruitment is Jerome Sapp, obviously one of his good friends, was the big name, right? And then when you see Rod, you're like, woo, this guy can really, really run, man. I mean, like, that's the first thing you said, woo, this guy can really, really run. And the crazy thing about how talented Rod Babers was as a football player, he is just as talented as in what he does now. But as a football player, Bobby Bowden really only recruited the fastest guys in the country at that time in the defensive backfield. And Rod, you had Bobby Bowden went in home. Bobby Bowden wanted Rod Babers.
Hey.
And at that time, man, look, FSU was the school.
Yep, they were DBU then.
Football.
Yeah,
and primetime.
Yeah,
primetime. Yeah.
So that's all you need to know about how talented Rod Babers was. He was fast enough that Bobby Bowden said, I'm coming to Houston, and he could be a starter in my secondary. If you want to know how fast Rod Babers was now.
That's my awesome. Man, Jerry. See, told you.
Now, how did you not? I mean, for being such the Dion fan that you were, was you too far away for your mom or what?
Yeah, it was a little far. And Jerry knows this too. It was R.C. Slocum. R.C. Slocum had a great line. He said, "Did have your mom and dad watched all your games?" And I was like, "They go to every game, and I want them to go to every game they can in college." He's like, "You better stay in the state." He said, "Don't leave the state." He didn't say go to A&M, Jerry. He said, "Don't leave the state." He just didn't know I was going to end up going to Mac.
well, and at the time. You know, it's funny now to talk about the time. I don't think people knew. I mean, RC, they probably knew Mac was a good recruiter, but A&M had been on top for so long in recruiting.
Yep.
They didn't know they were bringing the birds to the cat, and Mac Brown was walking in after you.
Great point. Great point. It's a great point. You're right about that. We didn't know.
Well, and maybe there's something symbiotic there with Colin Simmons, because it did sound like late in the recruitment that Colin really liked LSU. Just like I'm sure Rod would go to bed at night thinking, I get to wear that Deion Sanders uniform.
Oh, man.
Prime time, his favorite. This wasn't an easy decision for Colin, I guess, would be the answer. And what ended up, you were at Duncanville High School yesterday, Jerry. What put the Longhorns over the goal line here?
Yeah, look, I think this recruitment was always coming down to these two schools. I mean, anybody that's been on Inside Texas, followed us on what we've said. It's really always been coming down to these two schools. Colin even said it, the On3 NIL Elite Series in Nashville at the end of May there. Close to home, family, mom. Look, if family wants to stay in Texas, His little brother, he's very, very close to. If that family wants to stay in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, then that's a 2.5, 3-hour drive, depending on what time you leave these days, right, from Dallas to Austin. But Baton Rouge is 6.5 hours away, a plane flight at times. It's a long drive. And I really think all that came into play pretty heavily, speaking with Colin a number of times throughout his recruitment. And I'll say this for Texas fans out there wondering one thing. If people still underestimate how big the move to the SEC is, Colin Simmons isn't committed to Texas today if they're not moving to the SEC.
Wow.
This recruitment was always SEC. He was always going to go to the SEC. If you just look at his recruitment, he made multiple visits to Bama, Florida. He went out to Georgia. He made 6 trips to LSU throughout his recruitment, 6 to Texas as well. This recruitment was always headed to the SEC. Miami tried to make a run. Oregon tried to make a run. But, look, kids are going to go on visits. But this deal was an SEC recruitment. And if Texas was still in the Big 12, I don't think they have Colin Simmons committed right now. And that's not to diminish the great work that Steve Sarkisian, Jeff Banks, and the staff put in. But they were also hired for a reason, and there's also a reason Texas is going to the SEC. Because so many of these, and Rod knows this from when he went through recruiting, watching Florida State, when they were dominant in college football. These kids have grown up watching the SEC win every national championship, dominate the draft, and win all the awards. Mm-hmm. That's where kids are going to want to play.
Yep.
That's why Texas is a big part of why the move is being made. I mean, and A&M has lost their built-in recruiting advantage through that against Texas. I believe this could have come down to LSU and A&M with Texas the number 3 school had they not been moving to the SEC. So you put it all together, and Sark was very popular with Colin's mom. She talked to me about it. We have an interview up on Inside Texas, how much she loves Steve Sarkisian. So Jeff Banks has done a great job along I-20 repairing. He had a lot of repair work to do, him and Sark did after the last coaching staff. So they've repaired that in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Now they have momentum. I mean, and then you look at it. Kelvin Banks came into Texas as the left tackle that Texas hasn't had in a while. I mean, it's been, how many years has it been since Texas had a first-round pick on the offensive line? I believe
it's close to 20, between 15 and 20, yeah.
Now Kelvin Banks can see him being that, going to Texas, being that left tackle, being that first-round, being a new trailblazer of sorts. That's what Colin Simmons is going to be for Texas at the edge position. He's a dynamic guy, Rod. I don't know if you've broken down film on him. I'd love to hear your thoughts on him, but there aren't many better guys as a natural pass rusher. Now, he's got to get bigger, stronger, play against the run. People are going to go at him. That's the best way you attack a guy like Colin Simmons, but just pure edge rush ability. There ain't better in the country than him in this class.
Oh, that's interesting. And would you say the same about, he wouldn't be coming here without the SEC move? Would you say the same about Arch Manning and Anthony Hill last year?
I think there's some truth in that. Yeah. I mean, if you look at Anthony Hill's recruitment, it comes down to A&M, Texas, Oklahoma. He wasn't going to go far from home. But again, that knowing that Texas is making that move, I think is very impactful. Look, none of the Mannings have played outside the SEC.
Sure.
Yeah. Good point.
Archie Ole Miss, Peyton Tennessee, Eli Ole Miss. Yeah, I think it helps. Now, Steve Sarkisian, they'd have been right there with Arch Manning because he's got a great quarterback resume. He's a great quarterback developer. A.J. Milwee did a great job with that, and Arch really likes the University of Texas and being able to be a student athlete in a major city like Austin. So he can kind of get away a little bit from the football player. But yeah, I mean, it's a big help. I mean, the Mannings are an SEC family.
Yeah.
So maybe Arch would have broke the mold, but maybe he wouldn't have because Cooper went to Ole Miss too.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's true, yeah.
That's a great point. And because Texas fans are, with all this latest wave of realignment, Texas fans are still talking about, well, maybe we should have gotten USC and UCLA. But your point is spot on. That this was for more than just the money of the SEC. It's for recruiting. It's to play and recruit the biggest. What do you got, Rod?
Hey, yeah, go ahead, Rod.
No, finish up, Jerry. I want to hear your thoughts. Finish up.
Yeah. So just think about this move to the SEC and what this has done for Texas recruiting. They have 5 guys from the state of Florida. 2 in the last class, 3 committed in this class.
Yeah.
5. Texas hadn't signed 5 players from Florida since I've been following this. Okay? These guys, the SEC move is huge. Texas has now they signed a defensive lineman out of Mississippi in high school, Aaron Bryant. Justice Finkley out of Alabama, right? They're in the game in Georgia. That's a tough state to go win right now because Georgia's the best team in college football, and Dabo's right there, and Nick's still in Tuscaloosa. That is a hard state to win in right now. But it's a short choice. They're in there fighting a little bit, man. They'll finish second on Daniel Calhoun to Georgia, one of the top offensive tackles in the country. You aren't doing all this without the move to the SEC. And I'll throw another one out for you, how important this is for Texas recruiting. And I'm just letting Texas fans know what's ahead of them, all these battles in future years. Brandon Baker, the 5-star offensive tackle out of Mater Dei in California. He visited Georgia. He visited Texas officially. These kids like that. They've grown up SEC too. And I'm not saying he's not going to end up at Oregon, Big Ten Oregon, or Ohio State in the Big Ten. But, look, Texas being part of the SEC has more cachet with these kids. There's no way around it. You're seeing it from coast to coast. And Sarkisian hired a staff, by the way, built to recruit in the SEC. Bo Davis, Jeff Banks, Kyle Flood, all these guys on that staff have a lot of experience recruiting in the SEC states.
Hey, Jerry, when's the last time, as you've been following recruiting here for a long time, that you had a defensive edge prospect of the ilk of Colin Simmons? Or have they ever? I mean, I got to go back to Corey Redding maybe, but is that what we're talking about?
Well, it's a very interesting question. We've had that one a lot. And I would say, it's interesting because Sergio Kendall was a running back linebacker, right? But those of us in the business knew he was probably going to end up as a defensive end long term. Talent-wise, he wasn't rated as high, but Brian Arakpo had a lot of that juice naturally as a pass rusher. But Rack was a 210-pound guy coming out of high school, wasn't rated as high, rated around – he was a 4-star, but maybe around 150 in the country, right? But a guy that's ranked this highly, I mean, this guy had 22.5 sacks at Duncanville. That's a national schedule they play. I mean, they play everybody. That is a different level, 32.5 tackles for loss or something, 32 tackles for loss, 22.5 sacks as a junior. I mean, he has got, what I went yesterday to your point, Rod, I went by Duncanville yesterday about 7 in the morning just to get the lay of the land. On 3 carried the announcement. But then I went to DeSoto. And the reason I went to DeSoto, they have good players, but I wanted to get Claude Mathis's opinion on Colin Simmons. Claude Mathis, longtime coach at DeSoto. He's coached against Kyler Murray, Myles Garrett, and all those guys. And I asked Claude, I said, Claude, how good is this kid for you who's gone up against him as a coach and had to prepare for him? He said, the only guy I've seen better is Myles Garrett.
Ooh, wow.
Whoa.
There, at the defensive end position, who he's gone up against in the DFW. And there's been some really good players. So that's the type of talent level that this kid does possess. And I don't want to put unrealistic expectations on Colin. But, look, you're the number 1 ranked edge player. That's why I asked Claude Mathis, what does he think? He said, if you don't run at him, he said, if you let him start using that fast twitch athleticism and he can chase your guy with the ball, he said his closing speed is off the charts. So he's a handful, and he is a natural edge rusher. Rod, I want to ask Rod, if you've watched him, what are your thoughts on him? Because I see a guy, it's one thing to have twitch and length. It's another thing to be a natural dip and rip guy. He's still a high school player, so he has an instinct and innate feel for rushing the passer. I mean, if you've watched him, do you see those same things?
Yeah, I love his ability to redirect. He uses his length really well, and he's got a suddenness when he redirects in his pass rush. So I think that's part of the natural pass rushing ability is that when he is almost like a redirects, when he changes direction in his pass rushing moves, man, it is sudden. And I love his body. He can put on some weight. He's long, he's rangy, and he's got bend. For a guy that's long, he still has the ability to bend at the point of attack, and I think he's great. I'm with you. I think he is, for Texas, they haven't had a guy like this. Even Corey Redding, I remember when Corey Redding came in, Corey Redding wasn't a natural pass rusher. He wasn't.
No.
He was a hell of a prospect because he was running down on kickoffs, right? As an outside linebacker, a defensive end, but he wasn't a natural pass rusher. He wreaked havoc, and I think this young man has, like you call, kind of that innate ability to get after the opposing quarterback.
And I'll say one more thing about this, which I think is very important with a guy like Colin Simmons. He's not coming from a 5-5 program in the middle of nowhere. This guy's coming from a state championship level program at Duncanville High. He is every day in practice since his sophomore year has gone up against Division I offensive linemen. He went up against Cam Williams in practice as a sophomore, right? I mean, think about that. Think about looking at Cam Williams across the way as a sophomore. The kid at Oklahoma who's competing for playing time, starting job there. He's gone up against great players. There's an expectation in that program. You know, Sark in his press conference after this 2023 class signed talked about how many guys that were on state championship teams, won state championships, that level prospects they signed. Colin Simmons is the number 1 ranked edge prospect in the country that plays at Duncanville High School. He's coming in with a little different mindset than some guys have. And Rod hit on a great point. We had him on a live interview yesterday, and he said, you know, Texas laid out a plan for me to be a 2.5-year and out player. That's the way this guy's thinking. I mean, that's kind of funny to hear, but he's going to be a 3.5-year player because he comes in at midterm next year. But that's another thing with calling for Texas fans, because things just keep coming to your mind in this conversation. He's a December graduate. He comes in January. That is a big deal for Colin Simmons. That means he goes through spring practice and he learns that scheme, and he gets with Torrey Beckton. That is going to help Texas get him ready to be that impact player his freshman year.
Love it. Jerry, why we appreciate it. Great stuff on Rod's recruitment and all the way through Colin Simmons. I will remind you, went over to DeSoto High School. DeSoto High, the home of Von Miller. Back in the day.
Yeah, there you go. I got one more thing for Texas fans out there. I know yesterday was a big football day. Cam Scott, number 25 ranked basketball player in the country, 6'5" guard out of Lexington, South Carolina. He commits around 1 p.m. Central time today, live on 3. I think Texas is the favorite over Alabama and Ole Miss for him.
Nice.
Wow. All right, we'll be watching that.
Terry putting in work.
RT. All right, thank you, Jerry. That's great stuff,
Jerry, you're the man.
All right, man. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate
Well, you guys are talking about pass rushers. He is awesome. And coming up in our next hour, we're busy, but I want to hear about your in-home visit with Bobby Bowden and how that went. That had to be, how much fun was that?
It was fun.
Bobby's a blast.
I thought I was going to Florida State before. Mac Brown.
Yeah. But that's interesting. We talk about great pass rushers at Texas. He mentioned Brian Arakpo, but he wasn't. He became one.
He was skinny when he came in.
Yeah, only 210. And then there's he got so big. And then there's Joseph Osai, who also learned football late and wasn't a highly ranked prospect, but became one. Corey Redding.
Sergio Kendall was an athlete.
But the best pass rushers out of the Metroplex have gone to A&M, and that's Myles Garrett and Von Miller.
You're correct.
And the fact that Colin Simmons, he's in that ilk because Myles Garrett's from Arlington. Von Miller went to DeSoto. And his senior year at DeSoto, he had 14 sacks. This dude, Colin Simmons, as a junior, had 22 sacks.
Yeah. No, you're right. He's prolific.
Yeah, big time.
And one guy out of I think he's out of DFW. I'm assuming he is. Jackson Jeffcoat, not like of the ilk of these guys in terms of recruitment, but he was a natural pass rusher.
His dad.
Exactly. And that's why you start talking about natural pass rush. His body, he's not, considered an NFL body or anything, but you talk about natural pass rushers, and he was one of them. Go look at his stats. He was Defensive Player of the Year in the Big 12
at one point. Yes, he was.
And still, I think, is playing in Canada. He won a couple of championships up in
Canada. Great guy, too.
Yeah, he is a great guy.
Hey, come back. We'll go off the record. Maybe ask Rod about his Bobby Bowden in-home visit. How did that go? Love hearing those cool stories from back in the day.
Man.
More stories to come, plus number 16 in our Ian Rod B Horn Top 20 Countdown. Plenty to do. Friday, Football Friday here on Ian Rod B.
UFC President Dana White says he has recently met with Italian officials about holding it in the Coliseum. So Dana White's already promoting it, or at least trying to find a place for it. There you go.
They're seeing a payday here.
So there are different reports. Some people are saying it's not going to happen because there are injuries. I think Elon Musk the one having the surgery?
He says on a neck.
He's having surgery. But then Dana White's still speaking to Italian officials at the Coliseum, apparently thinking this deal might happen.
Yeah.
There you go.
Might have some spinal, like Romo. Spinal.
Spinal.
What was that, Mike Tyson?
Mike Tyson, spinal. Okay, you know who's a Swiftie? You might not have guessed. This Hollywood big shot, A-lister, who is a Swiftie, who admitted it?
Yes.
Kevin Costner. So he's a Swiftie. Yeah.
Well, remember, saw the Aaron Rodgers video when he was dancing at the Taylor Swift concert with the
A-listers, man. They
you know what's
love Taylor
amazing?
Swift.
I haven't been to the Eras tour, but we've heard some great things about Taylor Swift. Everybody that I've heard from, seen, talked to, that maybe they don't know a lot of her songs that went, have been completely blown away.
She's a great performer.
I've been to a Taylor Swift concert before too.
Oh, good for you.
She kills
none.
Really?
This was like a long time ago.
I think remember the audio of J.J. Watt talking about that when he went with his wife and her girlfriends, and he doesn't know a lot about Taylor Swift, but blown away. So she's up there for 3.5 hours. I mean, we're athletes, and we appreciate the rigors she goes through night by night and delivers, just pours it onto the stage.
Agreed.
Amazing. So go ahead with your Taylor Swift. Kevin Costner's in.
Kevin Costner. He's the latest A-list celebrity. You sucked about either a bunch of these guys that are now on the Swiftie bandwagon.
Swifties.
He just admitted, he's telling the world, I'm out of the closet, man. I'm a Swiftie.
Well, you know me. I appreciate someone who writes their own songs and then can
She's
deliver
talented.
a performance like that.
She's the biggest pop star in the world. I mean, she's the biggest
She
pop
is.
star in the world. I think Beyonce's like right behind her, but it's pretty close.
Queen Bee, yeah. Taylor Swift's amazing. Well, we talked yesterday about all the bonuses she's given to her crew that make this thing happen because they're making so much money.
The truckers get $100,000 bonus at the end of the tour.
When they're
Just the
trucking,
truckers.
I'm sure there's at least 2 setups because they have to be in advance setting up for the next.
That's true.
Because the stage is so elaborate. When this first came out, I saw the piece where like she has this underground, under the stage chute that kind of shoots her like on rails.
Because it
across
takes
the
too
stage.
long to walk?
Right.
Wow.
So she goes down, and then she gets on this thing. She lays down,
And it just
it shoots
propels her across the stage.
like to
or
the
whatever.
other side.
Wow, that's cool.
Because it's just too long to walk.
That's pretty badass.
And then she comes. I mean, this thing is elaborate, but apparently it's worth every dollar.
See? I'm with you. I appreciate people who can perform and put on a real show like that. That's why, honestly, people don't like it. I appreciate, honestly, Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Because he does his own stunts. He does a lot of his own stunts and stuff. He's into being the showman. Yeah, you got to appreciate that, man.
Well, I mean, the music can transport you if you just put your headphones in and listen to it, right?
Yep.
But at a concert, I mean, you want a little more. You want a little show.
She's doing that.
Gosh, last September, we went to Nashville, outside of Nashville, and saw a festival and saw John Baptiste. Baptiste out of New Orleans, Louisiana. That album he had won 12 Grammys. That's like a religious experience, Rod. It is. You feel like you went. It is unbelievable, John Baptiste in concert. It sounds like his album, but man, the show he puts on is, I mean, Little Richard like. It is unbelievable.
Yeah. Okay.
Big time.
Nice.
All right, one other and off the record, space tourism is happening, Rod. So now space sex is going to be a thing.
Hold on. So Mile High Club. Now what are we calling this club?
250 Mile High Club. 200. Most experts say it should be safe enough.
Ooh.
The main concern is if someone were to get pregnant for some 250 Mile Club, because even a day or two of the radiation up there could harm a fertilized egg and potentially cause issues.
Well, just use protection. Come on now. In space, there's all types of ideas I got to come up with as to how not to impregnate a woman but have sex in space.
How do you do that like zero gravity? What are you doing? Like
kind
of floating around?
Oh, the Kama Sutra, you can explore all different types of floating around. Oh, that's great.
The dreidel.
We're back.
Oh.
Friday on Ian Rod B. Ty as well.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Austin is a beautiful city. We all love it. That's why we all call it home. And part of the unique aesthetic appeal is thanks in no small part to the skilled craftsmanship of ironworkers, Local 482. They've been helping shape Greater Austin since 1935. You see the labors of their love all over this great city in iconic, exquisite landmarks like DKR Stadium and the Pennybacker Bridge. And as the city continues to grow and thrive, so does Ironworkers Local Union 482. They don't go to the office. They're the ones building the office. So if you're looking for an exciting new career, you want something new, something fresh, something that will challenge you, maybe you just want to feel valued, you can become a valued member of this prestigious organization, Ironworkers Local 482, and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself while helping shape Austin's economic development. They're hiring 3,000 people right now for a huge project right here in Central Texas, and you can become a member of Ironworkers Local 482 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of this great city. Maximize your potential and be your best self today. Simply apply at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
I woke up to the morning sky first.
Waking up to a weekend. It's here. Second weekend of August means another day closer, another weekend closer to college and pro football. We actually were treated to some pro football last night with the Texans and Patriots. How about the Texans defense? It's preseason, and the Patriots didn't play many players, including Mac Jones at quarterback, or Ramondre Stevenson at receiver, or running back. But they held the Patriots to 164 total yards. And if you're seeing it early, I mean, against some of those first-team offensive linemen, pressure from D'Amico Ryan's defense up front. He had Matt Burke running that defense now, and Will Anderson showing immediate, as you would expect, twitch pressure off the edge. So, obviously, it's early. It's preseason, so you just try to draw something. Seattle topped Minnesota 24-13. I think a lot of Longhorn fans will be tuned in tonight to see Bijan Robinson. What type of game?
Oh, yeah.
What type of, reps or snaps he gets in their game against the Miami Dolphins. By the way, you know who's getting a lot of buzz in Miami Dolphins camp?
The kid from A&M.
Yeah, Devin Achane.
Yes, he is. He's good. I read that, actually. There are a lot of Tyreek Hill was talking about him. I think Tua said some really nice things about him. They basically are hinting they're going to use him. Like, he's going to get a lot of play early on with the Miami Dolphins. So good for him. They like speed, man, and he can run.
Run.
Track run. Yeah,
Track run.
He's got a world. Man, that's the fastest team in the NFL. I mean, that's not even close.
Well, that's one of the reasons they take him. Yeah, I mean,
Miami
Mike
Dolphins,
McDaniel, they want to pressure you
Waddle
with their speed.
And Hill and don't they still have don't they have Mostert there too? They still got Raheem Mostert, the running back.
They do. One of the from Purdue originally. Yeah.
He's a speed demon too, man. They are just loaded with speed.
It's crazy, and it's like a track team.
It is a track team.
But when you talk about force multipliers on the Texas offense or any offense, I mean, as a defensive coordinator, you're freaked out because those guys are house calls.
All it takes is one guy to miss a tackle or somebody to slip or one missed assignment, and boom, there's no margin for error when you got that much speed on the field.
Well, remember back when when Tyreek the Freak was in KC, Bill Belichick would always say, because Belichick's mindset is to always take away your best
weapon.
Thing, right?
Make you beat him left-handed.
And Belichick was always big on, we got to stop Tyreek Hill. I mean, we got to double him. We have to, because that guy can beat us in a flash. And so that would, then you can't deal with Travis Kelce and all the other weapons. Well, if you have Tyreek Hill now there, and then you have Jalen Waddle, and who's a starter kit for Tyreek Hill, and then you have now this Devin Achane and Raheem Mostert. So any running back you have in there,
your safety's got to be so deep.
Yeah.
Think about you. I mean, just for caution, just couldn't make it. Now we got to have y'all guys deep in case our guys get beat, because they will.
And I don't want to say that Jimbo Fisher at A&M didn't use him, but Texas fans criticize Sark for not using Bijan enough in key games. I mean, Devin Achane, how do you score no points against Appalachian State when you have those dudes?
Because he's running an offense from 1983.
I know.
It's one of the most antiquated offense in all of major college football. So Bobby Petrino being there, that's one of the biggest stories in college football. If Bobby Petrino brings a modernized offense to A&M with all the talent they got, exactly, that could be scary. That could be dangerous.
And will Jimbo let him unleash it?
That's also the question. Will Jimbo allow him to call all the plays without being micromanaged? That's also a question.
Well,
but to your point about the speed, though, real quick, it made me think about Nick Saban before the Texas national title game against Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the pregame media availabilities, when he's talking about players that he needs to keep his eyes on, he says numbers because he's a coach and he's watching film, and so he doesn't really get into the rosters or names of players. He's not watching broadcasts. And he said, we got to watch 26. He was talking about DJ Monroe, I believe.
Monroe.
Yeah, out of nowhere, he's like, I gotta watch that dude, because that dude can run. Because coaches are concerned about that guy that can be a house call instantly, and he was one of those guys back then at that time. I think Marquise Goodwin was on that team, too. So, yeah, he was worried about two of those guys being basically that dude, that dynamic.
That dude.
Yeah.
And Miami, with Mike McDaniel, came from that Kyle Shanahan tree of coaches. He and Robert Saleh, down to D'Amico Ryans.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to pressure you with speed. I mean, it just
blitz you with it.
The South Florida track team coming at you, and they're talented too. And Devin Achane adds to that, so it'll be interesting to see. And then Bijan, we're in number 7. What type of run does he get in the Atlanta side of that game? Looking forward to that. Also, Roschon Johnson will make his debut tomorrow with the Bears. Bears are playing.
They love Rojo up there. I think I read the comments, and I'll go find them again. There's some comments that a scout made about Rojo.
I saw those back on draft day.
We'll play those. Maybe we'll read those on Monday, and we're recapping. But man, they were like emotional evaluations about how much they loved Rojo and thought he was going to be the perfect Chicago Bear.
Well, think about it again. I'm not comparing Roschon Johnson to Walter Payton as a running back, but that's the kind of dude he is, right? Walter Payton was so loved in that city because he was such a hard-nosed player.
Blue collar.
He played like they thought, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man,
Exactly.
Come on, city with big shoulders, let's go. Yep. Dick Butkus was that way. Of course, Jalen Ford, one of the on the watch list.
Urlacher was like that. All the great Bears were like, they had that kind of same
Mike Ditka.
persona. Ditka.
Ditka was their coach.
Ditka.
And Roschon Johnson's going to be in that realm.
I agree with you on that. That's why they haven't had a great quarterback, because they worried about hard-nosed football.
Well, you're talking about the opposite. The flip side of that coin was Jay Cutler. They hated Jay Cutler.
They hated smoking Jay Cutler
because he was such a laissez-faire dude. It's like,
you're right.
Hey, man. And they're like, Not all, man. We need some Jim McMahon up in here.
Grit. They want
some
grit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Give me some of that Chicago grit.
That's a community thing. That's a city thing.
And Roshan brings that in spades, without a doubt. So that Bears are playing Tennessee.
Oh, actually, Tennessee. I want to see what. I mean, you're not going to see much,
noon,
of course.
That's noon. That's NFL Network noon. So you can watch that game. NFL Network has it at noon. So the cool part about NFL Network, if you can find this channel, they've got a game at noon, which is Chicago, playing Tennessee. So you get to see Roshan. Then they've got Carolina and the Jets with Aaron Rodgers. Probably won't play. The Jets playing their second game. Carolina probably see Bryce Young.
Hell yeah, I want to see that.
That's 3 o'clock NFL Network.
He'll look better than C.J. Stroud.
Cowboys play the Jacksonville Jaguars at 4 o'clock on Saturday. So you get that. And then also on NFL Network on Saturday night at 6 o'clock, you've got Philadelphia and Baltimore. Philadelphia-Baltimore with Lamar Jackson.
I wonder how much we'll see. Because John Harbaugh is hinting that he might play. So
and they're playing Philadelphia.
Well, actually, he's not going to play any of the starters. I take that back. He's not playing any of the starters.
But they're 23-0 in their last 23 preseason games, Baltimore. Isn't that right?
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's got the record.
That might be Ty's pick of the night coming up.
Remember, they're not playing any starters at all, though. He did say that. They're not playing any starters. It's the Rams, I think.
Nobody's had more injuries in camp the last couple of years in Baltimore, for crying out loud, especially running back.
No question.
And then the last NFL Network game, you got a quadruple header of NFL Network preseason games if you need them on Saturday with the Chargers and the Rams. Both LA teams will play. There's a little bit. And then Sunday, they go doubleheader with Kansas City, New Orleans, and then Vegas hosting San Francisco.
Also, so Jimmy G. Playing his old team. There you go.
So
little Brock Purdy thrown in there.
If you need your football, it's coming your way. And again, it's preseason football, so glean what you can.
Oh, man. It's all right.
It is all right. It's still football.
I can say it's still football, man.
By the way, before we get to your Rod's rant, and to bottom of the hour, it's number 16 on our Ian Rod B. Horn Top 20 countdown. Yesterday we were at TCU. We're staying in the Big 12, and yes, we may have to play a little bit of that fight song everybody hates so much.
It'll be brief.
It'll be brief. But before we get to your rant, Rod, can I ask Ty from our conversation about space sex before the top of the hour?
Space sex.
What is the dreidel? What is the dreidel?
Yeah, when Chan asked about that, he's like, "What the hell's that?"
You said the
dirty dreidel.
You said no. Hold on, time out. You said the Karma Sutra.
Well, the Kama Sutra is.
You said that, whichever. I think most people know what that is.
I don't think the dreidel is in the Kama Sutra.
But the dreidel, a dreidel is a four-sided spinning top with a pointed bottom. It's used during Hanukkah, the Jewish holiday, to play a game.
That's not what he was talking about.
So that's what I'm like. What is the dreidel?
He had something different.
Think of spinning.
You got an Urban Dictionary.
Think of spinning.
Urban Dictionary, people. It'll explain it to you.
Spinning top?
Spinning?
Yes.
Small spinning top?
Spinning bottom.
Spinning. Okay.
That's as far as I'll go. Look it up on Urban Dictionary.
Yeah, you go. Thank you, Ty. Look it up on Urban Dictionary.
Four-sided spinning top. How to play the dreidel.
I will say,
if you go to Ty's Twitter page, they'll teach you how to play and do the dreidel.
You might hurt yourself, so make sure you stretch first.
The space dreidel. Maybe you can do like the cradle.
I would say this about the space sex, though, if they're serious about it.
They are.
There's going to be a company, an adult entertainment company, I guarantee you, that is going to try to be the first couple having sex in space that can be like not televised, but that can be aired, that can be videoed. And they're going to try, I guarantee you, I'm just making a prediction, they're going to try to make it like a worldwide event where they're the first humans having sex in space, that we know of.
You said like the two biggest stars from the industry,
whatever it is, and it'll be like you can live stream it. All right, first,
it was a Bucky. It was of Lisa Ann or whatever.
Yes, it'll be the first sexual experience for humans in space. You can live stream it, and honestly, it might end up being one of the most watched adult entertainment, ventures ever. Somebody's going. If they make this a kind of a regular thing that you can actually get up into into space wherever it is, and you can have sex, and they're trying to, monetize it. I guarantee you, that's going to be an adult entertainment company that's going to take that idea.
They can because it would be more watched than the Zuckerberg Elon Musk fight.
You know how many people around the world who are into like different fetish stuff and stuff like that. Yeah, I mentioned
gravity,
pay-per-view preview space sex. Yeah, pay-per-view space sex. That's exactly what it is. You pay a little $5 fee and it'll live stream for like 2 hours, and boom, you'll get it.
Big question is, will they be doing the dreidel?
Yeah, they'll do it. They're gonna do it all. They're gonna take requests. You're going to be like, you know what? I'll give you $1,000. Try this. And they'll be like, we're going to try it. All right, here we go, people.
Hey, do the Neil Armstrong. Plant the flag.
Plant the flag. It'll be comments.
Plant the flag.
It's going to be one of the most watched events in human history.
Love that.
First space sex pornographic movie.
Hey, don't tell, what is it, Jeff Bezos? Get Bezos this word. He'll be like, I'll do it with my hot girlfriend. Got a hot girlfriend. Let's go.
How much money are we talking about here?
Yeah, exactly. I'm in. Sign me up.
He does keep himself in good shape, though.
Jeff Bezos
he like take his shirt off all the time.
He ripped. Okay, so bottom of the hour, number 16 in the countdown before the end of the hour. Who said that?
Who said that?
Yeah, including some stuff from Hard Knocks the other night. Let's go get to the rant.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've got it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, some of you guys' comments on the Specs text line. We cannot read them, but
we appreciate them.
We appreciate them. You guys are hilarious.
Can't read them, appreciate
Can't read them, but we appreciate them. Okay, so last Raj round of the day, we talked about the Texas defense a little bit, and I actually got into the conversation about splash plays, havoc plays, they call them, and havoc rates. And turns out last year, actually, Texas defense took a huge step because they actually led the Big 12 in what they call havoc rate, which is the amount of splash plays you make. And we're talking about forced fumbles, we're talking about sacks, tackles for loss, interceptions, PBUs, those kinds of things. So go check it out, and we podcast it. Go check it out because it is a really good breakdown that I gave about splash plays. And by the way, Jalen Ford led the Big 12 in havoc plays among defenders in the Big 12. So Texas doing really good. But they're going to need more of those havoc plays, and they're going to need their havoc rate to increase even more if they're going to take the leap from being a good defense to being a great defense to an elite defense. Now, when was the last time Texas had an elite defense on the 40 acres?
Elite?
Elite or great. Some people say it is the same thing.
I would say
great
elite.
Defense elite.
Probably Will Muschamp,
You're right.
08.
Yeah, you're right. 2009 is probably the last one.
Jordan Hicks, what year was that? That was a pretty good deal, like 2013.
That was 2014, right? 2014. That was a good one.
Let's go away from the video. We don't want to talk about videos.
Yeah, but that was a good defense. See, and I think last year you had a good defense. You were 28th in scoring defense in 2022. In 2017, you were 30th. In 2014, you were 32nd. In 2011, you were 34th. To me, that's good, not great. Great means you're top 20. Elite probably means you're top 10. Right? Elite probably means you're top 10. Great means you're top 20. I think you're good if you're top 30 to 40. And Texas has been good like 4 times since 2009, which was last time they were great. And 2005, you were elite.
Yeah.
All right, because you were 9th in the country. You were 12th in 2009. And hell, even when Rod B was on the campus, I played on elite defenses 3 different times.
Yeah.
We were 2nd, 5th, and 8th in the country in scoring defense in my last 3 years on the 40 acres. So my question is, how far is Texas from being a great defense or an elite defense? I talked about how you got to have more havoc plays. They had 14 takeaways last year, and PK says they missed 21 opportunities to get other takeaways of a different sort, forced fumbles, fumble recoveries, interceptions, whatever. They had 27 sacks, and PK said they missed 13 sacks that they counted. They just missed them. So they'll have to cash in on more of those types of plays. The money plays. You can talk about this too, money downs. All right, we talked about havoc plays, but how about money downs? That's 3rd and 4th down. Texas was 8th in the Big 12 in 3rd down defense last season, and they were, if you go look at it, 7th in 4th down defense. So they can get at those 2 areas they can improve on, which could make them a defense that goes from good to great, or even great to elite. You have more havoc plays from more of your havoc defenders. And you also are better on the money downs, 3rd and 4th down. Right now, you're below average. You're below average in money downs. You're below average right now, if you go look at it, in passing defense overall. So there are ways for this defense to take even more steps, more steps of improvement that could take them from being a good defense, which they are now. Like I said, you go look at it, good defense. They were top 30. That is good, but it's not great. an elite. And I think for Texas to really be thinking about a championship squad, they got to go from a good to a great defense. And that's what I wonder if they can do it this season.
No, we'll see. I think they'll take another step. I still think they're missing some pieces. But can I play a piece of sound for you here in your rant? But that kind of goes along with this. Yeah. Because Jalen Ford is one of those Havoc players, right?
Yes, he's the best Havoc player, Havoc defender in the Big 12. He had more Havoc plays than any other defender in the Big 12.
And on availability yesterday, Jalen Ford was asked about Anthony Hill, who's going to be playing next to him at times this year. This is interesting. Anthony Hill, the freshman from Denton. We just talked last hour about Colin Simmons, who will be a freshman next year. Jalen Ford, who's now emerged as a leader on the defense, the leader of the defense, was asked yesterday about the freshman and what he's seeing.
He's doing a pretty good job right there along with Leona. I think him as well, just trying to get under our wings and trying to learn, everything that we've already learned, kind of so he can, get the ball rolling faster, than we did. I think Ant has a natural ability to just go get the ball. He has raw strength, raw talent, and I think for him, just him being able to develop, keep developing as an off-the-ball linebacker for him is going to be great. So far, he's been doing good, and he just got to keep learning, and that's just part of the game.
Mentioned Leona LaFowl, too.
Mm-hmm. No, and Anthony Hill's supposed to be one of those guys, one of those, perennial playmakers, a Havoc player that we've been discussing, and that's good. He situationally, remember Sark says him and Byron Murphy are the best pass rushers on the team. That's what Sark said. So they got to play him. He's got to be out there situationally, at least in predictable passing situations. And that's when you're hoping to see early on some of that playmaking ability.
Well, that reminds me of the sound we played earlier this week from Micah Parsons telling that advice to DeMarvion Overshown. Look, do what you do good right now. You do that really good.
Yep.
You go get the ball really good. And the other stuff will come, but don't hesitate on that. And one of the cuts we heard earlier this week from Sark about the conversation is Jalen Catalon. What Sark says is when he reads it, he goes, right? When Jalen Catalon reads it, he doesn't hesitate. It's just go. I read the play. I got my cues. Let's hear Jalen Ford on Jalen Catalon, who could be another one. If you're going to take the defense from good to elite or great,
yep.
Havoc players, is Jalen Catalon a Havoc player? Here's Jalen Ford, the leader on defense, asked about that yesterday.
Cat, ever since he came in, like you said, the communication has stood out just because of how loud he is. And when, as a defense, when more people communicate, the better the defense is because we're all on the same page. You never want to have somebody doing something different, And then for him just to come in and kind of just accept the role of, being a vocal guy, and, he knows he makes mistakes, but he fixes them quick and he gets it out there and he's helping those other guys. And then one thing about Cat that I really notice is just his ability to break on the ball. He's always ready to, come down as a safety. And he's not afraid of contact, and that's what I love about Cat. On top of being vocal.
So there you go. What can take it to the next level? Havoc players.
Yeah, they need more of because Jalen Ford, like I said, they got back the best Havoc player, Havoc defender in the Big 12. He had 19 total Havoc plays last year. That includes interceptions, like I said, forced fumbles. PBUs, just really big time splash plays on defense. And then
saved some games, Rod.
He won games. He straight up won you games. I believe he forced a turnover in like 6 straight games or a takeaway in 6 straight games or responsible for one. So he's your top playmaker. You lost one, though, at DeMarvion Overshown. He was top 10 as well. He was 9th. You lost him. Deshaun Jameson actually was 33rd among Big 12 defenders in Havoc plays, and he's gone. But Jahdae Barron also kind of reminds me of that description by Jalen Ford of Jalen Catalon because he also is a player that plays with no fear. And he really does you can tell he utilizes his instincts and believes and trusts his instincts as a player. That's why he had 11.5 tackles for loss last year at DB, which isn't supposed to happen. I counted 3 DBs in the country with more tackles for loss than Jahdae Barron, and it hasn't happened at Texas, a DB having that many tackles for loss since 1978. That's the last time.
Oh.
So he's a guy that he's definitely going to be one of your playmakers. But I think that's going to be the key for him, though, is having more of those guys. Jaron Thompson needs to be one of those guys. You just brought up Jalen Catalon. Barron Sorrell needs to be another one of those guys that becomes one of these Havoc players. He should be ranked, when I'm doing this next season, in this top 33 of players who are wreaking the most havoc in the Big 12.
Agreed. And I'm not speaking anything the Longhorn fans don't know. How many times have you watched the Longhorns in recent years, last 5 years or so? and there's a ball in the air, and you're just like, go make a play.
Go
make a play.
Go make a play.
Jahdae Barron makes plays. Jalen Catalon will go make plays. Jalen Ford will go make plays. One other note in Rod's rant. How about this? Earlier, it was a month or so ago, we had a chance to talk to Derek Johnson. Johnson came
Love
on
me
the
some
show.
DJ, baby. It's my dog.
Yeah, how many years did you play with DJ?
I played with DJ for 3 years.
What's about a Havoc
came in
player?
2000. No, 2000 was 01.
To
Maybe
me,
2 years.
to me, he's the best Havoc player I've ever covered at Texas, causing havoc, causing fumbles, causing turnovers. He's that good. Well, Derek Johnson's been hanging around. He told us he's been hanging down at the facility talking to Jalen Ford. Now, Jalen Ford was announced as on the watch list for the Butkus Award. Butkus Award goes to the best linebacker nationally every year. Jalen's on that list rightfully as the preseason defensive player of the year in the conference. And the only other Longhorn ever to win the Butkus Award is Derek Johnson.
Yeah.
And Jalen Ford was asked about the impact that talking to Derek Johnson, DJ, has had for him.
DJ is actually kind of giving us a lot of cues and things he picked up. And he always tells us, he didn't pick it up when he was our age, but he picked it up along the way, and having the success he had in his career. And I think just him being able to give it to us now is huge for us. And him, he's always in there, helping us, giving us cues. He's watching our film, coming back to us, telling us we could do this better, we could do that better. And I think it's really been a huge bonus to have him.
Wow.
Yeah, I know to come around and punch it. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to perfect it. Yeah.
There it is.
DJ had that was a move that he brought to Texas
From Waco.
That tomahawk chop, whatever it was he did. He brought that to us, and then Texas started practicing it. But he was doing it naturally. That was his own signature move as a linebacker and a defender. I hosted Derek Johnson actually on his visit. Love me some Derek Johnson. I think he'd have went here to Texas even without me hosting him, but Mac wanted a closer on Derek Johnson. He said, we got to get this. You got to get this guy. We'll never be able to be a national title contender if we don't get Derek Johnson. He said that, and he was right.
Yeah.
That dude was that damn good. He was a program-changing recruit.
Well, that's what you wonder.
They're hoping Colin Simmons can be that kind of guy, too.
Yeah, Colin Simmons yesterday, Anthony Hill.
Yeah.
Those type of players. All right, we'll be back. When we do, it's the E and Rod B Horn Top 20 Countdown. We are at number 16 on a Friday, of course. We into the top 15 next week. But, we're going north of the Red River coming up. And we may have to play a little bit of a song everyone hates coming next.
Oh, yeah.
Coming up for the top of the hour, who said that?
Who said that?
We'll find out. Also, a special edition of Who Said That, because we're going to have Who Sang That. Who sang that?
Oh, that's new.
That's new. We can be versatile. We will also get back into the NFL games from last night. What can we reveal, if anything, or take from the Texans win? Also looking forward to the games. And thanks to the texter who sent us this crazy picture from Cowboys practice of Deuce Vaughn standing next to a bunch of tall dudes.
It's amazing.
He is so small.
And Tony Pollard's in front of him. And Tony Pollard's not that tall, but Tony Pollard's at least, what?
A foot taller than him.
Yeah, he's like a whole foot taller. That is a great picture, man.
Looks like we're middle school out here.
It looks like a little kid gets to practice with the Dallas Cowboys. But don't get mistaken, he will put you in the spin cycle and break your ankles.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, Mike Fisher, who covers the Cowboys, has for a long time up there in the Metroplex. He's now working for Sports Illustrated, but he's because people are asking him, is he going to make the team? He's going to be an impact player.
I was like, he's definitely going to make the team.
Which means in the preseason game tomorrow at 4:00, you're going to see Deuce Vaughn playing. I mean, because this is his time to shine, right? His time to do work.
I could see him killing it in the preseason. Just because he'll be going up against guys who are also just trying to make the team. And, when Deuce, his elite ability, there's a great book, I think it's called The Obstacle is the Way. It's a great book. It basically says that all the things within your skill set and all of the shortcomings that you were born with, your ability to overcome those obstacles will turn you into a really elite person, or it'll refine your skill set in some way.
I love that.
So Deuce Vaughn, his shortcomings, literally because he's short, all right, and being able to still achieve at a high level, but he had to overcome the obstacle of being short in the midst of all these elite athletes. It actually has now sharpened his skill set to the point where it's almost a super skill for him. The fact that he's so short, because he runs behind the line and you can't see him.
Can't find him
until he breaks, and it's a little too late when he breaks. He gone. And I remember this because remember the kid Quinn Griffin from Oklahoma.
I remember Quinn Griffin.
He was the same way.
Quinn Griffin just scored again.
He might have been the same height, but trust me, we'd be looking for him. And I swear Oklahoma they would situate him where you couldn't see him. They'd pull a lineman out.
They'd run that little pooper scooper handoff
and you
play.
couldn't see him until he already darted at him. Like, damn it, man! It was like 4-5 yards every time.
You just said it because fans in the stands are going, "How come you can't tackle this guy?
I can't see him.
I don't know where he's at.
I don't know where he's at. And if you take the wrong angle, you're screwed."
Yeah, he scored a lot of touchdowns.
And low pad level wins. I'm telling you guys, it ain't as easy as it looks when those
guys
out
there.
Like that.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to see Deuce Vaughn tomorrow. That's going to be a lot of fun. Of course, Quentin Griffin played for the team that is number 16 in our countdown, on the way to number 1, coming off a rough season in year 1 for Brett Venables, and they turned it around. Let's talk some Oklahoma football. I hate this. Yeah, I know we have to do it. Once a year, Rod. Once a year.
Come on. Be brief with this thing.
All right.
Earmuffs.
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 There you go. All right, there we go.
The beauty is we didn't hear it
Let's go to the Vaqueros Outline. A great guest of ours who's also a great sport when he comes on and talks Texas, Oklahoma, and the Big 12 and the Longhorns. Our buddy Tyler McComas doing great work on the Ref up there, Ref Radio in Oklahoma City. All things Oklahoma football. What's up, Tyler? How are you?
Hey, Aaron, you and I have done countless radio hits together, and I don't think that I've ever told you that my first ever 4-letter word that I'd uttered out loud was because of Rod Babers in the 2002 OU Texas game. So, Rod, thank you for that memory, man. When you were going the other way with
House
the
call
6 there as a 12-year-old, that's the first time I ever said it. That didn't end well for me, but that was my first one.
That is fantastic. And you know what really sucks, though? We lost the damn game. We lost the game in the end.
So you
found a way to lose that game.
Maybe the most frustrating play for Texas fans, the way I understand it, Quentin Griffin just magically standing there at the 3-yard line to pick up a fumble and run it in.
God, brutal.
Yeah, I'm sorry to bring up that name for Texas fans because he was a nightmare figure for Texas football.
In that series, I mean, he was Quentin Griffin, and there is some similarity there to Deuce Vaughn a little bit. I think with
I think he was smallish like that. He was real small.
Is that right? You remember him, Tyler?
You talking about Quentin Griffin or Deuce Vaughn?
Quentin Griffin.
Quentin Griffin like Deuce a little
Quentin
bit.
Griffin was really small, but he could squat an entire house, essentially. I mean, that's super strong and had the unique ability with the way that his body type was to where just when you think he was going to go down, he put his right hand on the turf and be able to keep himself up and get 10, 15 extra yards. I actually put this out this morning. Quentin Griffin is 3 games against Texas. Rod, earmuffs again for this one. Quentin Griffin scored 9 touchdowns against Texas from 2000 to 02. Texas scored 7 as a team. So
come on. Why you do that to me, Tyler? Come on. Did you have that stat ready to go? Where'd you get that stat from, man?
9-7.
I got all the time. I got too much time on my hands, I think.
That's a great stat. It's a sad one.
All right, Tyler. We've talked a lot about Oklahoma. The year last year, obviously 3-0, and then the kind of floor fell out of the season for Brett Venables. A lot of changes, a lot of additions through the portal, or another recruiting class, and a year more knowledgeable about the program. We have them at 16 in our preseason. They're picked right there, second, third in the Big 12. Do you think that's about right, or what's your anticipation about the Sooners coming up?
Yeah, I think where you have them in your preseason poll, where they came in the coaches poll earlier this week, where they're picked in the Big 12. I think after last year, I think it's totally fair. I mean, Aaron, you know where I'm going to go right here. I think that their schedule is probably the most favorable schedule that I've seen in my lifetime, as it sits right now. And they feel pretty confident, or at least sound pretty confident as a staff. They're going to be a lot better than they were a year ago. They keep saying competitive depth. Whether it's Venables or Levy or Ted Roos, the defensive coordinator, everyone is saying that they're in a much different place than they were a year ago. And kind of reports out of training camp here. Bob Stoops comes on our show every single Tuesday, and then my co-host is Teddy Lehman. They were both at practice earlier this week and then over the weekend. And the thing that both of those guys said that sticks out to them the most is just the overall size on the defense. I think they had maybe one defensive lineman last year that was over 300 pounds. Now they're like at 6 players that are 300 pounds or heavier. I think the safeties got a chance to be real good this year. The secondary as a whole got a chance to be real good. So is this one of the great Oklahoma teams of the past? No, I don't think that. And I don't think that we're going to get to that point this year. But do I feel like this is going to be a team that is much better than a year ago? I do feel that way, but they were their own worst enemy at times last year. And if they can avoid that, if they can make the plays late that they didn't a year ago, then I think that you might see a team that can win 10 games this year.
Hey, Tyler, let me ask you, because I saw a nice stat that 97 of the 123 players on the roster for Oklahoma are going to be in first or second-year players. So Venables has done a great job of turning over that roster. How has he constructed this roster? Has it been has he hit the transfer portal heavy? Has it been a mix of that and recruiting? What have been your thoughts about how he has remade this roster in 2 years?
Yeah, both of those. And I think especially up front on the defensive line, you're going to see a lot of transfers. Dejon Terry, transfer from Tennessee, making a lot of noise so far this training camp. You got Trace Ford, who was at Oklahoma State last year. You got Rondell Bothroyd, who's had a really nice career at Wake, and I think he's going to be one of your main pass rushers. So when you look at D-line edge rusher, you're going to see a lot of transfer portal players. But you're also going to see a true freshman who's a 5-star in TJ Adebawore. So your question is, how did they rebuild the roster? I think just that. There's a lot of true freshmen that are going to play this year. I think Josiah Wagner, a kid from the state of Washington, is going to play a lot at corner. Peyton Bowen, who you guys are probably familiar with, a former 5-star from up there in Denton, got a chance to start this year. So there's probably – we went down the list yesterday. I think a safe number to assume in terms of quality playing time for true freshmen this year is probably going to be around 6. And that was the top 5 recruiting class last year. I think 5, 6 is a good number of true freshmen that are going to see significant snaps this year, and you'll see a whole lot of portal guys, especially on that defense.
Excuse me, and Brett Venables, obviously, with his defensive background at Clemson, able to go get those guys and knowing, because, Texas hung 49 on them kind of easily. TCU put 55 on them the week before that. It was a defense. It was just lacking in playmakers, and But I'll give Brett Venables this, kind of like Steve Sarkisian in year one here, where he went 5-7. He said, I only get one chance to install this system. I only get one chance to install the culture. And Brett Venables kind of the same way on defense. We're installing the defense we're going to run. It's gonna hurt us in year one, but we're going to bring in the players that help us run this philosophy, run this scheme. And it sounds like the portal has been good to them in that regard to be much improved on that side of the ball. Tyler McComas is with us. He is the host of The Rush on the Ref. 2 to 6. You mentioned Teddy Lehman. Bob Stoops joins that show every week. That's 94.7 in OKC. What about the other side of the ball, Tyler? Offense. Dylan Gabriel's the quarterback we know. Former Longhorn now Brennan Thompson has transferred up there. Who are the star players? Who are going to be the guys that are going to put points on the board for Oklahoma this year?
They're going to be really good at running back. Barnes and Sawchuk are both back from last year. Both were true freshmen a year ago. If you go back and watch the bowl game against Florida State, that's really the first game that Gavin Sawchuk really got a ton of carries. He looked the part, guys. He had a very costly fumble in that game, but outside of that, he really looked the part. Barnes is, I think, a stud, maybe the next great running back they have here. They got a true freshman by the name of Caleb Hicks that has looked outstanding as well. Marcus Major is back. Tawi Walker, a guy from last year who has a unique body type. He's back. So running back's not going to be an issue. The questions are what's going to happen at wide receiver. Mims is gone from a year ago, but even Marvin Mims, like compared to his first 2 years at OU, he just had some weird drops a year ago. He just wasn't himself for whatever reason. They've got to develop a true number one wide receiver. Who's the favorite for that right now? Guys, your guess is as good as mine. It could be anyone from Jalil Farouk, who returns from last year, to someone like an Andrew Anthony, who's a Michigan transfer and a speedster on the outside. Brent Venables did say that Gavin Freeman, who was a freshman walk-on last year, was the best wide receiver they had in the spring. And to quote him, it wasn't even close. So there's 4 or 5 names that you could pick out of a hat right now to be the leading receiver, the number one receiver. I do think in Dylan Gabriel, he's been criticized a lot up here this offseason. He wasn't Baker. He wasn't Kyler Murray. He wasn't Jalen Hurts. So I think that plays into it. But he missed a lot of layups last year, a lot of easy throws that should have been touchdowns, guys wide open, and he just overthrows them. I think Gabriel is going to be better this year, and here's why. I don't think that he is Jalen Daniels running around as a dual-threat quarterback. I don't think he's that at all. But I do think Gabriel is a capable runner. The problem was last year they didn't really let the quarterback run game loose a year ago because we all saw what happened the moment that he went down. It was a complete and utter disaster in the Cotton Bowl, throwing out a guy like Davis Bevel where OU had to pray just to get a first down. They were scared to death of getting Gabriel hurt after that. They didn't really allow him to run the ball maybe as much as they want to. Well, you got a 5-star freshman in Jackson Arnold. He's your backup quarterback. They have said all offseason that he's the future of the program, the guy that's going to lead you to in the SEC. And I think it's important that they feel a lot better about their backup quarterback because I think the quarterback run game is going to be opened up a lot more this year by Jeff Lebby. And if you go back and look at his last year at Ole Miss, Matt Corral was running the ball a ton there, a ton. I think in a game against Tennessee, he ran the ball 30 times in one game. I'm not saying to expect that from Dylan Gabriel, but expect the quarterback run game to be more of a focal part of the offense this year. I already told you what I think about running back. I think this running game has a chance to be pretty good. I do. The question overall offensively, can they develop a legitimate number one wide receiver? It's the biggest question of the offense, guys, and it's probably the biggest question of the entire team for me.
Well, there it is. That's the rundown. Defense should be improved and certainly bigger up front with a great secondary. Linebackers need to develop there for sure, but also Javonte Barnes at running back, Gavin Sawchuk at running back strengths. Offensive line is solid. Austin Stogner at tight end. You'll know that name. And then they're looking for receivers for sure for Dylan Gabriel. And obviously, if Dylan Gabriel to go down this year, you got Jackson Arnold, the 5-star quarterback recruit. All right, number 16 there with Oklahoma. Tyler, thanks so much. I know you had you told me you had the first day of school yesterday for your youngsters, so congrats on that. That's always a big moment.
Nice.
And always appreciate your conversation.
Yeah, always, guys. And, hey, we got another taste of what's coming in the SEC this morning. Maine was revealed. The University of Maine was revealed on the 2024 non-conference schedule, and it sounds like that one could be played in November. So we always make fun of the SEC for playing terrible non-con games in November. Sounds like OU might be playing Maine.
Playing the Black Bears?
Win in Rome.
Yeah.
I also saw a home and home with Houston, U of H, which is kind of cool. I think that's a pretty cool thing. Hey, thank you, Tyler.
Tyler, you're the man.
Yeah, you bet.
About that, his first curse word in front of his parents was
Rod
your
B.
fault.
Hey,
your
to
fault.
the house, baby. Hey, I remember the feeling after I took that.
I
to
was
the
at
house.
the game. I was standing on top of the press box
Oh,
watching
and
you
I
take it
believe
to
we
the
were
house.
up 14-3 at that point,
Yes,
and I
you
kept
were.
thinking to myself, "All right, Rod B, we're gonna win. We're finally gonna beat Oklahoma, and you're gonna be a big reason why. Let's just keep going." And the next freaking play for Oklahoma, actually not the next play because they had an extra point. Then the next play after that, they ran a kickoff return
to the house,
all the way back to the red zone. Now I think they stopped them like right before that, but then they end up scoring, and then all the momentum from my pick six gone.
Yeah, that was one of the first Texas OU games I went to, and I remember
brutal.
And that was back when you could stand outside on top of the press box and just look down on everything, but you could hear everything because you were not inside the glass confines.
Yeah.
And it was unbelievable. That was my first real experience with the momentum shift of
It
Rod
did.
B's pick to that to like, oh my gosh.
Yes.
I mean,
you could feel it was palpable. You could feel it.
Big time.
You got sucked out of the stadium. And Longhorn fans, they were so high. I remember just looking at the stadium, people were losing their minds.
Yes.
And then like 2 plays later, Longhorn fans were in agony.
yeah, that's how that game goes. That's why it's such a treat every year,
Brutal.
even with Texas and Oklahoma. All right, Oklahoma last year was 6-7. They're looking to build on that. Remember, they're 3-0 and then finished 6-7 on the year. A lot of work for Brett Venables. We're back. There's number 16 in our countdown. If you're keeping the score all week long, Texas Tech, North Carolina, Ole Miss, K-State, or TCU, and Oklahoma will be at number 15 on Monday, all the way to number 1. Coming back, Who Said That? With Ian Rod B. Yeah, did Tawana tell you that? Who told you that?
Okay, so I got one for you.
Give it to me. This is where we play each other audio and sound from places, and you've got to try to figure out. I have to try to figure out who it is.
You're never gonna guess who this guy is, because honestly, I didn't know who he was either. So it's a college football coach. I'll give you that.
Good.
Power 5 college football coach. And here's a clip of him doing his best to promote his university's NIL, ventures and their NIL efforts. And he's actually giving shout outs to BMDs, big money boosters and donors, I believe, in the audio. He's giving shout outs to some of the sugar daddies for his program. Here is the head coach.
Well, first of all, we wouldn't have a football team without Knapp Lawrence. And you can put that on every single streaming media you want. Knapp Lawrence built our football team because what he did when the first day I got hired. We would not have a team. Point blank, 0. We would not have a football team without Knapp Lawrence. Right? So to see him out here, that dude's as valuable to the program as anybody on the field. I called him the other day and said, come out on the field, do whatever you want. Without you, we don't have a team. Point blank, simple, because that's the new day and age of college football.
There you go. We wouldn't have a team without this guy. This guy's our #1 booster. All right, he's the guy. Come on, practice, do whatever the hell you want. You own this field.
Oh, you want to talk about a player? He was talking about a booster.
He's talking about a booster. All right, you got any guess? You're probably not going to get it, but
who is it? I don't know who that is.
It is actually a new head coach of one of the newest members of the Big 12, Kenny Dillingham, 32-year-old head coach of Arizona State. How about that? He's got when they start the season this year, he's going to be the youngest FBS coach in the country when they start the season.
If we were
next year,
we were not at Big 12 football media days this year, the morning show. So, but I wouldn't have been able to pick him out. Like, who's that guy?
No, he's really young.
Who's that dude?
He's 30.
No.
He's 32.
And of course, he wouldn't have been there this year. He'll be there next year.
Next year,
Big 12 football media days with Arizona State.
But
the rising sun.
But he's giving pride. Hey, it's a new world when you talk about boosters and donors like that. You just should never say stuff like that about boosters and donors in the media.
NCAA police head just exploded. Well, welcome to the new world. I wanted to play. I know you already know who this is because we played it earlier, but for our audience, I wanted them to hear it. Phil Mickelson, the gambling allegations, he's not denying them. Here's a piece of audio from just this year. Before a practice round at the Live Tour event with he and Bryson DeChambeau. I wanted you to hear this again on Phil Mickelson, how he plays golf.
Good. Tim, nice to meet you. Yeah. What's up? Let's go. So,
what are we playing for?
What are we playing for? I haven't thought about that.
What do you mean you haven't thought about it?
Well,
what were you thinking about? Okay, well, Cameron and I will play, you guys. You and Honor Bond. We'll play 9 holes for a G.
Perfect.
Straight best ball.
Perfect.
And when you're closed out, you can press for half.
Not the full?
Not the full.
Okay.
So you got to win the match to win. Yeah, and if you want, what we'll do is we'll go 28. If you shoot 28 best ball, it's double.
Perfect. I love that.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Or better, 28 or better.
He's played in a lot more of these sorts of things, so he knows how to make a deal that works in his favor.
I actually max it at that. I don't ever play for more because I always want to keep it friendly.
That's right.
Just so you know, Camo and I, we don't do Venmo, PayPal, any of that bullshit. Like
straight cash.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Just
I love. We should make that a drop. In,
we will.
We don't do that Venmo and that. No, we do straight cash.
Just so you know.
I love it. He talks like he talks like a gambler, though. He does.
By the way, he said that's usually where I max it. That's a lie. That guy has played rounds for a lot more than a G on the front nine. And if you shoot, basically what he's saying, if you shoot 28 or lower, your team, you get to double the money, which means
you double or nothing kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's Phil. What
Someone
do you have?
Says degenerates.
Who said that, Rod? Who do you got? You know who said that.
No, that was all I had for you. Was that one?
Well, let me play that. So this is a new version. Can we play that? Who sang this?
Who sang that?
Who sang this? Can I take you to the Dell Diamond last night ahead of the Round Rock Express game facing the Albuquerque Isotopes? Round Rock won the ball game 15-1, but this was the national anthem ahead of the game. All right, Rod B. Any guess on who that might be singing our national anthem?
I can't guess just because, I don't know enough about the person, but she sounds like she's very talented.
Yes, that is one of
very talented.
Craig Flowers, Colonel Retired's 3 daughters. That's Kathleen.
Oh, really?
Yes, Kathleen
Man, you got
Flowers.
a talented family there.
Very talented.
It's good genes in that family.
Very, very talented.
Westlake choir alumni.
Oh, well, you were in the choir too?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't you say Sam Ellinger was in the choir?
Everybody on the football team did choir.
Why?
Westlake. I don't know. Don't know.
Was it like for credits or something? Like
You only had to take one fine arts credit, but we all did it all the way through. I did it from 5th grade.
Did you guys perform? Like compete?
Oh, we did a musical every year.
Whoa! Hold on. So there are
like months of preparation, practice after
and the football players are in the musical?
Football practice in the morning, musical practice after school.
Hey, by the way,
there's got to be video of this somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we got to get video of this.
Well, remember, I finally saw the end of the Hard Knocks episode, the episode 1. DeMarcus Ware singing the national anthem at the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, that was
awesome.
I think he's one. I mean, it wasn't terrible, but
it wasn't great.
It definitely had a bunch of people around him being like, "DeMarcus, you're so good at singing, man."
There
it was
was
I
think there was
he's
a
never had
reason why
anybody
he
be
did
like,
that was awesome.
Yeah, nobody wanted to keep it real with him. Like, bro, you're mid, man. You're just average, bro.
But Kathleen Flowers did a mighty fine job.
She was way better than Mark, but that's really. Was she the oldest or youngest?
She's the oldest.
She's the oldest daughter. Okay.
Yes, and he has 3 daughters.
Congrats.
She's the arty. She was in the choir too.
Every family's got to have a little arty.
Oh, they were all the girls were in the choir.
Oh, they kind of artsy like that. That's good.
Well, who's the daughter with the Rev Gum that just got married? Annie. Okay, so remember we were doing the show at Onion Creek Club, Rod?
Yeah.
And so Craig came out to do the show with me at Onion Creek Club. I went over to do his show on a Saturday morning, I believe it was, and he came out and he brought Annie because they had to go somewhere after. And so we were doing the show. She was going to go over to the putting green. Like 2 hours later, she's still grinding on the putting green.
What is up? Trying
with
to go pro?
No, she just practicing.
Wow.
I'm like, Craig, what is it with your? What is this grind that they're under? Was it like?
Hey.
She just wanted to work on her putting.
Hey, how you do anything is how you do everything.
She said she wasn't happy with her putting.
Damn right. Didn't get it right. Work on it. I like that.
I'm like, doesn't she want to go over to the driving range, hit bombs? Hit them bombs?
Those ladies were raised right. You know they were.
Putting. She's been putting for 2 hours, Craig.
Putting for 2 hours. Get it.
And Craig says, of course, in the Colonel way, that's how you get better.
Yeah.
That's how you get better.
Hey, the only way to get better is to work at it.
I wonder
Get on the grind.
I suck at putting. All right, we'll be back. Final hour of our 5 hours on a Friday is coming. That means we'll be in our 25th hour of this program. Having a blast this week and today's for sure. We continue the conversations. Coming next. Appreciate a text on the Specs text line. All of them, as a matter of fact. It says, longtime listener tuning in on vacation in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Check out Ian Rod B. Loving the show.
I love
that. The other shows, too. Well,
we miss them, too. We miss them, too, man. Those are our good friends. We love those guys.
Appreciate all the texts and thoughts. And by early next week, we'll pick a name for this show. They've been pouring in, so we appreciate them. We're going to go into full discussion mode over the weekend.
Yep.
Maybe next week, let you vote on maybe our top 4 or 5.
I like that idea.
And I'm still looking at all these pictures, Rod, of Maui and Lahaina.
That side-by-side photo comp is that is brutal. That's heartbreaking.
It is beyond heartbreaking. It's it's an entire city gone.
Oh, wow.
We knew it was terrible, but now obviously a couple days later you can get back in and see the photos, but it is.
That's horrible.
And this was, a lot of people's favorite tourist destinations. And I saw where we talked earlier this week on our live, our Setlist ATX, our live music update. Fleetwood Mac, Mick Fleetwood lost a big restaurant that he had there. I mean, so many. Hard Rock Cafe. I mean, this was a hugely and not far from this. And I'm sure Craig Way could weigh in on this. Is where they play the Maui Invitational.
Yeah, because Craig's got family over there, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, I'm sure. I mean, we're praying for everybody there, but
I think it's like your brothers used to live there or something like that.
But Craig has, called games at that arena. Remember, you see that on the early season Maui Invitational.
Yeah.
And that was. I think it survived the fires, but man, it is just.
It's horrible.
I mean, it is. That is unreal. I mean, just amazing what went through there and how horrifying. And the death toll up to 50 now. And there's fears that
that they just can't get to stuff. They haven't found people yet.
Social media is amazing because it's like you jump onto TikTok and you watch these videos and you're getting stuff from people who are on the ground there. They're just talking to their phone for a second.
Eyewitnesses.
Yeah, they're living it and talking to just about the traffic, the airport. No one can get out. It's just a mess, obviously. You're on an island, so you can't just go. I mean, get in a boat, I guess, but a lot of the boats burned up when the pier got going. But just a horrible, horrible scene. But this person I was watching said that there's like a missing persons list of like 800. Now they may find all those people.
Yeah, because they probably just trying to
they're supposed to check in at the high school.
Don't have phones or access to communication, stuff like that.
Yeah. Just awful. But prayers to those folks for sure. But final hour of our 5 hours, 5 days a week here on E and Rod B. We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. A lot of Texas football talk today with Quinn Ewers. Had a media availability, so we've talked plenty of Quinn Ewers. Also the conversations surrounding Colin Simmons, the number 1 recruit in the state of Texas, committing to the Longhorns yesterday. So, and the Longhorns are now 22 days away, 3 weeks from tomorrow, to actual college football games, which is pretty exciting.
I'm tired of talking about it at this point. I'm tired of all the theoreticals, hypotheticals.
The talking season needs to end.
Yeah, the talking season for football. I think we're a little past it at this point.
Also this hour, go ahead, Ron.
No, go ahead.
Also this hour will hit What's Poppin'?
What's Poppin'?
Including, I've got a fun weekend planned. I'm excited.
You do? That's right. Oh, yeah, this is going to be good. Oh, so the Astros, are they going to play? You said the Angels, they're going to play the Angels next?
Yeah, tonight down in I won't tease it for tonight. I won't be at the ball game. Tomorrow night, me and the group of neighbors are going down to the Astros game to see Billy Doran night. Billy Doran was my favorite Astro. Do you have one of those players in football or
I do.
Or any sport that was not the most popular player, but he was your
favorite player?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris Dishman was like that for me for the Oilers.
CD.
Love me some Chris Dishman,
28, man. He is a trash talker.
Oh, yeah, love me some Chris Dishman, man. So, yeah, I got those guys. Yeah.
Peja Stojakovic for me.
That's so weird. Yeah. That's so off the nose.
As a kid, you just end up, you can't explain it.
I emulated his shot, like the kick out. I had to get it out of my system eventually, but I loved him.
Your coach is like, what the hell are you doing? You're like, that's my shot.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when I was growing up in Houston, moved from Ohio when I was 8, and then 8 to 18, I was in Houston through high school. And, yeah, the Astros were my first love. I always say that. The Astros and Phi Slamma Jamma, the Houston Rockets.
Oh, that's a good one. As a kid, I can see why that would be captivating. It was so exciting to watch Phi Slamma Jamma.
All the games were on TV. It's unbelievable. Because at that time, because the Rockets had made a run to the championship in the early 80s, but then they weren't very good, and they ended up with the number 1 pick back-to-back years, and they got Samson and Olajuwon, and they got good again. But that early stretch of the 80s, they weren't good. And the Oilers were terrible after Love You Blue. Astros were good, and that's the way that they became my favorite team. But, yeah, the team of Houston was Phi Slamma Jamma. with Akeem and Clyde the Glide, and the dunks and just the
it's unbelievable.
They were awesome.
Crazy.
So I love them. But the Astros had Nolan Ryan, and again, we grew up going to see when Nolan would pitch, we'd go to the ball game. But then Billy Dorn, I played infield, so Billy Dorn was my favorite player, and number
That's
19.
Cool. And why are they honoring Billy Dorn?
He's going into the Astros Hall of Fame
tonight.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, he was a really good player. I always griped that Ryan Sandberg was the second baseman of the Cubs at the time, and he always made all the All-Star games, and he was the premier second man. He's playing on the Superstation, WGN, but Billy Dorn was just a heck of a ball player. So rightfully going into the Hall. So we're going to go down, and I'll just, we became a neighborhood joke that and there's another one of our neighbors that was my favorite player. No way. Are you kidding?
You guys wearing Billy Dorn jerseys down there, too?
I don't have one, but we'll see if I can get one when I get down there. But, yeah, everybody had their favorite guy. I mean, it might have been Terry Poole or Enos Cabell.
Texas says Bill Bates. Cal says Bill Bates was there for him.
Bill Bates at Texas. No doubt about that on the Texas side. So if you have one of those that wasn't everybody's favorite player, but was your favorite player, we'll take some of those because
I like that.
I will be a part of that. So I was, I knew they were playing the Angels. We've known this since the game's August 12th. We've known that for a while. Who's going to pitch? Well, we're missing Verlander by a night because Verlander's pitching tonight. And Verlander, how about this? I'll get to, if you're going to the game tonight, you're going to see Justin Verlander face Shohei Ohtani.
Man, that's must-watch television.
Come on.
It's must-watch. It's must-watch television even when Shohei is at the mound, at the plate. So that's great. But he's on the mound and he's batting. Oh, you got to watch the whole damn thing.
Verlander versus Ohtani, who's having one of the great seasons ever had.
I can't wait.
That's tonight. Tomorrow night, pitching matchup not so hot. I don't even know what it is, but it's Shohei pitched on Wednesday night and got the win, so you won't see him.
It don't matter because you're gonna be there.
I'm gonna be there.
Damn it, it don't matter.
Oh, it's gonna be awesome, and we'll have a good time.
You're gonna have a great time.
We'll have a good time. Tonight would be the game to be at in hindsight, but that's not Billy Dorn night. So what's the point? What's the point? So back then, everybody loves Jose Cruz. Jose Cruz. That's when they had the big scoreboard. And Jose Cruz, the high leg kick. Cesar Cedeno, and Nolan Ryan was the ace, but Mike Scott, the '86 year, was magical. So yeah, Billy Dorn.
Says Will Clark from the Texas Rangers. It was theirs.
That's really good. And Will Clark was, boy, what a college baseball player he was at Mississippi State.
Man, good memory.
Yeah, because that was Mississippi State was he and Rafi Palmeiro. Just great players. And Texas baseball fans know about Will Clark and Rafi Palmeiro when they were at Mississippi State because those two programs always hooked up at the College World Series, it seemed like. So, take Kenny the Shark Gant. Remember him with the Cowboys? The Shark?
I do kind of remember
everybody doing
that.
the cowboy dance?
That was, I remember that dance. Was that him?
The Shark.
Did he come up with that?
I think he did.
With the shark fin? I remember that. Okay.
Kenny Gant, the Shark. Because I was in St. Ed's at the time, if I remember right, and that all my Cowboy, because I was the only Oiler fan of all my friends at St. Ed's, and he was everybody else was Cowboy fans.
Die-hard Cowboys fans.
The Cowboys,
trained
right there, so they were all into it.
That's true.
Yeah, Kenny Gant was a Cowboy from 1990 draft. It's a 90 to 94. Through when I was in college.
On the offensive side of the ball, though, for the Oilers, it was good. Those receivers for that run and shoot offense were pretty fun to watch. Ernest Givens. Yeah, it was Slaughter. Who was it? Webster Slaughter?
Webster Slaughter came in from Cleveland. Haywood Jeffries.
I really love that group of receivers, man. Was it Duncan? Was there a Duncan in there or something?
Curtis Duncan.
Curtis Duncan, yeah.
Curtis Duncan.
Oh, man, that was fun. That was a fun group to watch, that little group of wide receivers. And they went 4 wide, too, man. Back when nobody was doing it, yeah.
Yeah. I love your Chris Dishman, though, too.
Oh, that's my dog. 28, baby. Love me some Chris Dishman. I went to that Cody Carlson football camp, and all I wanted to do was meet
Cody.
all I wanted to do was meet Chris Dishman. I kept telling him, I was like, Doc, I got to meet Chris Dishman. I told everybody that came to sign an autograph for me, I was like, hey, where's Chris Dishman? They were like, hey, kid, I'm signing your autograph. I was like, I don't care about that. I need to see Chris Dishman. Now, I remember that as a kid. I think I did get actually Chris Dishman's autograph, too, so I got it.
Another Billy Bates is in here. Andrew Jones of the Braves was my favorite player from Helio.
That's good.
Kai, you had Peja Stojakovic. Who else? Anybody?
I agree with this texter, David Murphy. I was going to say if I had to pick if I had to pick a Rangers player that I grew up, that wasn't the best player, but he was. Sorry, Wade's in here whining right now.
Dog day.
Yeah, David Murphy.
That's a good one. Baylor Bear.
A good one.
Baylor Bear.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, Baylor Bear. David Murphy was a real good player. Cody Carlson was a Baylor Bear too, Rod.
I don't know why. I think I went to the Cody Carlson football camp because I just wanted to go meet some Oilers, and that was the only one I could go to.
Well, that's kind of cool because growing up to meet a player was a big deal.
It was a big deal.
Yeah,
that's
to
why
meet a ball player.
Yeah, you're right. That was a big deal.
Which is, we keep hearing that from our man Nick Shuley with the Texas One Fund and our live music update. these kids, he grew up a Longhorn fan here, so he grew up loving Texas basketball players and thought that, who was it, Terrence Rencher?
Oh,
was
yeah,
like walked on water.
Yeah.
And he said, but I never got to meet those guys. He said the cool thing is now we do these NIL events and all these kids get to come out and meet their favorite player.
That is, yeah. I never thought about that, but you're right.
I mean, they get to hang out, and you never got that opportunity to go to. You do this autograph signing.
Autograph, but I had to pay for that, I think, to go.
When you were playing though, you didn't get to like mingle with.
Only for that spring. Remember they had the spring football like extravaganza or bazaar. So right before the spring game, or I think right after maybe we would sign autographs. That was probably the only time we did for the fans, and we sat out there for about an hour and a half, 2 hours signing autographs. Chris Sims and Derek Johnson probably signed longer than Rod B had to. It wasn't no line for me.
This says Buddy Bell. Buddy Bell is a real good one for Ranger fans. I grew up with Buddy Bell with the Cleveland Indians. Good way going way back.
Buddy Bell.
I know a good buddy of mine who's a big Ranger fan. His favorite player was Steve Buechele.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and he got to meet Steve Buechele and was just in awe. And Steve Buechele was like,
bro.
I'm Steve.
I'm Steve
you know who
Buechele.
I am, right? You're not confusing me for somebody else.
You shouldn't be starstruck. I'm just Steve Buechele.
That's a cool story. So back when I used to go, because the Round Rock Express have always been great. Reed Ryan and Chris Almendaris and all the Express, they'll take, and I know Harge went on this trip where you go to spring training with the Rangers.
Yes, he did. Yep.
I did that a bunch of times, and we were out in Surprise. And one year, this is so funny, we did a deal where the Express said, you can bring a super fan. We want to bring a Rangers super fan with us.
Okay, that's great.
So we did an essay contest to find the Rangers' biggest fan. And it turns out I had no part of this. One of my good buddies won it. My buddy Stu.
Really?
Yeah, Stu won it.
He was a super fan?
He just wrote this long. He's a lawyer.
Okay.
He's a lawyer. He wrote this really long
Mm-hmm.
essay, and it was like, it was a no-brainer. Everybody else was like, "Oh, I love the Rangers because," he had this huge story that he told, and it was, and he, so he went. So we're on this trip, and we went out, and since we're buddies, we had the afternoon. Their game wasn't until that night. We went and played golf, he and I, at a place called Trilogy at Vistancy or something in Scottsdale. Turns out that Steve Buechele and Spike Owen, the lifetime Longhorn, are renting a house. They're coaching on the Ranger staff. So this is not far from the Ranger complex, this golf course. So we were playing golf. Steve Buechele and Spike Owen are renting a house because instead of staying at a hotel for 6 weeks or 2 months while you're out there,
makes sense.
you just do a 2-month rental on a house. So they were living right on the golf course. And so we end up going to the 19th hole after, and they're sitting there. So we're sitting there talking to Spike Owen and Steve Buechele for an hour, just talking, having a beer. And that's where Stu was like, man, Steve, you were my favorite player. He started to blush, and Spike Owen and I were just talking about Augie and Texas baseball and all this stuff. It was great night. But Steve Buechele tells he was John Elway's college roommate. Did you know that at Stanford?
I did not know that.
Yes, Steve Buechele was John Elway's because John Elway, of course, played baseball.
Yeah,
and football. And so he was because Steve Buechele was from L.A. and so he grew up in Los Angeles, but went to Stanford, met John Elway. They're still really good friends.
Did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that was the year when Shane, his son, was playing high school football in Arlington, and he started telling us about Shane. Hey, keep an eye on him. He might get recruited. All his siblings go to Oklahoma, but he kind of likes Texas.
Kind of likes Texas, baby.
Yeah.
Now they're family divided around there during Texas OU weekend.
Yeah, cool stuff. But this says Avery Johnson of the Spurs.
Oh yeah, Rod's voice twin. I've gotten that before. People are like, man, you sound like Avery Johnson on the radio. Yeah, a mix between Avery Johnson and Kevin Hart. I've heard that before.
Hell yeah, on the David Murphy take. Elvin Bethea, Oilers.
I went to school with Elvin Bethea's son. Actually, I played football with him. Damon Bethea.
Cool.
Yeah, in H-Town.
Toby Hara. Benford Williams, Rayfield Wright.
Rayfield Wright. Man.
I love that.
Old school.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Leroy Selman.
Oh, that's old school right there. I know the name. I don't think I ever watched Leroy Selman play.
It says, I grew up during the time when Bum Phillips punched Kevin Gilbride, and I was okay with it.
Well, that wasn't him. That was Buddy Ryan.
Buddy Ryan, right?
Yeah,
punched Kevin Gilbride.
Punched Kevin Gilbride.
On a Sunday night football game.
It was a terrible punch, too. It was just a sad punch when you think of it. He barely scraped his face.
Well, and that was, for me as a fan, the worst year of Oiler football because that was the year after they blew the lead in Buffalo.
Yes. This is the year they lost to Kansas City.
Chiefs.
To Joe Montana and Marcus Allen. Oh, I remember as a Lovely Blue guy. Because those 2 years, one of those years they should have went to a Super Bowl.
And I always thought the second year they should have.
Yeah, that defense was legit.
Because remember, everybody famously knows the Oilers blew the lead against the Bills to Frank Reich. 31-3 or whatever it was. They lose the game.
Yep.
But that offseason, they fired the defensive coordinator, Jim Eddy. They hired Buddy Ryan.
Yep.
And they had the run and shoot offense with Warren Moon to go with Buddy Ryan's defense. And if you remember that, they went 1-2 or 1-3 to start the year. Then they went on a 12-game winning streak.
They were awesome,
and it was like everything that Oiler fans wanted: the offense and the defense.
Like the best
Buddy Ryan.
They were the best defense in the league.
Yeah, that was the year because I always say that about the Oilers. That was more heartbreaking as a fan than the year before. The year before was embarrassing.
No doubt.
Because that year I really thought they were going to the Super Bowl. I really did.
I think we all did.
Because they had a week off. They had the bye week. They had the home game with Joe Montana, aging Joe Montana and the Chiefs. We can beat the Chiefs.
That's when Joe Montana showed he was freaking Joe Montana.
Well, and the old story on that is that, but Paul Hackett, Nathaniel Hackett's dad, by the way.
Get out of here. Yep. Paul Hackett is Nathaniel Hackett's dad. Why did I know that? Did Paul Hackett from like USC? Paul Hackett?
Paul Hackett. Yeah, Paul Hackett. I think he's his dad.
Yeah, you might be right, but I didn't know that.
Well, Paul Hackett was the offensive coordinator. In the first half, the Oilers were just stuffing the Chiefs. Like the Buddy Ryan's defense was crushing them. And the Oilers were up at the half. And the story goes that Joe Montana, who's Joe freaking Montana.
He's Joe freaking Montana.
And at halftime went in and said, Paul, I'm calling plays second half. I'm taking it. And that Joe Montana called his own game in the second half, picked it apart.
I can believe that.
Hit one of the Cash brothers for a touchdown. Remember that one?
Oh, man.
Yeah, and Joe Montana just picked apart Buddy Ryan's defense, told Paul Hackett to stick it, and they beat the Oilers. Season was over, crushed.
You're probably right. Yeah,
crushed.
You know what? Yeah. I did not know that. Why did I put that together? I guess Hackett and Hackett. I should have put it together.
Yeah.
That I'm with you though. As a Love You Blue guy, I will second that notion that yes, the loss to Kansas City was a more heartbreaking loss in the playoffs than the shameful collapse they had against Buffalo.
And the reason is
because they were a better team that year.
For me, having lived through the '80s, where the Houston team always screws it up somehow. You know, whether it was Phi Slamma Jamma, the Astros, the Rockets, they'll
find a way.
They'll find a way. And of course, the Oilers had just the year previous given up a 31-3 lead. I almost never let myself believe that they could win it. You just kind of train yourself. Like you had your heart broken enough times. You're like, nope, I'm not buying it.
You're not going to trust that.
No.
Yep.
And that year, I began to trust. I began to trust, Rod. I
thought, shouldn't have done it.
I began to trust, and that was it. That was it. And they lost. And I believe they would have played the Cowboys in that Super Bowl.
Yes, they would have.
They would have played the Dallas Cowboys.
I believe you are correct.
In that Super Bowl.
It was 92 and 93. 92 and 93. It's right in the middle of the Cowboys' run.
Yeah.
Right at the beginning of it.
And they probably would have lost the Cowboys. I'll just say that.
But do you imagine how awesome the state of Texas would have been for a all-Texas Super Bowl between the Oilers and the Cowboys? It'd have been so amazing. It'd have been epic.
Epic. And for me personally, I was at St. Ed's, and again, I was the lone, like one of the few Oiler fans against all these Cowboy fans. It would have been like all time. The 2 weeks of hype leading up to that would have been.
Oh.
And I'm assuming, knowing all those dudes, they would have said, "We're going. We're driving to wherever the Super Bowl is. We're going to go. Got to be there." But it didn't happen.
That defense was so good, though.
Thank you, Joe Montana.
Marcus Robinson, Chris Dishman, Bubba McDowell in
Bubba
the secondary.
McDowell, love him.
Oh, that was
Lamar Lathan.
Wilbur Marshall. Blaine Bishop.
They were because remember,
Daryl Lewis.
Buddy brought in Wilbur Marshall with him from his previous time in Chicago. He was a great pass rusher.
Man, that defense was loaded.
And the offense was the run and shoot.
Yep,
it was supposed to be Cowboys Oilers. Thank you, Joe Montana. Why didn't you just let Paul Hackett keep calling plays? We could have won that game.
Because, he's a Hackett. And I love these stories now that are coming out about the Hackett's period, and they're not very complimentary of their football acumen.
It says, I met Too Tall Jones in Odessa. This is a Ranger fan who is definitely not Nelson Cruz. That's funny. Oh, here's a good one. Mario Ellie, Rockets and Spurs.
Mario
Junkyard Dog,
that's
baby.
A good one. Yeah, him and like Sam Cassell were some like fan favorites from that clutch run by the Rockets.
Rockets for sure in the back-to-back, and the Spurs can claim Mario Ellie too.
And Robert Horry. Can't forget about Big Shot Bob. He was also Big Shot. Before he was Big Shot Bob, he was just Robert Horry with the Rockets. He became Big Shot Bob later.
Yeah. Because Robert Horry was a big, tall guy who learned to shoot really well.
He did.
And then he played with the Dream. He played with the Spurs, Twin Towers, and then he played with the Lakers and Shaq. So he always had a great big man.
That's amazing. That's some great luck right there. They'll play with all those.
Or smart.
Things.
I'm just going to stand out here. They're going to get double teamed.
How many rings does he have now, Big Shot Bob? Then
I think he's got 6 or 7?
He's got to be off 6 or 7 then.
Robert Horry.
Somewhere right.
Good
I'll look
guy,
that up.
too.
I'll
Super
look
good
that
guy. Dalton Hilliard, New Orleans Saints running back, was my favorite. That's a good one. Off the nose. Andre Johnson beating Cortland Finnegan's ass was one of my favorite things.
We talked about that last week, actually. Yeah. It's one of the great fights in football history.
Here's a lovely blue guy. I remember Sean Jones.
Yes. Oh, I remember Big Sean down the defensive end?
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
Al Smith, Ray Childress, Chris Dishman, Bubba McDowell.
They were loaded.
They were
they were so that defense, man, it was packed with playmakers.
And that Super Bowl would have been
and
off
7
the
rings.
hook.
Big Shot Bob has 7.
7?
7 of them, man. Yeah.
That's big time.
The man knows how to pick them.
Well, here it is. Yeah, Buddy Ryan. It's a game against the Jets. I remember this punch on the sidelines because
it's a weak punch, too. Look at this punch.
Come on, give it to him. Hit him. Boom.
He barely, he scraped his ear.
Well, because some of the players, I think it was Chris Dishman Curtis Duncan.
You're right. It was
Curtis Duncan tried to break it up, and it kind of, Buddy was going to land a good one, and then Curtis Duncan kind of pushed his arm away.
Didn't you see was that 30 for 30 that was made about those Oilers?
Oh, yeah, they did.
The tragedy of it. Because remember they had the death and everything, too?
Yeah,
of one of the players?
Jeff Alm.
Yeah.
Jeff Alm. That one
really
was so
sad.
weird. That was such a weird story.
That was a crazy story, man.
Jeff Alm's story is.
Was it a car wreck or something? What was it?
He jumped. No.
No, he jumped on a freeway. Okay, sorry.
He stopped on a freeway and then he either fell over.
Yeah,
or he jumped to his death.
Yeah, they're not sure exactly.
Like he had a car accident in Houston on one of those overpasses. Like you go from one freeway to the
next.
There
was an accident involved at one point.
He had a wreck, and then somehow he ended up over the rail. Yeah, that Jeff Alm story.
That was
terrible.
Oh man, that was
terrible.
Yeah, so there was a lot going on with that Oilers team. That
this goes
ESPN
back
30
to
pretty good.
This goes back to me and my early love for sports radio was all of the heartbreak. Right, I got to stop rooting for these teams. I just need to watch it and talk about it. I don't want to root for anybody.
You don't want to get hurt again.
I don't want to get hurt again.
You're like the woman who's been cheated on, and you don't want to be in a relationship again. Now you're done with them.
I'm good. I'm just I'll talk about it. I'll watch the games. I won't have any interest into it, and but that's but because of those Oilers teams and early in my development, Fly Sama Jama and all that, there's just so much heartbreak. And
that story was heartbreaking. So he had a DUI crash that killed his friend.
That's right.
And then as a result of the guilt, he shot himself.
Oh, I thought he jumped off the thing. He shot himself?
I want to say that it says here that when he shot himself following a DUI car crash, they killed his friend.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, his death was noted as one of the several. Yeah, basically, he might have just felt bad about the death of the friend, and then he took his own life. Well, yeah, tragic.
And by the way, the reason why Buddy Ryan punched Kevin Gilbride was they were winning that game 14-0, and the defense was killing the Jets.
Oh, he didn't want to run the ball?
Yeah,
is that what it is?
And right before it, they ran a pass play. Cody Carlson took a sack and fumbled the ball.
Oh, yeah.
And Buddy's like, what the hell are you doing?
You're losing the damn game. My defense is winning you the game. Come on.
It was almost halftime. And they were about to go to halftime up 20-0 or 14-0. And instead of just run out the clock and go into the half, they run a pass play, sack, fumble, which means the Jets are going to get some points before the half. And Buddy's like, all right, that's it.
Honestly, Buddy had a point on that one. That was a Nathaniel Hackett move. That was a Nathaniel Hackett coaching move right there.
Hey, remember I don't want to bring this up for all Longhorn fans, but the shovel pass at the Rose Bowl against Alabama.
Yeah.
Just go to the half.
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 Mac, Greg Davis, just go to the half.
I forgot that was right before the half.
Just go to the half.
Son of a gun.
Yeah, just go to the half, please.
Just
go to the half, and that's it. And and I'm pretty sure that all Texas fans at that point wanted to go Buddy Ryan on Greg Davis.
Greg Davis is like, what are you doing? Come on, man. Come on.
Go to the half.
Still had a shot, though.
We'll be back. We're going to go behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. Rod will take us there. Also, what's popping before the end of the hour. That's some fun stuff. Walks down memory lane with two coaches fighting. And your favorite player who wasn't the best player, but was your favorite player, that's for sure. We'll pick those up on the other side. Yeah, the Marcel Darius shovel pass, interception, touchdown came with 10 seconds left in the first half.
Come on.
It was 17-6 at the time. And if you remember, Marcel Darius actually injured Colt McCoy's shoulder.
You remember.
Started that game, but you were still in the game, right? It was 17-6. You felt like, okay, get to the half. Got a backup quarterback in here. Let's make some adjustments. And that one was, then all of a sudden it was 24-6. And
yeah.
Longhorn still got to back into within a score.
Oh, yeah. No, Garrett Gilbert almost pulled off one of the greatest stories in history of college football.
And how many turnovers did he have? Like
3 or 4. Yeah, he had a bunch of them. He did. That was exactly. If he had been a little bit more careful with the football, and that's not his fault because he didn't think he was going to be playing in the national title game, Texas probably has a chance to pull off the upset. I say upset because at that time everybody was pretty much on the bandwagon. Texas was going to lose that game.
Who was the other quarterback? The third, was it John Childs?
I think you're right. There was a mobile quarterback there.
Yeah, he was playing receiver too.
Yeah, I think he was a mobile quarterback there. They could have moved there. The people said probably would have been a better option, maybe.
Just having more experience, a guy that has played more than 20 snaps.
Yeah, because your defense was good enough to keep you in the game. Yeah, the defense was elite defense.
They were. That was the guy who was supposed to be the next coach.
That
was Boone.
Muschamp.
That was Muschamp.
Yeah,
the coach in waiting was supposed to happen after that game, the handoff. And we all know that Chris Bennett says Marcel Darius killed Texas football.
He just changed the course of it forever, like the butterfly effect.
Because I firmly believe if they had won that game, Mac would have handed the reins to, because the plan was already happening.
Yes.
And Will Muschamp was taking the gig. And
he was already getting ready to hire his own staff.
Yeah,
the other staff had already been told, listen, guys, we're making some moves here.
Well, if you go to that moment with the Darius injury on Colt or the Longhorn loss there, that forever changed because Mac changed his mind. Changed the offense.
Changed the identity of the offense. If he just went with the spread, bringing back Garrett Gilbert back with the spread,
and for all he
would have been better off too.
And Garrett Gilbert had only played in a spread offense his whole career. That's why he was at Lake Travis.
And then went to college playing the spread with SMU and killed it again.
It was supposed to just be when he went up and played at SMU.
He was great in the spread.
Won a Super Bowl.
Well, yes, got a Super Bowl ring too.
And for all the great Mac did, which we covered and you were a part of, Rod, that decision, really hurt the program. I mean, I don't say selfishness, but his decision to say, I'm reversing course on this. I've earned the right to not hand the reins over to Will Muschamp. The program's never been the same.
Yeah.
Never been the same from that point on.
Mac Brown was a parade or pine box guy. I want the championship parade and just put me in the pine box. Anything in between was unacceptable. And that's why ultimately he didn't want to leave the program until he felt he could basically create his own legacy and
he started to chase
determine
legacy.
What it was. Yeah, he didn't want to determine what it was.
Well, which is why that loss to Nick Saban, which is why at the end of his run when they were trying to hire Nick Saban to Texas, the big money donors were, Mac was against it.
Put the kibosh on it.
You're not bringing that guy in to replace me.
Exactly. Yeah, that dude, no.
I was supposed to win that game. Colt wasn't supposed to get hurt. Now you're going to bring
he was I remember going to visit Mac before that game, and, I love me some Mac. I'd never seen him that cocky. He was borderline arrogant. He knew they were going to win that game. And I think, it all blew up in his face, and I think that affected everything after that.
Else.
Sherrod Harris is the quarterback we're thinking about.
Sherrod
Harris.
A good one.
Yeah.
And I got to think that, of course, they changed the offense. The coaches were all mad that it disgruntled, and they went 5-7, and then they were all fired. All the coaches were fired, and we've been on this downward mediocre run here, and maybe it changes this year.
It seems like it
changes this year.
Reversing that trend right now.
Maybe it's finally going to pull itself out just in time for the last year of the Big 12. With that in mind, let's dive into some Texas football chatter behind that burnt orange curtain.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
Okay, so we're going to play these Quinn Ewers because Quinn Ewers met with the media yesterday, and I love the new look. He looks like he's a more confident player, more confident leader, that is for sure. Remember, J.T. Sanders says he's a changed man because of the changed hair. So the first question Quinn Ewers was asked about the biggest difference between year one as a starter for Texas football and year two as a starter for Texas football. Here is what Quinn Ewers had to say.
Mainly just the knowledge of the offense, because this time last year I was still, trying to pick up, the offense and certain checks and whatnot and stuff like that. And this year I can just kind of be more me and play more freely, and not have to think as much about, what does this guy have? It just automatically clicks, which is huge for my position because I can, focus more on fronts and keeping myself protected.
He's talking a lot about protection. You'll hear some other cuts. He's talking a lot about protecting himself and setting the protection, which is smart. That shows maturity for a young quarterback. But also he's remarking about, the muscle memory now, that he doesn't have to think too much. He's not thinking his way through this offense, through these plays. There's familiarity. He knows the system now. He knows the personnel now. He knows the strengths and weaknesses of the guys that he's playing with. And I think that's led to a comfort level and a confidence level now that we're going to see really just show itself and materialize on the field. Okay, so second cut here is about leadership. And remember, I just say he talks a lot about protections. You can tell some of these subtleties and nuances of the game are now starting to be emphasized by this young quarterback. Here is Quinn Ewers talking about the leadership role and how that's changed for him.
It's definitely a lot easier, especially whenever you're filling into kind of a leadership role. People will look at you a little differently whenever you're telling them what to do and whatnot. And it's cool, honestly. Football is a cool game. I kind of like to call it the quarterback. A quarterback kind of feel like, I'm playing like a more maybe violent, more active chess kind of. So, I'm trying to beat the defense with certain moves.
All right, so he's bringing up the chess match within the game, who yours truly talks about a ton. Chess. All right, and it is kind of a chess game with human beings. He was asked to go in a little bit more in depth about the chess match that he referenced there, and I believe it's my man Jeff Jones who asked him the question. And here's Quinn Ewers talking about that chess match within the game.
Yeah, it's a chess match against that whole defense. Whether it's safeties rolling down and I got to check a protection, or it's linebackers doing whatever. It's you got to make it fun. It's a kid's game.
And what's the last thing, maybe it happened today, that you remember doing, and after the play you were like, I got him, I won that chess game?
Yeah, I would say it was today. We were in a tight end set. He was attached. And, I saw double outside pressure, and then I checked the protection and was able to get a completion. I mean, sometimes checking a protection, it's almost better than throwing a touchdown pass sometimes. But
Ooh, I'm telling you, man, that is music to my ears. That's a mature quarterback. A young quarterback, they want the flashy plays, the splash plays, touchdown passes with the beautiful arm talent, all that kind of stuff. But what we want Quinn Ewers to focus on is, the little things, the small things, the footwork, the details, right? Learning how to read coverages, working his way through progressions, the mechanics, and now he's talking about protections. This interview with the media availability was probably 15 minutes, and he might have mentioned protections 4 or 5 times, which means it's being emphasized to him.
They're drilling down.
They're drilling it down.
Well, and I said this earlier, but I just finished. I'd watched the first half of Hard Knocks, episode 1, when it debuted Monday, and then I needed to go to bed. I fell asleep. So I watched the second half last night. Finally finished it, and in that there's a moment in episode 1 where Aaron Rodgers, they do a little bit about no look passes. How Aaron Rodgers is great at the no look pass, where he looks one way and throws it another, and they asked Aaron Rodgers, who does that as good as you? Or who does that better? Anybody on the team? And he said Zach Wilson. So they showed these series of videos of Zach Wilson throwing no-look passes. But then they flash immediately to during stretch, Aaron Rodgers is talking to Zach Wilson and says, look, those no-look passes are cute, but getting your protection set is a non-negotiable.
Exactly.
It'll be much more important to your success than a no-look pass.
The flashy play.
Get the protection right.
Yep. That's exactly what I'm seeing here from Quinn Ewers.
Yep.
Last year he's worried about a lot about the flash, the big throw, and making it. Remember some of the plays, there would be a simple a flare route by the running back.
Yep.
And he would throw with this weird arm angle when he could have set his feet and stepped into the throw, and he decided, no, I'm just going to whip it out there. And it's beautiful. It shows you his arm talent. But getting back to the point that you just made about Aaron Rodgers, hey, man, get your feet set. Why not? Why have a lazy rep like that? You know what I mean? Get your feet set, get your body underneath you, and make the same throw, but I'd like to see you do it with proper mechanics. And I think we're going to see that Quinn Ewers. We're also seeing a more fit Quinn Ewers. He's got a little six-pack now. They tweeted out the photo of his transformed physical form. Well, here is Quinn Ewers talking about one of the secrets to his transformation has been the diet. And here it is.
Yeah, I mean, I laid off the Chick-fil-A that I was having a lot. I'm a big Chick-fil-A fan. and just not as much fast food. I was more focused on eating what the university provides. Higher doses of protein, less carbs. More vegetables. Just the healthy stuff, man. Nothing too much to it besides just trying to eat healthier.
I love that. He's eating healthier. Chick-fil-A, it's a healthier, I guess, fast food. It's probably the only fast food that I eat too is Chick-fil-A, but it's a hell of a endorsement for Chick-fil-A. He's basically saying my weakness is Chick-fil-A.
I can't quit you. I had to quit.
Yeah, so I guess he would get an NIL deal with Chick-fil-A, but then I guess that would be a little counterproductive. All right, let's finish these cuts up. We got 2 more. He was also asked about the offense and how different the offense is going to be. You got no Bijan, you got no Rojo. The offense is going to look pretty different. So here's the cut of Quinn Ewers being asked about how the offense is going to look now from last year to this year.
It's a good question. Offenses, they change every year. We lose guys, we gain guys. But like you said, we don't have Bijan, which is he's a generational talent, and I'm so fired up to see what he does for the Falcons this year. But like you said, we won't have that guy in our backfield. But the depth we have in that room is unreal, and we're gonna have guys that are able to make some similar plays that he did last year and the years before. So. I'm excited.
All right, and the last cut is about the infamous deep ball in Sark's offense. We know he loves the deep ball. He's not going to stop throwing that deep ball. He loves it like Pookie in New Jack City. Give me that deep ball, baby. He's a crackhead for that deep ball. And yes, at times it has been an issue for Texas. They only completed like 27% of their deep passes last season. And when they throw them to X-Man, 9 of 44 is what the number is on the completions that he had on deep passes. So they got to get better at it. Here's Quinn Ewers talking about how they've worked on the deep ball this offseason.
Yeah, I think I've learned to not try to be as perfect and just give our guys a chance, because with the athletes we have at receiver, if you give them a chance, 8 out of 10 times, 7 out of 10 times, they're going to come down with it. So just give them a chance. It doesn't have to be the perfect ball every single time. That's really what I was trying to focus on.
All right, there you go. That's Quinn Ewers talking about the D-ball, saying basically, I'm just going to give my guys a chance. I'm trying to pinpoint and be too perfect and accurate with it. No, it's a D-ball. You got great athletes. Just get it up there.
Yeah,
and I think that'll help
some
too.
air. And, knowing when to air, when to zip it, and then when to leave some air under it. That's the art of playing quarterback, obviously.
Exactly.
And I agree with Ty's assessment earlier. He does sound just like my son Nolan. When he talks.
After listening to him, you're like, actually, he does sound exactly like.
I like that. And
now we gotta do a sound comparison.
I might have to get some
audio of Nolan.
I'll pull some.
Okay.
Because we always knew our previous live music update guy Tom Gimbel sounded just like Tom Brady. Everybody would say, "Who sounds just like Tom Brady?" And now my son sounds just like.
Everybody thinks that Patrick sounded like Don Miller, the traffic guy.
Oh, Patrick Davis?
Yeah.
Huh.
I swear, people kept saying that.
So I was on the. Did you say I'm never going to be able to listen to Quinn Ewers again without anything against Nolan?
We'll play that last cut
Without
at the
hearing
very
Nolan?
end. Can you just get to the very end of the last cut of Quinn Ewers?
The deep
this is my
shot
favorite.
one?
This is one that really reminds me of my son at the very end.
It's kind of creepy.
It doesn't have to be the perfect ball every single time. That's really what I was trying to focus on.
It actually does. Now it sounds more and more like him.
And the one before that, he said, "And I'm really excited." You're so excited, Nolan.
That he did last year and the years before. So. I'm excited.
We should use that as a drop. We quit. That's a great game. I'm excited.
We can tell, Nolan. I said that to him before. Yeah, I can tell you're real excited, Nolan. You're real excited. I'm excited.
That is great. Okay.
He doesn't get too up and too down. That's what he's learned from.
We got time to play this one Jalen Ford cut.
Oh yeah.
All right, we got time for one more Jalen Ford cut, and then we'll be done. Jalen Ford was asked about his friendship with Malik Murphy because apparently they sit right next to each other. Jalen Ford and Malik Murphy. And I love the depth he gets into in this cut. He's basically been asked about their relationship, but listen to Jalen Ford point out something that I think is going to increase the football IQ of all these players.
So Malik is my locker mate. So I'm sitting next to him all the time. And, he's a quarterback and I'm a Mike backer. So it's like we know like the ins and outs of, offense and defense, and just being able to communicate with him or just talk about things that we see out there or just things in life. Malik is a great guy, and definitely happy to have him as a teammate.
Does he pick your brain a lot?
Definitely. He actually, he likes, I make jokes about him and Quinn because they always trying to put me in a bind out there on the field. So it's like, it's a little kind of like what y'all saying with with Quinn, like the little checkmate kind of, it's always, they're always trying to, moving me around and stuff. So always picking their mind and seeing what they see out there, and it'll help me get better when we face opponents.
I swear to God, because I'll be quick with this. I know we're next to break. I used to do this with my man Kyle Shanahan and Chris Sims.
Awesome.
We'd sit around and we just talk ball, and I need to know the cheat codes. I need to know how you guys view defense. So I, as a defender, will have that knowledge, and I can essentially inform my game with that offensive knowledge. Shanahan taught me the route tree and taught me how to eliminate routes on the route tree based off the formation and based off the receivers, release, and all that kind of stuff. And if I didn't have that knowledge, I would not have been an All-American at Texas. So that is crucial. Sharing of information like that shows a close team, but also a team willing to increase their football IQ. They're trying to get smarter.
That's funny. You've told me before that your favorite corner was Deion Sanders, but your Dre Bly.
Yep, the football investigator.
He had a belly, but he could still play corner.
Love handles and covering Randy Moss with love handles because he was a football IQ guy. It's all about the acumen. Oh, Tom Emily Wolf fan says, I thought Patrick was the traffic guy. He should take that comparison as a compliment. Great radio voice. See?
Yeah.
There you go.
Great radio. Nolan and Quinn Ewers have great radio voices too, or they could be in the new remake of
Fast Times at Ridgemont
High.
It's Macaulay.
You already knew.
Or what is it? What's the Matthew McConaughey movie?
Dazed and Confused.
Dazed and Confused. I get older and they stay the same.
Right. Hey, we'll be back. What's popping to wrap up the week next? What is poppin', or what's poppin' on a Friday into the weekend? We'll get Ty's what's poppin' pick of the weekend. We got to give a couple this weekend, Ty, because you've got tonight, Saturday, and Sunday before we're back for 5 more hours and 5 more days on Monday. When we are back, Rod, on Monday, we'll be at number 15 in our top 20 countdown.
That's right.
We've gone through the first 5 with 3 Big 12 teams. Oklahoma today, TCU yesterday at 17, and of course Texas Tech started the week at 20. Ole Miss and UNC, North Carolina, in between the two.
Got a couple of more Big 12 teams
next
that we're going to cover too.
Yeah, we got to get next week. We'll be also and we'll hit the 15 through 11.
We're going to pick a name on Monday?
We will maybe pick.
Yeah, we'll definitely have a name picked by the end of next week. I think over the weekend we're going to narrow down the choices we like, and as E pointed out, we may let the people vote on like the finalists.
Could be dangerous.
You're right. You know what? I said we might. You say we might let them vote on the finalists, or we might decide. Nah, you know what? We're gonna choose. We'll take the power out of the hands of the people, which we don't normally like to do.
We've talked. What else is popping? We'll get some picks for what we're doing this weekend, what we're watching. Are you
gonna go see Oppenheimer?
I would like to. I don't think I'm gonna have time.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna go to Houston.
You're going to H-Town.
Yeah. The Astros game tomorrow night at like 6 o'clock. They play the Angels. We're gonna take in Bill Doran. We got to get there by. Can't go to Bill Doran night. And also for you Astro fans, Bill Brown is going in the Hall of Fame too. The longtime broadcaster for the Astros. Bill Brown on TV.
Are we
got
some bobbleheads to?
I don't know. I'll bring one back if we get it.
Man,
I'm gonna buy something with Billy Doran
for sure.
But so he'll go in, so that'd be like 5:30, and then the game's at 6, and so doing that and spend one night and come back on Sunday. But Rod, also what's popping for you? What are you gonna be doing this weekend? Anything fun?
I'm gonna watch some preseason football. That's for damn sure. Got the official start of preseason for all the teams. So
14 games over the next 3 days.
I'll find a way to. I'll watch some preseason football. Definitely gonna watch the Cowboys. So that's probably what I'll spend most of the weekend doing.
Yeah, 4 o'clock. Football. Yeah, and you got games all day because we mentioned NFL Network has a noon game, a 3 game, a 6, and a 9.
Mm-hmm. And then they replay them. I think once they did that, they're just gonna replay them all day long.
And then on Sunday they have a noon and a 3. So you've got, if you just want to flip on NFL Network, you're getting football all day.
I gotta watch Bijan.
I gotta
watch all the rookies to see if the Texas Longhorns rookies get to play, and all the undrafted free agents. So you got to watch Bijan, Rojo with the Bears.
I don't know where you're going to see. I don't see NFL Network with a game tonight, but they have to have one. No, yeah, they do. They have Bengals, Cincinnati, and Green Bay is on.
Jordan Love. Honestly, I want to see if Jordan Love, if he can even meet expectations.
And I'm sure when those games are happening, they'll be giving you highlights of the Bijan games and the other games, or you can try to stream or find that Miami-Atlanta game. But yeah, we know that noon on Saturday, tomorrow, the Bears play the Titans, and that'll be
the Bears.
Roshan Johnson.
Get to see Rojo.
Yeah, noon.
Rojo, he should play a lot in that game, considering they got like 2 starting running backs already.
You will see the Cowboys at 4. I believe that locally will be
Get to see DeMarvio and Overshawn.
I think that's CBS Austin here locally.
Yep, Demo's going to get a lot of playing time in that game.
I bet he does. We're in number 35.
Mm-hmm. He's going to get a lot of playing time. Oh, and also for San Fran, I've heard Deshaun Jameson in training camp has actually made some plays.
Undrafted player.
Yes, I'm hearing that the San Francisco 49ers like Deshaun Jameson a little bit. So he'll get a chance to play in that preseason too. Make a name for himself.
All right, so Astros, Angels this weekend. Rangers are in San Francisco to play the Giants. They lead the division by 2.5 games. Astros kind of an advantage right now if they can take care of the Angels. Giants a better team than the Angels right now, but either way, Rangers are playing good ball.
Yes, they are.
Justin Verlander, we mentioned tonight. If you're looking for what's popping on a Friday, every at bat Justin Verlander makes against Shohei Ohtani, you got to be seeing that. I mean, that's got to be. I heard you on the afternoon show calling for Shohei Cam. I mean, every time Shohei comes to the plate, put it on.
I don't know why they haven't. They did. They actually did it a little bit. They need to do it every time.
Because he's at 40 home runs now.
He's still leading the majors, right?
Matt Olson of the Braves got to 40 home runs last night.
Also, is it tied for the lead?
I think they're tied right now.
Well, good for that the guy, but people want to watch Shohei.
Well, against Verlander, they have never faced, I don't think. Not this year, at least. Not this year.
That's must-watch television tonight. Got to check that out.
I'll also say what's popping. I'll give credit to our buddy Jeff Howe from Horns 24/7, who you do the Longhorn Blitz podcast with. We were talking about the Longhorn recruiting success, and he pointed out something. If you talk to NFL personnel and if you're building a team, the elite positions are quarterback, receiver, tackle, offensive tackle, edge, and corner.
Yep.
Think about Sark and this staff. In 3 short years, they're recruiting at an elite level at those premier positions.
I agree with this.
Quarterback, receiver.
Yep.
Offensive tackle, edge now with Colin Simmons, cornerback.
I agree with this.
That's how you build a team. That's how an NFL GM would tell you how you build a team.
Running backs are still offended. They're like, I'm not premium. I'm still a 5-star. CJ Baxter's like, can I get some love?
Oh, you got to recruit there.
But you're right, though, about premium positions, though. That's why running backs are underpaid.
Yeah. Somebody said Austin Bowie grad Higgins playing for Miami. Yeah. The kid from Stanford. Yeah.
Elijah Higgins.
Nice. I like that.
Check that out. Hey, Ty, what are you picking this weekend? Anything big? What's popping?
Pittsburgh -3 versus Tampa tonight.
Ooh.
Dallas +4 versus Jacksonville tomorrow. And Las Vegas +4 against San Francisco on Sunday.
No Baltimore?
Easy money.
I mean, that's a lock.
Pittsburgh.
Take that as well.
Yeah.
Dallas and who else?
Las Vegas +4 against Tampa.
Vegas. All right.
Ty was a loser last night because he picked against the Texans.
Don't pick against the Texans, Ty. I'm just joking.
Normally, if you do, you're going to be
usually
good.
that's a win, but a new coach. So we'll see.
Rod, thanks. Have a great weekend.
You too, brother.
Ty, you as well. Every hour
Thanks,
podcast at hornfm.com. We're back Monday at 6 a.m.